Just not doing it. It just was not cutting it. The mustard was not being cut. It was all very disappointing. Oh, that shit's funny. Okay, let's see. I do have a whole. Okay. All right. Okay, I had to give this a pop out. Pop out chat. I wish that was just a button I could click that was on my sidebar, but instead I gotta go all the way to my channel. Should be a built-in feature. Pop out chat. I like it. It kind of technically is a built-in feature, but regardless. All right. All right, all right, all right. Let's see what we got here. I'm so excited for that Andrew Wilson, Candace Owens debate on Friday. Holy cow. Holy cow. Oh God, Daniel Owens is gonna have some bad tech news for us. I know that's true. Do not want to know. Do not want to know about whatever tech issue he's going to tell me about. And what was this one? Stu Peters? Stu Peters? Good lord. Shit takes forever. 2 weeks ago. Sneeko fucking sucks. But I'd watch this. Why the fuck is Uncle Tom around? We pretend like he's relevant. Wow, that car's loud. That car is so loud. Good lord. Someone's like making sure their engine runs, I guess. All right, this is gonna be lame and gay, but I guess we're gonna watch Stu Peters. Well, I guess we're gonna watch Sneeko's channel to watch Andrew Wilson versus Stu Peters debate from 2 weeks ago that I missed out on. Um, Stu Peters sucks, but Sneeko is somehow worse. Well, it doesn't fucking matter. Let's see. It's only an hour long. Andrew will fucking destroy. I'm sure Sneeko will just be worthless. Where is the actual fucking stream? 2 weeks ago? 7 days. Okay, so I have to keep pulling back. 13 days. All right, we're at the 2. Here it is. Hour and 7 minutes. I mean, and yeah, I don't think I didn't see this live. This is the one that I had missed. Let's see, we do have a voice boost. Thank the Lord. Oh, what you don't have though is actual sound from my computer. There we go.
So, Stu, how much time do you have today? Because Andrew, we were discussing it. You have an hour? Okay. Is that okay, Andrew?
I mean, I guess it's going to have to be.
All right. So I want this to be a fair, open discussion. This is a Charlie Kirk debate about.
Sneeko, you're not a serious human being. Let's see. What does this button do? Okay, so he's got a. This is gonna be. I'm gonna turn it down because everyone's mic is ass except for Andrew's, and Sneeko is seemingly using his webcam mic because, despite being a millionaire, he's still a fucking moron Muslim. And Stu Peters, I assume, is just extra quiet for some reason. So I'm gonna turn my shit down and turn the vocal boost up.
Assassination. There's a point of contention about what happened, and
why am I turning?
I would like to do a 2-minute intro and then a 1-minute rebuttal, and then we can have free flow discussion, and then I'll only interject if there is too many interruptions, and also I don't.
Motherfucker, can you stop testing out your engine? Are you done? Are you done? It's fucking 11.
Like ad hominem attacks. I want this to be fair and wanted to discuss what's really happening. So I'll give one warning for ad homs, and then the second one just will disqualify and then end it. Does that sound good?
It does. Give me one quick second to fix the camera here.
No problem.
That my producer messed it up.
He blames it on Mystery.
Go quick.
Oh, Mystery's still there. Oh, that
Not
was
the
wrong.
time for this problem, bro.
Stu, did you see Pablo tweet? Apparently, I'm the reason that people hate Muslims in America now.
No, that's supposed to be out of scene.
No, I didn't see
No.
that.
Yeah, I just
Source. That's supposed to be source. There you go.
Yeah, and flock cameras exist for you and I, right?
Yeah, flock cameras are good now. That's what that's all about. Stu, can you raise your microphone a little bit? It's a little low. Your audio.
I don't know.
Myco, fucking Sneeko, could you like stop sounding so poor and buy a better microphone to begin with?
I just joined Zoom. Like,
Is there a way you
normally
can make
do.
it louder?
I can hear
Or
the
maybe I
back
just
his
raise it
back
volume?
room.
All
when he's
right, I'm all
talking.
set.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
It's good? Okay, chat's saying it's fine. Okay, that sounds great. All right, so see who goes first. Someone want to flip a coin to see who can decide?
Sneeko's fucking voice is so much louder than everyone else's. Using the vocal boost is going to be an ear killer. Let's find out.
Who goes first for 2 minutes?
No, I don't care. Andrew can go first.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me either.
Okay,
Go ahead,
Andrew,
Andrew.
would you like to go first?
Yeah, sure. So thanks, Stu, first and foremost, for actually having this debate, as almost nobody else on your side will. To make my position crystal clear on this, as I have many times before, there could have been a conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk, though it's more likely it would have come from left-wing groups or agitators. But what I assess as evidence, and it's standard, just to clarify this very quickly, evidence is information, facts, data, or materials which support a claim and truth, hypothesis, or assertion, and it doesn't always support a conclusion. Proof is a successful demonstration of a claim. Stu Peters, like many of these independent investigators working on the Kirk case, produced some evidence for some claims, but never proof. And their evidence always falls short for there to be a conclusion, especially the ones that they propel as being factual. An example of this, if I say I am holding a cigarette, that is evidence I'm holding one. But if I show you that I'm holding a cigarette, that would be proof. Stu has made many claims. Some he just plain has no evidence for, and some so little it just doesn't support his conclusion. He's going to ask a lot of questions, but he doesn't seem to be great at demonstrating the claims that he's already made. Claim 1, Stu Peters says Andrew Colvett is Jewish. This was posted by him September 21st. Quote, Andrew Colvett is I'm not buying even one piece of the official Charlie Kirk assassination story. No evidence given for the claim at all. Both Colvett's parents were Catholic. There isn't any evidence he has any ethnic Jewish blood at all. So that's just totally made up. Claim 2, quote, we now with 100% certainty know that Andrew Colvett was linked to Fort Huachuca. in the days and weeks leading up to Charlie Kirk's assassination. That was July 17th on X. Colvette denies the claim. The only evidence Stu has made for the claim is a man named Snow, who
10
also
seconds.
believes. What? You said 3 minutes.
That's it, 2. You want? I can push it to 3
Oh.
if you guys both agree.
Yeah, you said 3 minutes.
I'll go through
yeah.
3. You have another minute, so I'll give you 3 as well. Go ahead.
Colvette denies the claim. The only evidence Stu has made for the claim is a man named Stowe, who also believes his father is the Zodiac killer and that a cockroach he captured was actually a spying device. Thus far, he hasn't shown us the cockroach even. Snow has provided no evidence for the presence of Andrew Colvette, Erica Kirk, or anybody being at Fort Huachuca. Past, trust me, bro, I saw them. Next, he uses Ana Escobar and her Google Analytics, which can't be replicated as the data isn't there. But most importantly, from her own admission, may not have come from the base at all, as there are 45,000 residents in that suburb, 6,500 at the base. She says this herself. There's no good reason to believe, based on this evidence, that Erica Kirk was ever there, or Andrew Colvette, or anybody else Snow claims was. In other words, Stu Peters can't actually tie anybody to
20
actually
seconds.
being there, even though he claims Andrew Colvette is 100% tied to the fort, a guy who's never been there. Thus, the evidence doesn't support the conclusion. His conclusion is that TPUSA reps Erica Kirk and Israel work together to Kirk, and we in no way ever get to that conclusion. I think that it's a bummer we only have 3 minutes to
That's
do
the
this,
time.
but okay.
Okay,
All right.
perfect. Stu, you have 3 minutes starting now.
So the reason why I took this debate is because Erica Kirk and Andrew Colvette and Blake Neff won't debate. Jack Posobiec won't debate. And apparently you are the paid shill to come out here and push the idea that Tyler Robinson is definitely guilty and he shot Charlie Kirk with his grandfather's stolen 30-06. You spoke of evidence and you spoke of claims. Jack Posobiec made a claim. He claimed that he saw a 4K HD video. Benny Johnson made the claim that you can see Tyler Robinson taking the shot and that this is an open and shut case. Fact is that there is no evidence that is convincing anyone that Tyler Robinson is in fact guilty in the shooting death of Charlie Kirk, and that is what has led to what I would say is inarguably the world's largest in history crowdsourced investigation into who it is that's responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk. So, I mean, I can yield my time because I'm just interested in Andrew's debate points. So what evidence do you have, rather than shifting the burden on Stu Peters, rather than shifting the burden where I have to prove that it was a trapdoor and a magnetic force field and a drone swarm and an exploding mic and a second gunman on the Losi Center, rather than talking about Ana Escobar and Google search images, let's just talk about your evidence. What evidence is it, rather than shifting the burden onto me, that you want to debate that will satisfy the audience that Tyler Robinson definitely shot Charlie Kirk?
You have 1 minute, but I think you can yield the time. So let's do 1 minute rebuttal uninterrupted from Andrew, and then another 1 minute rebuttal from Stu, and then we can go to free flow discussion. Andrew, you have a minute.
Yeah, so these aren't the claims. Right now there's a trial going on. Neither of us have access to the totality of the evidence. So I don't even need to make the claim. It's not necessary. You have made actual claims here. You have claimed that Charlie Kirk was by a microphone. He was murdered by a microphone, even though it's the case that when did this and the Israelis did this and they had exploding pagers, there was smoke, there was all sorts of things like this. You have never provided a single piece of evidence for that absurd claim, not one in that claim. You're avoiding your claim for Fort Huachuca. You're not actually telling us how it is that you could make the claim that Colvette was 100% there. That's what you claimed. Do you have any evidence to support that other than Snow saying, trust me, bro? No.
Okay, so
how do you
what
get to
you're-
these conclusions, dude? How do you get to the conclusions of what it is that you think? Right now, we have a trial going on. And here's the thing.
That's
I'm
a
happy
minute.
to take.
That's a minute, Andrew. We
yeah,
can
real
do
quick,
free
let me just
flow.
clarify.
Let's give a minute.
we wouldn't be
We'll go to free flow. Let's do
talking
a minute from Stu, and then we'll go free flow. Go ahead, Stu.
We wouldn't be talking about any of this at all if you're here to debate the claims that Erica Kirk makes that Tyler Robinson's guilty, that Jack Posobiec says Tyler Robinson's guilty. That's the claim that has been made. That is the man who's on trial for his life. And there is no trial. Actually, preliminary hearings have taken place, at which point the prosecution was supposed to provide the most damning evidence possible to take this thing to a trial where they'll stick a needle in his arm or put him in a gas chamber or blow his head off or whatever it is that they're going to do so they can get him out of here. Jack Posobiec, Erica Kirk forgives this man as if he's already guilty. The claims have been made by everybody that pays you. You're paid by Turning Point USA. They apparently, nobody that likes them wants to do business. So they come and get a guy that hates them. You're on the record saying Erica Kirk is fucked until the minute that you take a paycheck, and now she's the best at everything, and Tyler Robinson is definitely guilty. So we are here to talk about the evidence that you have.
10 seconds.
Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk.
No, that's not what we're here to discuss. We're here to
I just heard straw man, straw man, straw man, straw man. That's what I just heard. Like, he's never once said much positive about Erica.
discuss all claims being made. And if you want to take, hang on. If you want to take 30 minutes,
you don't have any
if you want
evidence.
to take, hang on, bro, listen to what I'm saying. If you want to take 30 minutes to discuss your claims and then 30 minutes to discuss mine, I'm happy to do that. But you can't shift out of the burden of your own claims. Can we start with those, and then after that 30 minutes is done, you can ask me whatever it is that you want.
The burden isn't on me.
The burden is on you for claims that you've made.
It's not on Candace Owens. It's not on Baron Coleman. The burden is not on any of us.
Then let me just ask you directly.
That's not how
did
these
Erica
cases work.
Kirk and TP, by the way, I don't work for TP USA. That's a lie. Secondly,
What do you mean? You went on stream and said that you took a job with Turning Point.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
I
you
went
did.
on stream, and here's my exact words.
You're denying that
I
you
have
went on stream and said that you worked
self-anointed
for Turning Point.
myself. I don't work for TP USA.
You didn't get
And
paid
I
by
never
Turning
made the
Point
claim.
USA.
Sure, to give a debate course.
Okay, so you've been paid by Turning Point USA.
So has their guys who, mow their lawn.
Okay, well,
So they work for
that was
TP
the point.
USA too.
The difference
they work
is
for the
guys
Jews
that mow the
too. They work
lawn,
for the Jews
the
because they mow
guys
their
that mow
lawn.
the lawn, Andrew, are not saying on stream, and they're not saying on social media platforms with a big following that Erica Kirk's and then automatically and then turning quickly right after they get paid for their lawn job and the edging and the weeding and the blowing that she's the greatest at everything.
When did I ever say that?
That's what we're here for.
When did I ever say that she's the greatest and the bestest at everything? Just make it up, bro.
She's not anymore.
You're just
Now that's what we're here for. Well, bring evidence of your claim. Where's your clip of him saying that? Where's your piece of written thing? There's nothing. Because you're a lying cocksucker, Stu. Fucking faggot.
All women are
Okay, so anyway.
All of them. Am I stuttering? Hang on, listen closely. All women.
They can't
So that would
find
necessarily
anyone who-
include Erica Kirk. All
Okay,
of
this is what your tactic is. You want to move away from what the debate core is. You want to shift the burden.
I want to know,
burden
first of all,
is,
do you believe that there was an
Tell me
exploding
how
microphone?
Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, and
What's
I'm
the
happy.
evidence of
I'm
that?
happy to get to all these claims. Let's start
Okay, well,
with
that's what we're
yours.
here for. So start
You
there.
have
you
made
are the guy who's been
claims.
paid by Turning Point to come.
You
and
have made
tell us
claims.
how I'm crazy and Baron's crazy.
Yeah,
and
so let's start with
everybody
your
is
claims.
dangerous.
When was Andrew Colvett
I don't have any
that?
claims. I'm
what-
investigating
was-
what
you
happened
don't
to
have any
Charlie
claims?
Kirk because I don't believe you. I don't
Was
believe
Andrew-
Erica. I
listen,
don't believe
was
these
Andrew
people. The burden is
Colvett-
on you.
Was Andrew Colvett at Fort Tuchaka or not?
We're not here to discuss
Answer the
Fort Huachuca
question,
or
Stu.
flights or exploding
Was
mics.
he there
We're not
or
here
not,
to debate
Stu?
that. Are you telling me
was he there, Stu?
that are you wasting
Was he
everybody's
there?
time?
Was he there,
Do you
Stu?
not have any evidence that Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk?
Stu, was he there or not?
Did Tyler Robinson,
He
Charlie
there
Kirk?
or not?
Did
Stu?
Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk?
I think the evidence supports that. Sure. Now answer my question: was Andrew Colvett at Fort Tuchaka or not? Was he there or not, Stu?
Where's Andrew Colvett? Why won't
Answer
he
the
come out and
question,
answer that
Stu.
question?
And why don't you answer the question since you made the claim? Was he there or not?
Fucking bad.
Where is the
Where,
evidence that
Stu,
Tyler Robinson
answer my
fucking
question,
killed Charlie
Stu.
Kirk?
Answer my question. Was
I'm
he
not
there
here
or
to
not?
answer your questions.
You're not
I'm
here to
debate
answer
you.
any questions about any of the things that you have postulated as being true.
You're not
You
here
can't
to
support a
answer any
single claim.
questions as to how it is definitely true that Tyler
I
Robinson
swear to
is
you, I'll
guilty.
answer all of yours if you just answer
You've
mine.
been on the internet demonizing everybody who's looking into
Yeah,
the murder of
'cause you
Charlie
won't
Kirk.
answer
You were begging
questions.
for Baron Coleman to come
And
and
you
talk about
won't
how
answer any
Tyler
questions
Robinson is
about
so
your
guilty
view.
until I came into the chat.
Was
and I
Andrew
like, okay,
Colvett at Fort
tell us
Tuchaka?
how.
Was
Tell us
Andrew
how.
Colvett at
I don't know
Fort
if Andrew
Tuchaka?
Colvett was
Then
at
why
Fort
did you say you
Tuchaka.
were 100% sure he's linked to it?
Okay.
Well,
First of
answer the
all,
question,
do you
Stu.
know all of the evidence that you would have to ignore to consider that to be an outlandish consideration?
You said he was 100% linked. Was that a lie, Stu? Were you lying?
No, I wasn't lying. You
Okay,
said
great.
that
So then
Tyler
show me the
Robinson
100%
killed
link.
Charlie Kirk. Everybody
Show me
at
the
Turning Point
100%
has
link.
said that.
No, they have. In fact, here's the thing that's really funny. First of all,
Erica
I don't
Kirk
work.
forgives that
I don't
man.
work for TV
So
USA.
if Erica
That's
Kirk
first.
forgives him, then that means that Tyler Robinson killed him. So where's the
Yeah.
evidence of that?
Based on
Jack
the
Posobiec, who
supporting
works for
evidence.
Turning Point USA,
Yes.
said, and
Yes.
none of these people, all these people are
I'm sure
cowards,
that
by
they
the
do
way.
think
None of them
that
will
he
come
does.
here and tell
Yes.
me how this is true.
Yeah, but none
You're
of
the
but
paid
you won't
guy
even
who doesn't even
support your
like
claims.
them,
You won't
who's out
even
here
support your claims
trying
now.
to lure
Well,
people.
hold on,
into
there's a lot of
defamation
interrupting.
lawsuits.
Let's try to go one at a time
Okay.
right now. But
Go ahead.
You're the guy who's out here trying to lure people into defamation lawsuits to make specific claims. When the claim has been made that Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk, it's been made by Erica Kirk, it's been made by Don Trump Jr., it's been made by Jack Posobiec, it's been made by other Turning Point paid shills just like yourself.
Who doesn't work for
Where is
Turning
the
Point?
evidence of that?
Yeah. Okay. Great. So I'm happy to get into all this. In fact, you know what?
Then that's where we'll
I'll
start.
promise you this. Can we do a question for a question? How's that?
that's fair.
That's fair. So here's my question.
I'm not
If you
here
answer
to
it.
answer your questions.
I'm not here to
debate
answer any of your
position
questions.
That Tyler Robinson,
I'm
Charlie
not
Kirk.
here to answer any of your. Okay, here I'll start off. Okay, we have
Yeah,
text
so do
message.
you have
we have
evidence of that?
we have the text message confessions, Stu. Yes.
Okay, what else?
We have text message confessions, Stu, that they not only took screenshots of, but then they pulled the data off, which show that he texted his boyfriend and admitted to the crime, Stu. Text message confessions. Now, I've answered your question. Please answer mine. Was Andrew Colvett or Erica Kerr at Fort Tachuca or not?
Let's talk about the confession.
Oh my God, this guy!
that was made, because
Are
I'm here
we
to
going to get some
debate.
moderation? If you
here
want to
to-
debate, you have to answer questions too, Stu. Answer my question. Was
I'm
he,
here to debate whether or not Tyler Robinson,
Sneeko,
Charlie
you
Kirk,
fucking
I'm here to
cocksucker, do
debate-
something.
made
Yeah,
by the
and I'm
people
here
who
to
you
debate.
are out shilling for.
No, the debate
They won't
topic
come and
is
debate.
this
You said,
Charlie
"I'll come
Kirk
and debate."
assassination.
You said,
And
I'll
so,
come debate. So
I want to
that's
know
what you're
your
here for.
claims. Answer my
Trying to shift
question
the
now.
burden. This
Answer
is
my
not-
question.
This is not debating the topic.
And
of what
yes,
you're
it is
debating,
debating
which
the
is
topic. Answer
Tyler
my
Robinson
question.
and Charlie Kirk.
Okay, you know what? Here, I'll try a different one. See if you can answer another one. Okay, so is it the case then, Stu? Do you believe that a small insect flew into Snow's room and it was actually secretly a government device?
Are you serious? None
Yes.
of this would be a topic of discussion if you could just tell us how Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk. That's the claim that's been made by
I
Turning
just gave you demonstrable evidence that was introduced at the preliminary hearing of text messages, which were taken from Tyler's phone, where he admitted to the entirety of the crime. Stu,
Did Tyler
all of
Robinson
it.
write those messages?
Yes,
How do you know that?
because the chain of custody of his phone he had in his pocket when he came in.
His phone was taken from him immediately, and then a confession was disseminated on Discord.
So do you
How
think
does
that the
happen?
cops? You think that the cops sent them to themselves?
I have no idea.
Yeah, right.
I'm asking you if you
Exactly.
have any evidence that
That is
suggests
evidence.
Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk.
Are you saying that those text messages aren't evidence of Tyler Robinson
I
murdering
have
Charlie
no
Kirk?
idea if those messages belong to Tyler Robinson or not. Do you have any other evidence?
Yes,
Is
they
there
pulled the
anything
data
else? What?
off the phone. They pulled his Google as well. They pulled his Google
There's
data.
no evidence.
Yes, there
that
is
suggests
evidence.
that Tyler Robinson.
And not only
absolutely
is
wrote
there,
those
and not
text
only is there
messages.
evidence,
Is there
I
any
just
other
gave you
evidence other than
great-
text messages? Is that what we're
That's
putting the whole
bro.
murder case
That is.
on?
I don't
It's a
even
death penalty
think
case.
that I would need to go beyond a text message confession. Besides the fact that what the hell would you even need to go past? Then I texted my boyfriend that I
Well-
murdered this guy.
Well, how
and
about
told
this?
him how I did it.
How about the fact that we were told that Tyler Robinson confessed to his dad, confessed to his mom,
Yeah.
confessed to a minister, confessed to a U.S. Marshal, confessed to a sheriff?
Yeah.
So in a preliminary hearing, which
I didn't
is
see
the
that
equivalent
introduced.
of a- which is the equivalent of a grand jury, why would they not call any of those witnesses to say,
Because they didn't need to.
my son confessed that he, Charlie
Because
Kirk?
they didn't need to.
They are to provide their most damning evidence during a preliminary
That's not the
hearing.
most damning evidence. The most damning
What
evidence
is? The video
the
that
text
Jack Posobiec
messages.
saw?
No, the text message confessions, most damning evidence.
Well, then
and
why
the fact
would
that they were
Jack
able to pull
Posobiec
the
and
data
Benny
off
Johnson
of it.
come out and say that they saw a video. It's case closed. It's open and shut.
Yeah, both
They
of those
saw a
guys were
video.
wrong. In fact, the
They
second
were
they
wrong.
said that,
You mean they
yeah,
lied? You
I
mean
told
they
them.
lied?
I told both those guys that was stupid to do.
There's
what
a
the hell's wrong
difference
with you?
between wrong and lying.
Well, what
one
Kai
team-
Schwimmer, what Kai
One
Schwimmer
side
said.
of our conversation
hang on.
today, the
Yeah,
side
I'll
that
answer.
you're supporting is filled
Mhm.
with liars. The side that that I'm here representing is filled
Yeah.
with people who don't believe the liars.
Okay, great. They
So
don't
they're
believe the
looking for
liars,
other
huh?
theories.
Would you say that a
there's
liar?
people talking about fold ARs,
Okay.
and there's people
Yeah.
talking about trapdoors and
And they're
magnetic force
talking
fields
about-
and drone
yeah.
swarms and everything
Mics
else.
exploding.
Microphone. Yeah, all of that.
You.
None of that would be considered if we weren't
You.
talking about a group of people who have continuously been caught lying
Great.
including something that they saw in a courtroom, which in my opinion should
Great.
be against the law. Jack Posobiec, in my opinion, should be arrested for that.
Great. He should be arrested for it. In what way, though, does this in any way provide for your theories that Andrew Colvett and Erica Kirk were at Fort T'Chaka, which you've said on stream hundreds of times? You said that there's a 100% link to Andrew Colvett and Fort T'Chaka. You've said this so many times, Stu, and now when you're in front of the world, you won't say a word.
Of the world, you've been running your mouth about how Tyler Robinson, Charlie.
No. All I've said is that the evidence supports that he did.
Everybody at Turning Point, from Blake Neff to Andrew Cole to Tyler Boyer and Erica Kirk, that's who I want to debate.
That's nice. Can you tell me how Andrew Colvett?
I'll debate you. So here I am.
Can you tell me how Andrew was Andrew Colvett?
Charlie Kirk.
Was Andrew Colvett at Fort T'Chaka or not, Stu?
I'm not here to talk about.
I'm not here to answer any of your questions. I'm not here to answer any of your questions.
We're here to discuss whether or not Tyler Robinson.
All right, how about this?
Charlie Kirk? He's on trial for his life.
Well, look. Part of that is going to be the elimination of other
Erica
things.
Kirk is crying and saying she forgives him, and while Jack Posobiec and while Andrew Colvett are saying, and Benny Johnson and Officer Tatum go into a preliminary hearing where for the first day there's no camera allowed, the same guys that were in the Epstein Phase 1 Binder Gate crew, and they came out and they said, we just saw a video. I saw it with my own eyes. Quote, you see Tyler Robinson pulling the trigger.
So what? So what?
It's another lie.
How does that prove your theories, though?
Lies when even telling the truth would suit them better. Lying about alibis. Lying about the dates when they were somewhere. Lying about drinking. Lying about
I'm going to grant it, bro. I'm going to grant it. They're all a bunch of fucking liars. How does this support any of your theories?
There could be 6 million theories.
I'm asking you about yours, Stu. I'm asking about yours, Stu.
The difference is, in one of them, a man is on trial for his life, Andrew.
If you held
the same people you're out here shilling for, you're paid by these guys.
I'm not paid by them. Great, you're just lying again. So it's great, Stu. Start with this. Let's just start with this. This is really simple.
Did you take money from Turning Point?
Do you to teach a debate course for one day?
You're trying once again to displace further.
I literally trained a debate course for one day, which I do all across the world for people.
You've been
Stu.
paid by Turning Point.
So was Candace Owens. Candace Owens was paid. Candace Owens was paid by Turning Point. What have we established?
I'll just say, I think Candace Owens could be Charlie Kirk's only real friend.
Yeah, but she was paid by Turning Point a lot more than I was. So that aside, here's what's really funny too, Stu.
Candace Owens
if we're trying to eliminate,
hold on,
let's try not to interrupt. Let's try not to interrupt. It's getting from both sides.
Okay. Well, let me try. Let me try. How about just 1 minute back and forth?
Okay, sure. Candace Owens. So we'll make Candace Owens is not demanding that a man be put to death for a crime that he is alleged to have committed, in which no evidence can connect him to committing that crime. That is what Erica Kirk is doing. Erica Kirk is the billionaire leader of Turning Point USA, the CEO of Turning Point USA. She is saying she forgives this man, Jack Posobiec, a Turning Point paid shill.
So I guess this guy just doesn't give a shit about like whatever evidence will come out during the case. Because that's always like Andrew's position, is just waiting for the evidence to come out during the case, so see what's happening right there. So I guess if his brand is conspiracy theory, he has to stick with it because one of them's going to crumble, and then that's that. Got to get the next conspiracy theory high. Roll that meth bowl of conspiracy theories.
Desk all the time. They are saying they saw a video. They did not see a video. That makes them liars. This man is on trial for his life. I would like to know what evidence you have that makes you believe that you can run around saying that it's open and shut, that it's cut and dry, and that Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk.
Well, first of all, I never said it's cut and dry and it's open and shut. What I've said is that the evidence
That's what Jack
supports.
Let's do 1 minute. Let's do 1 minute back and forth.
You're debating Andrew Wilson, not Jack.
Let's do 1 minute, Andrew.
Take your issues up with Jack Posobiec then. With Andrew Wilson, you have to contend with my actual worldview. You can't talk, Stu. I gave you a minute uninterrupted.
Let's do 1 minute back and forth.
So here's the thing that's really funny. I'm just going to grant all of this. They're all a bunch of filthy liars. Those lying always lying about lying, and then they lie on top of those lies. Great. How does any of this establish any of your theories? How does any of this disprove that Tyler Robinson fired that shot? How is it that when we have text message evidence and DNA and we have bullet fragments all pulled out and we have a medical examiner claiming he was shot, you run out there and say that he was killed by a microphone? You claim Andrew Colvett was sitting in Fort Tuchanka. You've made this claim many, many times. You say Erica Kirk is as well. Are you the liar, Stu? Because if you're not the liar, then look me dead in the eye and say that they were there or they weren't. But don't lie to me, man, and I won't lie to you.
Stu, you got a minute.
It's not incumbent upon anybody that's investigating the death of Charlie Kirk to prove that their theory is right. It is incumbent upon the people who are trying to hang a man, to kill him, to gas him, to shoot him, to put a needle in his arm, put him in a chair. It is incumbent upon the state. It's incumbent upon these people who have this man on trial to prove why it's an open and shut case. There is no evidence that links
Andrew.
the shooting death of Charlie Kirk. You know, you mentioned confessions. Nobody knows who wrote them. You mentioned DNA. Lance Twiggs' DNA is on it too. This guy's only been talked to twice by the feds and got immunity. He's just as much connected by way of DNA as Tyler Robinson is, but nobody's calling for him to be put on trial for his life. So why Tyler Robinson? Why this patsy? They are demanding, she's forgiving, it's open and shut, it's case closed. I saw the video, it's 4K. You see him taking the shot. It's incumbent upon these people to prove the guilt of Tyler Robinson.
Andrew,
it's not incumbent
you got a
upon
minute,
me
Andrew.
to prove
But it's not incumbent upon you
somewhere.
people. It's
But
not
when you ask
hold on.
It's my turn, Stu. It's my turn.
Hold on. Andrew, go ahead a
I
minute.
just let you go. I didn't.
Go ahead, Andrew. Starting out, go.
So anyway, it's not incumbent upon you people to disprove anything either. The problem is that if you go about your day trying to disprove everything that the state says, and then you have alternative theories, you do have to prove those. Yes, you do, Stu. You can't say, "Well, I have a ton of alternative theories," which helps clear this guy. I have a bunch of alternative theories which will assist in helping to clear this guy, right? I'm trying to disprove it, but I'm not going to stand behind any of them. I'm not going to actually tell you what they are. I refuse to actually dive into my own worldview on this when I'm trying to disprove. By the way, if you held the same rigorous standards that you hold for the evidence requirement that you have for Tyler Robinson to be guilty for your own, you would never believe your own. You would never believe your own theories if you applied the exact same evidentiary standard that you apply for Tyler Robinson to the very things that you profess on your channel as being true. How is that possible, Stu? When you say there's no burden on me to prove, you do have to prove your claims, especially if those claims, you're focusing on them to say that you're disproving what the state's case is.
Stu,
I have tons of evidence. I have text message evidence. I have DNA. I have
all right, Andrew,
bullet
that's
fragments.
So when you speak to the tons of evidence that you have, first of all, I already explained the DNA. Lance Twiggs is equally connected to the murder of Charlie Kirk as Tyler Robinson is when you want to talk about DNA. The guy was already in custody when Discord messages are being sent. There was no confession. They said that he confessed. There is no confession. So like all of these things, they leave a whole lot of questions about Tyler Robinson. There is no definitive evidence. That's why you can't come here and defend that position. You have to instead start talking about 6 million different theories that people are looking into, because when you ask Erica Kirk, well, were you on Fort Huachuca? What does she do? She lies. She conspires with Andrew Colvett to produce a fake alibi for the wrong day with somebody else's kids and then hand them to some never heard of before Gary Melton Paramount Tactical YouTuber who literally outs that, yeah, it's confirmed Mitch Snow was on Fort Huachuca that day, and confirms that Andrew Colvett is his source feeding him information rather than just saying, well, yeah, I was on Fort Huachuca because my mom, Lori Franspey, works there. Or, yeah, I was on Fort Huachuca bringing her a sandwich. Or I basically grew up on Fort Huachuca, so of course I was there.
That's a minute.
But instead she lies and produces a fake alibi.
Andrew, go ahead.
So
Yeah,
when you're talking
okay,
about
my
asking
turn, Stu.
questions
Hang
and
on.
not getting answers, these are
Yeah.
the people who need to be answering the questions, but they're
All right.
cowards and they won't come out here and debate, so they sent you.
Nico,
they
you're
do.
fucking
Andrew, go ahead. Andrew, go ahead. You got a minute.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Charlie Kirk.
They do.
Andrew,
They
go ahead,
do
you got a
ask
minute.
you- They do ask you for your evidence, and I'm just as connected to this
God.
case as you are, which means not at all. Were you some great friend of Charlie? Are you somehow super connected to this in a way that I'm not? What gives you the right to represent a view against TPUSA, but not for me to represent a view on their behalf if I agree with them? What?
Okay, so represent
Stu,
that.
Stu,
How is it that you
Hey, hold on.
My turn,
Let's do
Stu.
uninterrupted. Uninterrupted.
Chill out, Stu. What is it?
Come on.
Well, how is it that you have some great authority as a questioner, but I have no great authority to question you with my own questions as my own form of questioner, questioning the questioners? Tell me where it is that you end up with this great authority and I don't. Why is it that you deserve to talk to these people, but I'm stuck talking with you instead of the people who profess most of this? You're stuck talking with me for the same reason I'm stuck talking with you. It's because the people on your side are too cowardly, the ones who actually profess this stuff, to stand by any of their views. You yourself, sir, will not stand by your own views right this second. You ask me for evidence, I give you tons. By the way, with Tyler Robinson, there was way more Robinson DNA than Twigs. That's a lie. You say that these photos, you say that these photos,
testimony.
It's my turn, Stu.
Almost done. You
say
got 10 seconds, Andrew. 10 seconds.
You say there's photos there that were wrong? That's a lie. You're just making shit up, Stu, because that's what you people do. You just make it up.
Go ahead, Stu.
What did I make up? What photos are you talking about that I made up?
You said that Eric.
Hey, Andrew.
He asked me.
No, I don't care about the 1 minute. You make some claim like that.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know what the fuck you're talking
What
about.
photos are you claiming that Erica Kirk forged with kids that weren't hers? What?
Well, you know that picture with her finger over it. That was the alibi. I wasn't on Fort Huachuca.
Prove those weren't her kids.
Seen that. The entire
Prove those
world has
weren't her
seen that.
kids. Prove it. How do you know those weren't her kids?
I have seen the pictures of Charlie Kirk's kids.
That doesn't.
Everybody knows.
The faces are obstructed.
It was for the wrong day.
The faces are
That's not
obstructed,
an alibi.
Stu. By the way, it wasn't for the wrong. How do you know it was for the wrong day?
And
How do you
actually,
know?
from what I understand, it's already been confirmed from Turning Point that one of those kids, in fact, wasn't her. So you guys can't even keep your story straight.
No.
From the shill to the Turning
Okay,
Point.
who confirmed it? Yeah, who confirmed it?
From what I have heard, somebody in Turning Point.
From
has
what you
acknowledged.
heard.
Yes, somebody in
great.
Turning Point. And you can maybe that's wrong. I don't know. But
Yeah,
I can
Steve,
see
that's
clearly
great.
that
You
these are
heard
not
it.
her kids.
Oh, that's great. You heard it from somebody who supposedly through the grapevine.
Andrew, even
This is great evidence, Stu.
regardless if that's true or not, she provided an alibi for the wrong day. She was using Andrew Colvett to provide that alibi to Gary Melton. At the same time, he accidentally outed Andrew Colvett as being his source of information.
So you don't believe that Erica
People
Kirk
have lied when telling the truth suits them better.
You don't believe that Erica
Center
Kirk was at the
of
hospital
the
with her
most
mom?
consequential political assassination of our lifetime.
Erica
These
Kirk
are the
wasn't
people
at the
who are
hospital with
lying.
her mom?
Tyler Robinson has not told a lie.
Dude, this guy will filibuster forever, dude, if you don't do the time.
Where are Tyler
They won't
Robinson's
answer questions.
lies? I can point out all kinds of lies. You're
just going to filibuster,
tell
bro.
me why Tyler
You
Robinson
gotta enforce
should
the
be
time,
put
so
to
this guy
death
will
for
never
killing
stop,
Charlie
bro.
Kirk.
Okay, we're going in circles with this back and forth about these claims.
And we will be, because the debate here was his position is that Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk.
It still is. The evidence supports it.
Camp, all of the people.
Yeah, the evidence supports it.
None of them will come out and say that. You're out here asking.
I thought you said that that's all they
I'll
say.
debate you on that. Do you want to come and have a discussion about that? Yeah, I would love you to tell me where's all the evidence that Tyler Robinson should be put to death.
Yeah, let's start
that.
Let's
So
start
you do
with
what
the
you always
text
do, which is
message
the shifting of
confessions.
burden.
Yeah,
I don't even know.
We have
Nobody
text
knows
message
that Tyler
confessions.
Robinson wrote those text message confessions. They sound like they were written by chat.
So who do you think wrote them, Stu? Oh, I don't know. Who could say?
Are you
The
ignoring
Jews?
the fact? Are
The
you
Jews wrote them, Andrew.
Okay.
Who do you think wrote them, bro?
okay? So you must be ignoring the fact that our government continuously lies. Like, are you?
Okay,
Do you
great.
think
Yeah,
that
the
this audience
government
is a
lies.
bunch of
Who do you
idiots?
think wrote them, Stu?
I don't accept the government narrative. That
I know.
Tyler
Who do you
Robinson
think wrote them,
killed
Stu?
Charlie Kirk or
Who
any
do
of
you-
the made-up evidence?
Who do you
like
think wrote them?
confessions.
Who do you think wrote them?
Why didn't his mom confess? I don't know
Who do you
who
think
wrote
wrote them? I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
who
the whole
knows?
point.
Who could say?
The burden
Yeah,
is on
they're
the
on
state
his
to prove
phone.
that they're
They're
Tyler
on his phone.
Robinsons.
They take pictures of him on the phone. Then they pull the data off the phone. That's not
Okay.
enough evidence for you, though, Stu, because at some point the Jews could have written them somewhere, right?
Okay, I thought you didn't want to do ad homs. Where do the
That's
Jews
not
come
an ad
from?
hom.
Or everywhere?
How is that an ad
Okay.
hom?
Because you know that's what you've been watching my show. That's what you want to do. You want me to get on a chair, which I can do. If you want to debate we can do that.
Well, all I'm doing is pointing this out. It's like, put in anyone you want. The blacks did it. Whoever, whatever, doesn't matter.
Okay,
Whatever
so
conspiracy that you want.
Is Lance Twiggs's DNA on the screwdriver and the rifle?
It is.
Was it on the phone?
And it's much lesser to a much
Was it
lesser
on the
degree than
phone?
Robinson's.
Was it on the phone?
I didn't see that in the preliminary.
So do you know if it was on the phone? Did
I
Lance
don't.
Twiggs write the confessions? Was
I don't.
Lance Twiggs riding around in an SUV planting Tyler Robinson evidence on Palantir property?
Do you have
No.
any evidence that
It's
Twiggs
not
was doing
incumbent
that?
upon me to prove that Tyler Robinson is innocent. Do
It
you
is the
understand how
second you
system
pose
of
it as an
justice
alternative
works?
theory. As soon as you pose it as an alternative
What do you
theory,
mean? That's
then
called an
it becomes
investigation.
incumbent upon you.
That's called an investigation. I'm not
And what have
putting
you
on
learned?
trial for your life.
I'll tell you
people
what.
have this guy on trial
Yeah.
for his life saying he definitely did it.
And what have you learned in
The
your
criminal
great...
justice system
Yeah,
in
what have
this
you learned in your
country means that it's
investigation,
the
Stu?
burden of
How did Stu Peters learn like to breathe? He is so fucking stupid. How did he? Man, he's lucky, man. His lungs just. If he thought about it, he'd real. Oh, he'd stop breathing. It's over.
Stu,
prosecution to show
what have
us
you
how
learned
he did it.
in... What have you learned actually in your investigation here? What have you actually learned? Just that TPUSA is full of
I've learned
liars?
a lot of things. Oh,
What?
Yeah, of course they are.
Okay, what? What have you
Primarily-
actually learned?
I've learned a whole lot,
What?
but that's not what I'm here to discuss.
Yeah, what?
I'm
Okay,
here
so
to have
wait.
You tell
I'm
me
here. I'm
how
running an investigation,
Tyler
and I
Robinson
can't even tell you what I've
killed Charlie
learned. I can't even tell you what I've learned.
Let's get into the theories instead of getting into more personal claims. How about we get into? We haven't seen it spelled out, but what we actually think happened, or what is really going on. This is still going on. It's in trial. I would like to hear from both, if you guys are okay with this. If we hear some theories and we hear what you think actually happened, what's the truth?
So, but
Great.
hold on a second. To do that, what we're doing is we're prosecuting the investigators, which is millions of people who don't believe Turning Point USA that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. There should
So-
be no problem providing evidence to
So he's
argue,
not going to give you one,
debate
Nico.
that Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk. I
He's
talk
not-
about this shit every day.
He's not going to actually
I talk
give
about
you...
this. I talk
anything.
about my perspective. What
Can
I
you
have
tell me what
learned
you think happened then?
every single day.
I'll tell you what I think happened if you tell me what you think happened. Go ahead, Stu. What happened?
I talk about every single day what I've
Yeah,
learned.
what happened?
That's what I
Right.
spend my. I'm here to debate you about.
I know, and I'm
Tyler
asking
Robinson,
you,
Charlie
happened.
Kirk.
What do you think happened? That's what Nico wants to know. It's what the audience want to know.
We can
What do
find
you
a
think
point of
happened?
contention. If we both spell this out, then we
Yeah,
can
what
find
do you
a
think
way
happened,
to
Stu?
lead this
Tell us.
discussion.
What I don't believe happened is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk in his neck bones of steel with his grandfather's stolen 30-06 and confessed to his dad and confessed to a minister and a U.S. Marshal and turned himself in.
Yeah. So what do you
Beyond
think
that,
happened?
Hold on, let him
Beyond
answer.
that-
Let him answer.
There can be all kinds of speculation as to what happened. I know that I have examined a whole bunch of interesting banks of data, including image searches, including flight tracking information. For example, Turning Point USA planes being on tarmacs in the middle of the night in airfields, the same airfields that were involved with the cocaine cowboy, with Iran Contra. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, they're on these airfields for 20 or 30 minutes. They leave there, they go to a bigger airport. Then they overlap 24 times, 24 to 27 times with aircraft that are owned by Miriam Adelson. They're on the tarmac with Miriam Adelson's planes for 1 to 2 hours. And then every single time Miriam Adelson's plane leaves and it goes to to Israel. I think that's really interesting. These are all types of different things that I have been investigating, and I would love to ask Turning Point USA about them because I think that they are relevant and pertinent. But it's not
That at a
incumbent upon
military
me to
base?
prove- It's
That
not
at a-
incumbent upon me to prove that that has something to do with the death of Charlie Kirk.
Great.
It's incumbent upon the people who
Yeah.
are trying Tyler Robinson
Uh-huh.
for his life to prove that he actually did it. So where's the evidence of that?
Okay, so here's what
Aside from
I...
a confession that we
I'm
don't know
going to give
he
you the
made.
same...
Okay,
I'll
Andrew,
give
go
you the
ahead.
same
Go ahead,
exact.
Andrew.
I'll give you the same exact answer back. Here's what I don't believe, Stu. I don't believe a microphone blew his neck out. I don't believe that Snow saw anybody at Fort Tejuka. I don't believe that you can tie Colvette to anything. I don't believe you can tie Erica to anything. I don't believe you have a single credible eyewitness or alternative theory. I don't believe that you have anything, Stu. Nothing. I don't think your investigation has proven a single thing.
But what do you
Not
believe?
one.
What do you-
Not
what-
yours. Not Candace's.
I don't believe that the
nobody's.
state's
In fact,
prosecution
hang
of
on,
Tyler
my turn.
Robinson has
My
proven a
turn.
single
Well,
thing.
Andrew, the
I
question
don't
is, what
think
do you think
Turning Point has
happened?
proven a single
What,
thing.
Andrew,
Well, okay, but how come he didn't have to answer that question then, Sneeko?
he said he doesn't believe in the narrative, so he's
That's
giving.
not what happened. That's what didn't happen. I'm answering in the same way. So tell me, if he tells me what he thinks happened, I'll tell him what I think happened. I think that's
To be fair, it sounded like he was rejecting the official narrative. So I would like to
No,
hear.
to be fair, he literally refused to answer that question that you're now demanding that I answer, which is what happened. What do you think happened, Stu? What? What?
I just told you that I don't believe the official narrative. I answered your question.
That's
There's
not
been
answering
nothing
the
but
question.
lies. I have talked to you about Miriam Adelson's planes being with Turning Point planes and then going directly to Israel.
So do you think Miriam
27
Adelson
times.
had a hand in murdering Charlie Kirk?
Do you think that Tyler Robinson had a hand in Charlie
Yes.
Kirk? It's not me
Yes.
that has the burden to prove that Miriam Adelson
Oh,
or
man.
Erica Kirk or Tyler Boyer or Andrew Colvett or anybody. It's not incumbent upon me to prove that these people, Charlie Kirk.
Then how's it incumbent
Tyler
upon you to
Robinson
disprove?
on trial for his life? That is how do you understand how the judicial process works in this country?
I do. Yep. Innocent until proven guilty.
So,
do you understand how evidence works in this country? That you can be guilty. Yeah, you can still be guilty of a crime even if you're presumed innocent. In this particular case, we have lots and lots of evidence that you have not refuted. You haven't refuted the text messages. You haven't refuted the DNA. You haven't refuted any. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's start with the easiest one possible for you. Is it actually impossible, Stu, that a 30-06 hit Charlie Kirk? Is that actually impossible?
Based on my experience with 30-06, everything that I've seen with 30-06, no, I don't believe that he was shot by a 30-06. And I think just 20 seconds ago, I said, I don't believe the official narrative. That includes a transgender, furry, homosexual climbing or scaling the side of a building in broad daylight without being detected.
Hang on. Let's just start with the 30-06. Let's just start with the 30-06. Let's do one claim at a time.
I'm just telling you what I don't believe.
I understand you don't believe, but you see what you did.
The easiest thing, the 30-06.
Yeah, and now we've got the easiest thing. You just made a claim. You do not believe. You say this did not happen. He was not shot with a 30-06. That is the burden upon me. It is. The second you say that's not true.
Me proving Tyler Robinson innocent is not where the burden lies.
No. I didn't ask you
to prove that there is evidence that says it's an open and shut case.
I asked you to prove it was impossible.
Turning Point USA is saying it is an open and shut case and that Tyler Robinson is guilty.
Stu,
when you said you wanted to debate that,
this guy's
I said I would be more than happy to debate that.
Yeah, let's go back to
talk about exploding microphones.
This guy
will never, talk about documented, open source, irrefutable data that nobody can explain.
You know what?
Away.
I'm just going to sit here
you
and
want to talk about Google image searches. I'll
read my
Hold on.
Exploding microphones.
Why not just address some of the claims?
I want to talk about what the claim is that you're
making. I'm trying to.
Which is what I said I would come
I'm trying to,
but
you're filibustering.
Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk, and you have no evidence.
But you're filibustering. I gave you tons of evidence. You're not addressing any of it. Let's start with the 30-06.
I did.
Let's start with the 30-06. Is that possible or impossible? You say that it's impossible. I heard you say that, the steel neck theory is ridiculous.
It was impossible.
Okay, it's not impossible.
Based on what I saw, no, I don't believe that that's what happened.
Okay.
I don't believe that Tyler Robinson's lazy eye and his sniper abilities shot Charlie Kirk and his Superman
at 140 yards.
No, I don't. I don't believe that.
Did Martin Luther King have a super jaw?
I believe his grandmother when she said that she's never even seen Tyler Robinson with a rifle, with a
that never happened.
Firearm.
That literally never happened. You just made it up.
But
can you show me
text messages about that?
Show me.
Where are they? On X.
Somebody
they're
on
X.
X.
To Tyler Robinson's grandmother's door.
So can we talk about some of we're going back and forth the 30-06 and the different evidence and claims.
Yes.
What about
I'll give you.
No,
I'm going to start. I'll start with my evidence.
I do not believe that the 30-06 was used to shoot Charlie Kirk in his neck. No.
Gotcha. Okay, understood. And Stu, are you a ballistics expert?
Andrew, you're not going to shift the burden here. It is not my responsibility.
You just said you don't believe X.
Tyler Robinson's innocence.
I understand. Is it the case though that you just said? Hang on, you can't disbelieve something. How am I supposed to even question this guy, Sneeko? You want to answer any questions? Are you a ballistic expert?
Do you consider Rob O'Neill to be a ballistic expert?
Which guy's Rob O'Neill?
Osama bin Laden assassin.
Osama bin Laden. He's been
he's not a ballistics expert.
140 times. He was the range
he's not a ballistics expert
of the SEAL team.
Not a ballistics expert.
Are you a ballistics expert?
No.
Okay. Is Gary Melton a ballistics expert?
No. By his own admission.
Is Erica Kirk a ballistic expert?
Nope.
Okay, but she said she forgives Tyler Robinson. So
but do you see
that Tyler Robinson is guilty?
Yeah, hang on.
A ballistics expert?
No, of course not.
Well, he says that
so we've all established that none of us are ballistics experts, right? We've established that. Great.
I don't need to be a ballistics
let's
expert
get into the
for
expert.
you to tell me what evidence proves that Tyler Robinson.
I'm going to give it to you,
and that's what you said you were here to.
You have to stop talking, or I can't give you the evidence. Do you want it or not?
You're
So,
asking me if I'm a ballistics expert and if I believe that Andrew Kovitz
I
smoked
just want a
cigarettes
yes or no
at
would be
some
fine.
fort in Tucson.
Yeah,
Where when he, by
great.
the way, when he said that and pretended that,
Are
he
we
had
ever
no
going to get to the
idea
evidence,
what Fort Huachuca
Stu?
was.
Stu, are
Do
we
you
ever
know
going to
that
get to the evidence?
immediately after that?
You're just you're
This-
prattling, bro.
This is when the
Oh my God.
TPUSA plane actually landed on Fort Huachuca.
Yeah, can we get to the evidence
But he's
now?
going to pretend he doesn't know what that is.
So let's start.
Thank God we're down to the last 20 minutes, but I want to watch the whole thing. But Sneako's just sitting there petrified, not telling any, just fucking garbage. The worst moderator I've ever actually seen. Somehow worse than Sean Kelly. And that's saying something.
Let's start with the 30-06. Are
Okay.
you aware that the U.S. Army has released many studies on the 30-06, including a very comprehensive study
that does
where they
not
went
connect
over.
Tyler Robinson to the shooting
Bro,
death of Charlie Kirk, which is
I
what
don't.
we're
All
here
right,
to
we'll do a
debate.
time limit, Sneeko. The guy won't even let me speak. He just
we don't have to do the
filibusters.
time. You seem that you both abandoned it, but let's just.
I'm not going to sit here and read you studies from the government to.
What are we
prove that
supposed to
Tyler Robinson
debate
is
then?
innocent.
We're supposed to debate what? You won't even go over
You
the
made
evidence
the claim
with me.
that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
I'm trying to
Made
go
the
over
claim.
the evidence.
You're all
but
over
you
the
won't
place.
Stop
You're
talking,
online
bro.
saying that. So what's the evidence?
The evidence.
You're
Let's
talking
go over
about
it.
citations from the government. You're
Yes,
talking
the citations from the government.
That's
who
not
used that
evidence.
caliber in 3 wars, Stu.
That's not evidence that Tyler
It's
Robinson
massive
shot
evidence
Charlie
that
Kirk.
this is not only possible, but when we take the 150 grain core lock Remington,
It's
we
possible
look at the
that
minute of
Jewish
angle.
face laser
It's
Charlie
not
Kirk.
only
That's
it's not only
evidence.
possible, it's likely. And let's point this out too. When you say steel neck, Martin Luther King must have had a steel jaw then. Because it stopped there too, Stu. He stopped at 30-06 round two.
None of
Did
what
he have
you
a
just
steel
said.
jaw? Did he have
None
a
of
steel
what
jaw?
you just said is evidence that Tyler Robinson shot
No,
Charlie
the
Kirk.
evidence for that would be his confession.
That
Remember
sounds
when
like
he
an
confessed?
investigation.
Do you remember
actually.
when he confessed, Stu, via text message? You
No,
remember when
I
he
don't.
sent text messages to his boyfriend and laid out the entirety of it? He said that he ditched his rifle. He said that he shot Kirk. He went through the entirety of everything
No, he
that he
didn't.
did.
He said,
Yes, he
I
did.
did it. He never said what he did.
He did what?
He said, I
What do you
did it.
think he did? What do you
I don't
think he
know.
was referencing? I don't know.
I have no idea. It is not
I did
incumbent
it.
upon me to prove
Yeah.
what he meant.
Yeah, I did
That's-
it.
It's the
Yeah.
prosecution's burden to
Uh-huh.
prove what he meant when he said, I did it.
He meant
But
he
here
meant
you
he
go.
was he meant
Here
he
you
was going to
You
go get
said
ice
He
cream.
went through in great detail about what he
Uh-huh.
did and all this. He said,
Yeah.
I did it. He didn't
Yeah.
say what he did. So
No, he
just
he
like
did.
Jack Posobiec misrepresented, just like Benny Johnson said that it's open and shut, we saw it, he pulled the trigger. You're now just making shit up. He
No,
said, I
bro.
did it. What is the
He-
it that he did? And how
He
can you
references
prove it?
exactly what it is that he did.
How can you
So,
prove that he
it's
wrote
really
any
funny.
message at all?
It's really funny. Well, the state says that they pulled the data off his phone after they collected it from
Okay, well,
him.
Well, a lot of people say a lot of things that aren't true. Erica Kirk says that she didn't date or drink, and she
Don't
was
you think
on
that the
a national
prosecution
television
might have
show
brought that
dating
up?
and drinking.
Don't you think the prosecution would have brought up during the preliminary hearing those weren't his messages if they weren't, Stu?
Don't you think that the prosecution's
Answer the
job
question,
at the
Stu.
preliminary hearing is to provide their most damning evidence? We've seen the totality of
I'm
it.
asking
What
about the
is it
defense.
that convinces
Why didn't the
you
defense
that Tyler
say that,
Robinson
Stu?
shot Charlie Kirk?
Why didn't the defense say these messages are not authentic? He did not write them. Why didn't they say
Because
that,
it is
Stu?
not the defense's job to do that. Again, you
Yeah, it
don't
is the
understand
defense's
the
job to
judicial
do that.
process in this country.
Bro, that is
A
the defense's
preliminary
job.
hearing is the equivalent of a grand jury. It is
And
not
does the
defense's
defense get
job.
to...
It is not the defense's turn to put on a show and talk about how innocent Tyler Robinson is at a preliminary hearing.
So
It is
let's
the
pretend you were at a
prosecution's
grand...
job to prove that there is enough evidence to put him on trial for his life. And
So, Stu, let's pretend for a second that
Do you
you're in a
acknowledge
grand
that's right?
jury. No,
Hold
that's
on.
not correct. It's not correct. I'll
not?
show you. I'll prove it.
sure.
So let's pretend that you're at your own grand jury hearing for them to see if they're going to send you off to trial or not, or a preliminary like this. Would you, if you were in Tyler Robinson's position, have wanted your lawyers to introduce that the one smoking gun that they have over all else, which is text messages, weren't even Tyler Robinson's if they had some evidence to that? Wouldn't
it would
you,
be
Stu?
completely unprecedented and totally out of order.
How would it be
and against the
unprecedented?
rules, 100% against the this is not the judicial process.
Yes, it is the
In a-
judicial
first
process.
Of all,
Why
grand
couldn't they
jury
do that?
indictments are secret. Okay, so you don't go up here before your grand jury.
I said preliminary, Stu.
Okay, preliminary hearings are the equivalent of a grand jury. It is the prosecution's job to show the defense and the court all of the evidence to exhibit whether or not there is enough evidence for the judge to say, yes, this guy should go on trial for his life. So We have seen the totality of all of the evidence that the prosecution has.
Text messages.
What is the evidence that you say proves that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk with his grandfather's 30-06 from the rooftop of the Losi building?
Yep. The fact that he said that he did it
Where's
in text
the footage
messages.
that Jack Posobiec says that he saw?
The fact
Where's
that he
the
said,
footage
so I'm trying to give you the evidence,
Why the
bro.
need
You
to
just don't
lie
ever
about
shut
that?
up. You never stop talking, just filibuster. So here's the evidence. The evidence is we have his DNA on the scene. The evidence is that he sent all of the text messages over. The evidence is overwhelming in that regard.
Okay,
He
so-
sent the text messages to them.
Okay.
They pulled the data off the phone.
Sure.
Right? I don't
Okay,
know,
so
what
I'll
else
accept
would you
that.
want?
I'll accept that. So you've got early on. What day was it that they talked about the confession, by the way?
Why would
Do
that,
you
why would
remember
that
what
be
day of the week
relevant
it was?
to the confession?
Well, because Monday through Thursday, we saw the preliminary hearings where it's the defense's job to sit and listen to the prosecution present their case against their client. It is not their job to argue their client's innocence. And by the way, that is not how the judicial system works. Once again, in this country, it is to prove a man guilty beyond the shadow of a reasonable doubt. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that I agree
Okay.
with.
So on
Well,
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or
beyond
Thursday,
reasonable,
while we were watching
beyond
the
reasonable
preliminary
doubt.
hearings,
Hang on, Sue. Beyond reasonable doubt, not a
beyond
shadow
reasonable
of a doubt.
doubt. Okay,
Yeah.
beyond reasonable doubt that he's guilty. That's
Yes.
their job, to provide the totality of the most damning evidence that they have
Yes,
at the preliminary hearing.
yes, that's
Monday
part of
through
it. Yes.
Thursday, when cameras were allowed in the courtroom,
Mhm.
we heard a lot about DNA.
Yeah.
We heard about all the magic tricks, by the way, that were done on the DNA to make Tyler Robinson show up in the first place.
There was no magic tricks.
Only Lance Twig.
That's just made up.
It was quite the explanation. It
No,
was
no,
a
it
big
really
process
wasn't.
that went into that. That was kind of a outside.
No,
of the
there
standard,
really wasn't a big process that
outside
went
of the
into it.
standard. Are you a DNA expert?
No, I listened to the testimony. What is
Okay.
the big? What is the big kerfluffle? What was the magic
well,
trick?
The big kerfluffle when on Friday they turned the cameras off, and here comes the Bindergate crew rolling into town. Officer Tatum, Jack Posobiec, Benny Johnson, behind closed doors with no cameras in there. Don Jr., they're all there putting on quite a spectacle for the Fox News people.
Yeah.
And then they come out and they said, "We saw the video. We saw
What does that have to do with the DNA, Stu?
because the DNA, which isn't enough because I don't know how it got there.
Wait, how did we get to the DNA from this?
Okay,
What are you talking about,
listen,
dude?
none of what we have heard, none of the bullshit that you're spewing as the guy who's paid by Turning Point,
It was not paid by Turning Point.
none
Lie
of
again.
what the prosecution said in the courtroom is enough to convince anybody that Tyler Robinson shot
Yeah, but Stu,
Charlie
you
Kirk.
just made a claim. You
Which
just said
is
that they did a
why-
bunch of magic tricks to the
Which
DNA. I
is
asked you
why-
what,
hold on.
and you said Jack
Okay,
Posobiec went in and
Let's say
lied to the
no
camera
magic
about a
tricks
video.
were done. Let's say
What?
no magic tricks were
Okay,
done,
great.
and
Let's
Tyler
say none.
Robinson's DNA was found on a gun that apparently is his own. Okay, great.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And we can get to that.
Okay,
my
let's.
My DNA is on this pen.
Uh-huh.
If my audio video guy comes and takes this pen and walks out and stabs somebody,
Yeah.
my DNA is on it. Does that mean that I stabbed that person? No. Okay. Well, anyways, none
What?
of the evidence.
What
that
does
was
that have to do with
presented-
anything?
None of the evidence that would, because the DNA wasn't enough.
By itself, it wouldn't be
the
enough.
confession
The
wasn't
fact
enough.
that he happened to,
Everybody knows that it's not enough, which is why
Yeah.
Jack Posobiec and Benny Johnson lied. It's why they misrepresented what happened in the
that's
courtroom.
just, bro.
That's
That's
why they came out
You
of the
see how you
courtroom
get
and
to a
lied, because
conclusion?
They know
You
that
see
what
how
has
you,
been
that
shown
makes,
is not enough evidence to convince anybody
Stu.
that putting this patsy to death is
How did you get to the
reasonable.
conclusion, Stu? How do you get to the conclusion that because
Jack Posobiec
it wouldn't
lied?
be enough, if some guy out in your parking lot stabbed somebody with your pin, that your DNA was on it, that somehow that means Jack Posobiec has to lie about seeing a video? That
Okay,
conclusion doesn't follow from what you just said. What are you
Your
talking
slow
about,
brain
Stu?
isn't following. DNA is not enough.
We said no ad
My
hoc.
DNA, if my DNA is on the pen,
Uh-huh.
somebody goes and stabs somebody with the pen,
Yeah.
is my DNA being on the pen enough to put me on trial for my life?
No.
Okay, there isn't enough. That is the reason why nobody believes that Tyler Robinson killed him with a 30-06. The public won't believe that.
What
This
are
is
you
why-
talking? Well, that has
this is why
nothing
Jack
to do with
Posobiec-
anything.
It's why they felt the need to lie. They know there's not enough. The
Bro,
burden of proof
what
is not
is-
on the people
what-
who are investigating what
okay,
really happened
Stu,
to Charlie. The
what
burden of
is-
proof is on the prosecution, and there's not enough evidence. I
Stu.
want to know, what is the evidence?
Yeah, we'll go through the evidence again.
You're saying it's overwhelming.
When you say it is the
confession,
case,
that
when you
wasn't
say,
enough.
bro,
The DNA wasn't enough.
Nico, you got to
The grainy
moderate at
video
some point.
wasn't
Dude. This
enough.
guy's not allowed to just
None of it was
filibuster
enough.
the
You're
entire
right.
There's interruptions
time.
on both
Tyler
sides. Like we're not even able. If we have to
That's
be
it. This is a filibuster. He won't even want me to
Fuck you,
respond to the things he
Sneeko.
asked me.
What a cocksucker.
We asked me a question, then he answers the damn question he asked me.
Worthless
So the
fucking
thing
nuts.
is like, look, here's how it works, bro. You're right. DNA is not enough. A text message confession, along with the fact that Tyler Robinson was in the area, which is very strange, right? We have his vehicle that's there. We have him there. We have the rifle that happens to be his grandfather's in the woods. Boy, nothing suspicious here. On top of all of that, we have his text message that is going to his boyfriend, right? Everything is pointing at Robinson, which is why you can't even support your alternative theories that you've been postulating
about the 30-06 and it being his grandfather's. I think there's a lot of suspicions about the property that the rifle was placed on. I think there's a lot of suspicions about how Tyler Robinson.
Well, let's start with
navigate. Okay, sure.
Let's start with just the suspicions
right
about the rifle. What are the suspicions?
Okay, well, is it his rifle? Is it his grandfather's rifle? Is it ostensible, of course, plausible that his DNA would be on it? Does that mean that he used it to murder Charlie Kirk?
Well, how did it get there, Stu?
How can I tell you how it got there? Did Lance Twiggs bring it there? Because his DNA is on it too.
So Twiggs, you think that Twiggs brought it there?
I didn't say that. It's not incumbent upon me to prove that Lance Twiggs brought anything anywhere because he's not on trial for his life.
Do you know that
don't understand
we
how
still
the
use
judicial system
inductive?
is supposed to
Yeah,
work
we
in this
use
country.
induction.
You're not
Stu.
supposed to railroad.
We use
patsies.
induction.
You're supposed to use evidence.
We use induction. If Tyler Robinson rifle there, text message from Tyler Robinson saying that he ditched his rifle there, we can use inductive reasoning to put him both there on the scene. We can also have his rifle on the scene. We also have the bullets that he inscribed with his own Dremel gun on the scene. Boy, that's a huge series of coincidences, Stu. I'm glad that you have tons of alternative theories that are much better. Oh, wait, you don't.
We also have Lance Twiggs' DNA on the murder weapon. We don't see Tyler Robinson with a murder weapon. We don't see Tyler Robinson with a rifle at all. We don't see anybody holding a rifle. We have a 30-06 that has dust in the barrel.
Why would you need?
Never shot.
Yeah.
Did you know that? Did you consider that evidence?
Yeah.
There's nothing
hang on.
suspicious at all.
Yeah,
but
let's
there's
start
a lot
with
of things
that.
suspicious. Hold on.
Let's go over that.
Hold on.
Dust
There's a
in
lot
the
of things
rifle
suspicious.
bore.
You asked me what's suspicious. I'm trying to
I
tell
want to
you,
do one
and now
point
you're
at a time.
filibustering.
I want to do one point at a time.
Let's stick to the dust in the rifle.
Yeah, so it was
ahead.
ditched in a forest, Stu. Guess what exists in forests? Dirt and dust. Wow, this is mind-blowing. Also, point two, just because you fire a rifle doesn't blow out all the dust, Stu. It doesn't blow it all out, bro. I don't know what the heck you're talking about. Because, man, I've been working on rifles my entire life.
Okay.
You could take your granddaddy's 357, go outside from 30 years ago, shoot it.
How did it get on the roof? The rifle.
Tyler Robinson took it up on the roof.
How do you know that? Is there video of that?
There's video that appears
you just
to be...
have the feds telling you
Yeah.
that.
You wouldn't actually need...
The feds are just telling you that.
Even if I grant this to you, this doesn't even help your case. You wouldn't even need video of Robinson specifically being up there
against Tyler Robinson, and he's on trial for his life.
They also would not actually need to demonstrate via video. Most crimes are not solved with video. They would not even need to demonstrate that he went up there with the rifle. They would never even need to demonstrate it.
This propaganda case that
right, but you're saying because you can't recognize him, that's not good enough evidence.
Here he is 3 times on campus.
Yeah, but
That's what they're
again,
using as the propaganda to put him on
but
trial.
they wouldn't even need it, Stu.
Is
They wouldn't
being
even
on
need
campus a crime?
They wouldn't even
How does
need
being on
it.
campus and being on video connect you to the shooting death of Charlie Kirk?
Because your rifle's
Nobody
found
can
in the
answer that.
forest when you send your text message when you send your boyfriend a bunch of text messages saying that you killed the guy. That's how they tied it in, Stu.
He said, I did it.
Yeah, I
He
did
didn't say
what?
that he killed the guy.
I did what? I went out and played Pogs with my friends.
You asked me if there was anything suspicious about the rifle.
They're
There is a lot of
specifically
suspicious
talking
things about the
about-
rifle.
They're specifically
the dust in
talking
the
about
barrel-
what happened to
The
Charlie
dust in the
Kirk.
barrel
and he
is
said, I did
suspicious.
it.
Okay, we're almost out of
The dust
time.
in the barrel is suspicious.
Yeah, for being left in a
Being
forest.
placed
Stu.
on Palantir property is suspicious.
It wasn't
somebody
placed on
else's
Palantir
DNA.
property. That's
We're
not
almost
true either.
DNA.
Hold on, both of you. We're almost out of time. I would like to ask about Candace Owens and her investigation from almost the past year. If you want to, I'm curious both of your opinions on Candace Owens' investigation. If we can.
Crucible's watch party, Andrew versus Candace just went up just now, live in about 36 hours or so for the debate.
Well,
I hope she
it
goes
hasn't-
Max. I hope she
It must not have gone so great. The defense hasn't even reached out to her, is what I'm told. And interestingly enough, just like with Stu Peters, not one single shred of new evidence
Wait
that
a
these
minute,
people
based on what you're
uncovered that
told.
they actually back. None of them actually back their own theories, conjectures, evidence, nothing. and they just say there's no evidence for Robinson, even though you pointed out a million times to them that there is. They don't even have reputations for that. So when you're talking about Candace Owens, she has not
We just
solved
spent
the
the last
case.
hour here
Detective
of me
Owens,
refuting all of the evidence
haven't
that the
refuted
feds
shit.
have told us exists to
You just
convict
said, how do you
Tyler
know?
Robinson, and has Erica Kirk forgiving him. I just
Yeah, but
refuted
that has
every single
nothing-
bit of it. I
That
told you all
doesn't
of the
do that. Does
inconsistencies.
nothing
Just
for your position.
keep interrupting. You keep interrupting.
That I was in the
And then
middle
you
of
accuse me
talking.
of
Am I interrupting your interruption?
Yeah, you're saying that nobody
we have about
has
10 minutes
been
left. I'm
able
going to bring the
blow
timer
holes
back.
in
Let's
any
do
of the evidence.
But we have about a little less than 10 minutes left. Let's do about the 1 minute timer. I want to see both of your opinions about Candace Owens' investigation. Let's start with Stu. If you have.
Nope, I'm done. I don't want to hear any more from Stu. That was fucking retarded bullshit. I don't want to hear any more from Sneeko not moderating. Fucking worthless piece of shit. Holy fuck. Stupid. Stupid. Fucking stupid. Fucking deport that worthless fucking Muslim. What do we got? We don't have any new chilling scares, which is fine. But what was the... I had something that I was thinking about, but now I can't remember. Let's see. Hold on, let me double check something. I still have never watched the Brian Johnson immortality test one from... That's 8 days old now, or immortality experiment. Okay. And then what else do we have? You got this shit. Okay. Damn it, Poltergeist. Release something new. Damn it. I'm in the mood for maybe. I think I'm in the mood for Siege of Ruby Ridge. I don't fucking know. Kind of like wanted to hear something. Not really. I don't know. Oh, voice boost available. Let me watch this, that, the other. Gotta put something on. Oh, wait a second. Let me check Rumble. I didn't see what the new thing was today. There might be something fun. There probably won't be. I don't expect anything because it's very busy. Let's see. Yeah. Fair enough. Okay. Let's see. I never really watch Nitro Rad anymore just because I don't like his videos that much. The Real Blair Witch Incident. How did I not see that one?
Monday. The peak is shrouded in fog. It's the aftermath of one of the most violent storms to hit the area in months. A search helicopter powers through the mist, scouring the region for a pair of hikers from Tokyo who set out the day prior and haven't been seen or heard from since. This hunt has been ongoing for hours, sunlight dwindling as search teams comb every crevice, yet find no trace of anyone around. But as nightfall takes its grip, enveloping the area in complete blackness, suddenly, something strange enters their view. Just south of Mount Asahidake, a crudely constructed, massive SOS sign beckons from a clearing. It's undeniable that the missing hikers have made this, and it's a damn good thing they did, because with conditions like these, finding them otherwise would have been nearly impossible. The team swarms the area, with newfound hope that these hikers just might be hiding nearby. They search, and search, and search, until finally, they find them. About a mile north, the two men emerge from a cave. They are completely disoriented, battered, and exhausted, but most prominently are in complete disbelief that the rescuers found them. As they're pulled up into the aircraft, the search team reassures them that they're gonna be okay before commending them on their efforts while out there. "We couldn't have found you without your help," they claim. "You guys did a really great job building that sign." The men pause for a minute, visibly confused. "I'm sorry. We didn't build the sign. We have no idea what you're talking about."
Okay. Damn it all. That's right, we're jumping back and forth. I don't even know what the hell's happening anymore.
Particularly, hundreds of women.
There's too much background music and next post stuff, too much ambience. It's good, it's just not what I need right now.
When you think of the word cult, some things probably come to mind. A zealous leader who thinks himself God or descended from God, hoarding everyone's money and land, eventually saying he needs all of the women to become his wives. But what you probably don't think of is hijacking a medieval European city in order to wait for the rapture, all while fighting off approaching armies, several public executions and cases of people being tortured to death, and having your leader's funny parts nailed to the door of the city itself. But believe it or not, everything I just said is what we're going to be talking about today. And that is because today we are talking about the Munster Rebellion. Over on the second channel, Winda
It
Gang,
was that
I have some...
audio thing that just occurred. Was that part of his video?
But believe it or not, everything I just said is what we're going to be talking about today. And that is because today,
I guess that was an editing choice. That was weird. That was like a transition with like the like crackle. Unexpected.
we are talking about the Moonster Rebellion. Over on the second channel, Winda Gang, I have several researchers who are putting together information on certain video topics. And one of them...
This is a really interesting story. Some guys get so drunk and party all night that they end up running at the gates by themselves, and they'd missed the other siege. This is a crazy story.
Together the information on today's story, and as soon as I read it, I said, oh no, that one...
he's doing it again? Okay, hold on. What would that
one
say?
on today's...
Oh, I don't know why my mic did that. It won't happen again. Okay, so it's that wasn't an editing choice. Okay.
Story, and as soon as I read it, I said, oh no, that one's coming with me. Because I just felt like I wasn't doing the story justice unless I turned it into a incoherent ramble over on this channel. So if you're ready to hear about how a niche religious movement managed to take over a city, had their leader die a couple times, and ended with a lot of people dying in really terrible ways, then stick around after the ad as we talk about the Moonster Rebellion. But you know what's a really good way to not die? Eating healthy. But eating healthy can be those easier than not from a grocery store.
Good Lord. Where's my jump ahead feature? I didn't get one.
We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Now, to understand how this story can exist, you need to understand a little bit about European politics in the 16th century. More specifically, the Holy Roman Empire. On paper, the Holy Roman Empire is one of the longest existing empires in humanity's history. It began in the year 800 and didn't officially end until 1806, meaning it existed for 1,006 years. But to truly call it an empire, at least to many historians, is a bit of a stretch. See, it wasn't so much one unified group of people as much as it was a sort of confederacy between different lords and kings and villages. Several different houses or families could go to war with each other within the empire, but as long as both of them still respected the Catholic Church and the Holy Roman Empire's influence, they could pretty much get away with what they wanted. In other words, it was more of a loose conglomeration of individual groups rather than a unified empire, with that loose connection being a reverence for the Catholic Church. Or, as the old joke goes, at least to some, the Holy Roman Empire was none of those things. For most of its life, the Holy Roman Empire comprised most of the area that is now Central Europe. And for the first several hundred years of the empire's existence, while some people within the empire may have problems with each other, they were pretty much all reverent of the Catholic Church. That was until 1517, when someone by the name of Martin Luther decided he had a problem with that. After he nailed his 95 Theses, or problems he had with the Catholic Church, to the door of the church in Wittenberg, which lies in an area that is now Germany, several Christians began to separate from the Catholic Church, and those who did or protested the Catholic Church became the first Protestants. And one of these groups that began to surface around 1525 was a group known as the Anabaptist. Anabaptist, or in other words, anti-Baptist, diverged from even Martin Luther and the Protestant beliefs. The most prominent of their beliefs, and the one that their namesake comes from, was a rejection of the idea of infant baptism. See, within the Catholic Church, as well as Martin Luther and a lot of his early followers, and even Protestant denominations to this day, infants are baptized in order to affirm their salvation from a young age. Whereas the Anabaptists believed in something known as believer's baptism. The belief that infants do not need to be baptized as they are not yet aware of sin and do not yet have the capability to believe in God, and that baptism should wait until that individual is old enough to comprehend and believe in God. Now, this idea of believer's baptism has worked its way, at least to my knowledge, into the majority of Protestant religions today. But at the time, saying that infants shouldn't be baptized, something that was vehemently pressed by the Catholic Church for over a millennia, was a really big deal. Now, while this might not sound like a lot to get in a fuss over today, you've got to understand context historically. While it may be commonplace now to hear of things like the age of accountability, or effectively the idea that young children and infants are brought up to heaven when they die because they're not yet at a point to understand their sin. Or you'll also hear some Christian branches say things like salvation is a personal matter rather than a matter through the church. While now it's more common for people to read the Bible or a religious text and come to their own conclusions, you've got to understand that literacy was not common at all in the Middle Ages. The only interaction with Christianity most people would have was when the Bible was read to them by a Catholic priest. So to say that that guy's wrong and the church he's in is wrong because of their beliefs, that's a pretty heavy statement. Not to mention the insane rate that children and babies would die during this time period. Stillbirths and infant death were super common, as was women dying in childbirth. So if the Anabaptists were right about infant baptism not being required, that's really cool and all, but if they're wrong, that's a lot of souls going to hell, at least as the church saw it. And that's just as it related to baptism. The Anabaptists also found a lot of other ways to make the church very mad. One of the other reasons Anabaptists did not like the church was because of the power structure. They did not like the idea of someone being put in a place of power over someone else, so several of them would advocate for an agorist lifestyle free of a power structure. This includes a communal ownership of goods and land rather than exchanging money, rejecting participation in secular government, so in other words, not adhering to lords or kings or queens, and the ethics of pacifism, which goes in stark contrast to the philosophy of most lords and rulers of the time, which is build up an army and just throw them at people you don't like. That is also foreshadowing for, like, I don't know, probably 30, 40 minutes from now. I'm hesitant to put any modern political labels on it just because the movement was so different than most of what's seen in culture today, but it wouldn't be entirely wrong to call it a sort of theological socialism. And as you can imagine, from religious beliefs to government rule, the Anabaptist and the Catholic Church butted heads a lot. There was also a lot of rebellion against the ruling classes in Germany that wasn't even explicitly religious. At the same time the Anabaptists showed up, the German Peasants' War took place, which is, as it sounds, when a bunch of peasant class people in what is now Germany banded together and started to fight against rulers in the region. It got stomped out in a year and a lot of people died, but it goes to show that a lot of people were pretty upset with how things were being ran. So with that setting in mind, we can start to talk about our story. But our story doesn't begin in Münster. It actually begins in Strasbourg. See, amongst all of this turmoil, there were several people who were taking the newfound idea that maybe the Catholic Church isn't right about everything all the time, and they were getting creative with it. Several people were coming up with their own interpretation of scriptures that, more often than not, glorified their own divinity. A side note within Christianity that has sadly become hard to shake. One of these people was a man named Melchior Hoffman, who made his way to Strasbourg around 1530. Hoffman declared that he was one of the two witnesses mentioned in the book of Revelation. Short version, for those of you who don't want to hear me ramble about the Bible for 2 hours for some reason, two witnesses are said to be on earth shortly before Jesus' return, who are then killed and then resurrected up to heaven in the final days. In other words, Hoffman effectively declared himself one of God's final prophets. So Hoffman began prophesying and said that Jesus would return to earth in 1534 and create his new Jerusalem, not in the actual Jerusalem, but instead here in Strasbourg. He managed to amass several hundred followers, but as soon as the authorities of the city, who mind you are a part of the Catholic Church, when they got word of it, they arrested him. Now, it wasn't outside of the Catholic Church's normal operations to execute anyone they saw as Anabaptist or heretics, but they were afraid, given the fact this guy is saying that he is one of the two witnesses of Revelation and he has a bunch of followers, and if they kill him, his followers will probably make him into a martyr, especially considering that's part of the prophecy for the two witnesses. So rather than killing him and giving him what he wants, they just locked him up in a tower. And Hoffman would actually live out the rest of his life, what few years of it were left, within that tower. Now, this didn't do what the authorities wanted it to do. His followers didn't immediately disband, they just changed their ideas. See, Hoffman had said that Jesus would return in Strasbourg in 1534. And when 1534 came, the guy got arrested, and spoilers, Jesus didn't come back, probably. So several of them still believed in Hoffman and just said maybe he got the date and the city wrong. So now there were several hundred people in the city who believed they need to find a new Jerusalem, they just didn't know where yet. And it is now that our story takes us to Münster. Münster lied just north of Strasbourg and was built as your stereotypical medieval city. It had a large church in the middle, surrounded by several houses and marketplaces. It had a large wall surrounding the city, and outside of that wall is where the farmers and resources for food were located. Well, at the time of our story, it wasn't necessarily medieval. It had modern implements like a printing press. The feudal layout of the city will matter to the story. Inside of Münster, there was a man named Bernard Rothman. Rothman was a former Catholic priest who left the church after the Protestant movement began. However, Rothman seemed to be following the Anabaptist movement, rejecting infant baptism, believing in equality of ownership and land, and rejecting hierarchies like the Catholic Church or lords. As a matter of fact, he took it a step farther and even said that any of the gentry or noble class were sinful for being within nobility. The city of Münster had a city council, which was a brand new invention at the time. See, after the peasant revolt a few years prior, a lot of the lords and kings caved in and started to give people small governments within cities in order to make some decisions for themselves. So these city council members, who only existed because of the aforementioned peasant revolt, started to hear Rothman say things like, "Lords and kings are bad," and started to fall on his side. So much so that after the Catholic Church ordered him to stop preaching, the city of Münster not only allowed him to continue preaching, but assigned him a bodyguard during his sermons. One of Rothman's allies within the city council was a man named Bernard Knipperdoling. Sure. Since both he and Rothman's first names are Bernard, I guess I've got to keep calling him that. Knipperdoling was a very powerful cloth merchant within northern Germany. And because of that, he was able to shield Rothman from a lot of the Catholic Church's attempts to silence him. Knipperdoling even had access to the town's printing press. So as Rothman would preach, his sermons would be transcribed and Knipperdoling would have them printed and distributed across Germany. And in some of these leaflets, we can see quotes that show how radical his ideas were compared to the common ideas at the time. Like, quote, "The idea of owning anything, or of thinking in terms of this is mine and that is yours, was evil. God had made all things in common, as today we can still enjoy air, fire, rain, and the sun." And while the Catholic Church certainly scoffed at this, in an era that again just had a war known as the Peasants' War, a lot of the common people took solace in the idea of not only equality but financial non-existence. So several people who felt disillusioned by their local governments, again the poor and the needy for the most part, began to flock to Münster as a sort of safe haven. And one of these groups, who came across a leaflet of Rothman's printed sermon and decided to make the pilgrimage to Münster, was the group that Hoffman had left behind in Strasbourg after he was arrested and thrown in a tower. Not long after Hoffman got arrested, the group was taken over by a man named Hahn Mathis. Right after Hoffman got arrested for saying that he was one of the two witnesses from the book of Revelation, Mathis quickly stepped in and said that he was the other one of the two witnesses from the book of Revelation. And I mean, to be fair to Hoffman's followers, if your leader's like, "I am one of the two witnesses," and then the government arrests him, and then one of his second in command step forward and is like, "I am one of the other two witnesses," I mean, you could see how that tracks. After Mathis heard of what was going on in Münster, he says that Hoffman was right about everything regarding a new Jerusalem and Jesus coming back to earth, but it wouldn't happen in Strasbourg, it would instead happen in Münster. When Mathis stepped in to take charge of this group, his second named Han van Leiden. Is that not insane that in Münster we had two people named Bernard at the center of the story, and now out of the Strasbourg group we have two people named Han as the center of the story? I guess both of those names were probably super common in Germany, but still it's annoying. What's funny is both Mathis and Van Leiden had no religious experience. At least with figures like Bernard Rothman, he was a former priest. If anyone knows about the Bible and could hypothetically make changes to their interpretation of it, it could be that guy. But Mathis was formerly a baker, and Van Leiden was formerly a tailor. But what they lacked in knowledge, they made up for in charisma. Mathis would present himself as stoic and a point of authority, and his second-in-command Van Leiden would present himself as vibrant and theatrical, both of which were fully convinced that God was coming back soon, and Münster was the place that was going to happen. So Mathis and Van Leiden send 4 followers to Münster to assess the city. And if there was ever a city for a group of people who believe they're following the 2 witnesses of Revelation, one of which is locked up, it was Münster. To give you an idea of how much Münster changed in a short amount of time, the ruler of the city was Prince Bishop Franz von Waldeck. Again, the Holy Roman Empire was ran by the Catholic Church, so several of the landowners were bishops that were given a prince status and were set to rule over several cities within the empire. So, while Waldeck was the ruler of Munster, he didn't actually live there as he was the ruler over several cities and towns. So, the bishop wasn't there, and after the large migration of people who followed Rothman's teachings, most of the Catholic hierarchy within the city had been ran out. And what was previously known as a city of merchant shops and trade had now become a city where several people were practicing communal living. Not to mention that since Rothman was a former priest, when he became Anabaptist, several Catholic Church members, like nuns, followed him. So it's a city that doesn't have a bishop. What Catholic influence that's there, for the most part, has converted, and they're already practicing the kind of living that you were trying to implement. So in early 1534, Mathis and Van Leyden take their people to the city of Münster. On February the 8th, Van Leyden, again the theatrical second in command of this whole ordeal, ran through the streets of Münster screaming that the end was nigh and people need to repent or be doomed to hellfire. This caused several people to break into hysteria, according to several accounts, nuns specifically who had followed after Rothman, with stories of people wailing in the streets and seeing visions of the coming revelation and end times that would fall on.
Patrick Bet David is the moderator. We just got confirmation. Awesome. That's a good moderator for the debate. All right.
The Holy Roman Empire. See, while Rothman and the Anabaptists had a large presence and were certainly gaining ground within Münster, Münster was a large city, so there were still pockets of Lutherans or Catholics that were living in a kind of tense harmony, at least until Van Leyden showed up and started screaming about the end times. After Van Leyden's impromptu sermon, several Anabaptists seized the town hall. All of the new Anabaptists were declared citizens of Münster, and several people, realizing that this was getting tense, began to flee. Before this event, Münster still had a Lutheran majority, but after it, Anabaptists seemed to be on the rise. But things really got intense when Mathis started to take control. See, while Mathis and Rothman may have agreed theologically or on their opinions of communal living, where they disagreed was in their tactics. Rothman had been in Münster for a while, and while he had left the church, he was preaching sermons, having them printed,
I gotta take my dogs out.
and was trying to win people over with his message. Mathis was trying to win people over with extreme violence. To give you an idea for what this guy looked like too, he would always wear long black robes and had a long black beard. Effectively think of a 16th century version of Rasputin. On February the 25th, while Mathis was giving a sermon in a local marketplace, he said that it was time for Münster to be cleansed of the unrighteous. He claimed that he not only spoke with, but that he spoke for God, and that God said anyone who did not fully believe in the Anabaptists or in the New Jerusalem that would soon take place, so in other words, Papists, Lutherans, anyone that is an Anabaptist, would be on the orders of God executed. Knipperdoling, again the cloth merchant who was running the printing press, while agreeing with Mathis's Anabaptist belief, believed that if they started executing people, that's going to look really bad and prompt a response from the Catholic Church and the Holy Roman Empire's armies. So at Knipperdoling's request, Mathis now says that anyone who will not convert to this new belief will be cast out of the city, and those who remain will be forcibly rebaptized. So in other words, leave your home, business, and everything that you know, which is easier said than done in 1534, or let us dunk you in water and you become a part of our new religion. And on February 27th, the expulsion began. Armed men roamed the city looking for the godless, hoarding them to the gates of the city and casting them out into the cold winter countryside. It didn't matter if they were young, sick, old, pregnant. People were beaten, their possessions stolen, and they were thrown out into the cold snow. For 3 days, this process continued, and those who didn't want to risk it against the elements in the no man's land that was the open country of the Holy Roman Empire were brought to the town square and underwent mandatory baptism. So now, Mathis and Van Leyden had what they wanted, an entire city under their control. The first thing they did was declare any of the belongings of the unrighteous, or the people who just got cast out, now belonged to them. So all of the furniture, clothes, food, and coins from the people that had just been cast out were brought to a collection in the middle of the city. Contract and account books were burned, ensuring that no man owed another any debts. Well, this lasted for like 3 days, and then Mathis decided that's not good enough. Not only are we going to collect all of the belongings of the people we kicked out, but let's collect all the belongings of the people we didn't kick out. Now, it's important to point out that, yes, while Rothman before Mathis showed up was not as violent or direct as Mathis was. Throughout all of Mathis's actions, Rothman was right at his side, continuing his sermons as always. Right after this new degree, Rothman preached, "Brothers and sisters, it is completely God's will that we bring our money, silver, and gold together. One person should have just as much as another." Which this sermon of care and equality kind of rings hollow when previous citizens of the town are freezing to death outside of the city's walls. Mathis assigned 7 deacons to take the collected wealth and reassign it to people according to their needs. Something something from each according to his ability, something something to each according to something. As you can imagine, there was immediately pushback to this. The people who had chosen to forcibly be dunked underwater rather than being forcefully thrown out of their home did not like the idea of having everything they owned thrown into the central collection. And all of them who opposed this were thrown inside of the city's church. After being locked in the church for hours, Mathis then entered surrounded by armed men. Mathis said that while they had committed a great sin, he would make an intercession to God on their behalf if they complied. And the people, fearing for their lives after being locked in the church, put 2 and 2 together and figured if I don't go along with what he's saying, the guy with the sword will probably kill me. So most of the people, fearing for their lives, went along with what Mathis was saying, assuming that they would be killed if they continued to protest. However, not everyone complied, and Mathis used this to set an example. One blacksmith not only refused to comply with Mathis's new way of life, but accused Mathis of being possessed. This blacksmith was stabbed with a halberd, dragged to the wall of the city, to which Mathis pulled out a gun and shot him in the stomach. The crowd watched in silence as the blacksmith bled out, and after he died, Mathis ordered everyone to sing a hymn. It was clear that anyone who opposed his rule would wind up just as the blacksmith had. Also, to call it a gun is a stretch. It was 1534, so it was one of those like giant matchlock pistols or whatever. A lot more dramatic than just casually shooting someone. On March 15th, Mathis ordered anything within the city that is a religious text that is not the Old or New Testament of the Bible was to be burned, further severing any connection to Christianity outside of the Bible, which Mathis was using to manipulate his own control. And it was around this time that Waldeck, the Prince Bishop of Munster, had had enough. Again, Waldeck didn't live within the city himself. He was over several cities within the region. While it seems in the early days of this, he just kind of let it play out. Like, the people have their own town council, and the town council is letting this guy preach his Anabaptist beliefs, whatever. But after seeing people get kicked out of the city, and then after everyone's stuff is being stolen, and after there's a public execution, which Waldeck didn't ordain, the Prince Bishop decided that he should probably do something other than let his city become like a Mad Max apocalypse. So Waldeck began building an army of mercenaries. Mercenary groups at the time were standing armies of soldiers that could be bought out by a family or a prince, or in this case, a prince bishop. And in this case, Waldeck was hiring these mercenaries in order to get his city back. So the mercenaries began to set up camps encircling Munster, and a siege began. Initially, the people of Munster were terrified of this, but the powers that be, in other words, Rothman, Knipperdolling, Mathis, and Van Leiden, manipulated this to their advantage. After all, they had said that God was coming back soon, and that this is where he would make his new Jerusalem. So it makes sense that the armies of the world would fight against the people of God. And not to worry, because they had God on their side. Knipperdolling specifically seemed to be quite instrumental in rallying the people together and preparing them for war. And prepare for war they did, as they effectively transformed Munster into a fortress state. Churches were transformed into armories, bell towers were repurposed as lookouts. Pots and pans were melted into munitions, weapon workshops operated day and night. Grain stores and food sources began to be rationed, and the entire population was under strict surveillance in look for dissenters. What had been marketed as a radical commune had now become a theocratic military dictatorship, manned by a group of people who not only believed that they could win, but that God told them they would. As a matter of fact, no one believed this as much as Mathis did. It's hard to tell from historical accounts how much of this was Mathis posturing to maintain his power, or how much of it was mental illness, probably a bit of both, at least. As at this point, Mathis claimed to be in constant communication with God. As he was talking to people, he would randomly stop, look up and listen, and then say what, according to him, God had just told him. And it was in one of these direct communications from God that Mathis said on April the 5th, 1534, Easter Sunday, God would smite the enemy armies through a miracle. What was that miracle, you may ask? Well, Mathis said that himself, along with 30 hand-selected men, would ride out of the city and defeat the prince bishop and all of his armies by themselves. And that is exactly what he tried to do. On April the 5th, the gates of the city were opened, and Mathis, along with 30 men, charged the army of thousands of soldiers assembled by the prince bishop. Within moments, every single one of them were brutally slaughtered and beheaded. There was probably a moment of delay for the mercenaries to even realize what was going on, but as soon as they did, it wasn't fair. The Prince Bishop's armies slaughtered all 31 of them, beheaded them, and then placed Mathis's head on a pike outside of the city. Not only that, but they cut off Mathis's genitals and nailed them to the gate of the city that Mathis had just rode out of. Could you imagine, like, being Van Leiden or Rothman or one of the other people and being like, all right, God, go get him. And then, like, you shut the city gate and then you wait like 15 minutes and then you open it and that's just nailed there. And it's like, well, maybe next time. Now, it was at this point that a lot of people in Munster got worried. This Mathis guy who you've been following and done all of these absurd things that he's asked for just died, and he died a lot, very brutally. Supposedly, the prophet, who was in direct communication with God, didn't stand a chance, so why should the rest of you? And this probably would have been when panic set in and the city's union dissolved, if it wasn't for Van Leiden. Again, while Mathis was always stoic and authoritative, Van Leiden was always flamboyant and very passionate. Van Leiden said that since Mathis was dead, now Van Leiden was God's line of communication. And Van Leiden said that God told him Mathis had not been defeated by the approaching armies, but instead so that they may definitely win. Just as an animal sacrifice from the Old Testament, Mathis knowingly threw his body to the enemy as a show of faith in God, and God would now reward their faith. Not only that, but Van Leiden declared himself the new David, and that he was to be the steward until Christ's return on earth. You know, you've got to give it to these guys. As awful as they were with, the killing and whatnot, and it gets worse, trust me. But you got to give it to them. They can be quick on their feet. When they were in Strasbourg and their leader got arrested, immediately Mathis is like, well, he was one of the two witnesses, and I am the other one. Let's go to this city. And as soon as Mathis, again, dies a lot, Van Leiden steps up and he's like, that was a coordinated sacrifice that, yes, we knew about this whole time. It's all part of the plan. So while the people in Munster began their next plan of action, Prince Bishop Waldeck and his army began their plan of action as well. In May of 1534, Waldeck's armies had completely surrounded the city and were planning out their mode of attack. It was decided that the Archbishop's armies would assault his own city on dawn of May the 26th. This would be done by artillery softening the walls and gates of the city, allowing the foot soldiers to enter in and kill the opposition. Now, it's important to point out, while the Prince Bishop was a high-ranking member of the Catholic Church and can be assumed to be very religious and whatnot, the armies he had hired were not. Again, these were mercenaries. It wasn't uncommon for them to get paid by one family or kingship to fight in their wars, only for that king to get outbidded, and then that same army fight against the people they were just fighting for. They were not here to secure the Catholic sanctity of Munster. They were there instead to kill a bunch of people and then loot and plunder everything in Munster. Because of that, on May 25th, the day before the attack was to take place, the armies got hammered. I mean, not an uncommon practice. If you know you're going to war tomorrow, might as well get drunk today. Well, it seems that one unit got a little too drunk on May the 25th and kept drinking from sun up to sundown. If you'll remember, the assault was set to begin on the sunrise of May the 26th. And it seems that one of the units was so drunk out of their mind that on May the 25th, someone saw the sun going down and was like, oh, we're supposed to fight now, right? And everyone else in the unit was like, oh, probably. So they just got their weapons and started screaming and charged the city. And every other unit who was witness to this saw them charging and said, oh, well, they must know that the assault's right now, even if it's supposed to be tomorrow morning, because why on else would they be doing that? So I guess the assault's right now, so they started charging too. Well, since the sun was going down, by the time they got to the wall of the city, it was dark. And there was no one to call off the attack because the prince, bishop, and the commanders were further behind lines resting for the assault that they thought was supposed to happen the next morning. So when the armies, now in total darkness, make their way to the gate of the city, there is no artillery to weaken the gate of the city. So now it's just hundreds of people pushing up against the walls and gates of this massive city in the middle of the night with no clue what they're supposed to be doing. And all of the people who were in Munster, who were ready for the bishop's armies to attack at any time, watched them scream and run all the way up to the wall of the city, and then in complete darkness scream and push against, again, the giant stone wall of the city. And assumedly, the Anabaptists go, oh, well, I guess that's my cue. The Anabaptists absolutely obliterated the invading army. With guns and bow, they rained down on any mercenary that was pushing up against the city wall. The women who weren't fighting used stones and mud to refill holes in the wall as soon as the invading armies could make a dent. Throughout the battle, Van Leiden rode from point to point in the city, assuring that the men were keeping up the defense. And the attackers never stood a chance. Since everyone was assumedly waiting till morning, they didn't have torches prepared. In the dead of night, it was easy for them to not know where the shooters on top of the wall were, but it was very easy for the people on top of the wall to figure out where the attackers were. And the bishop's armies were slaughtered. By the time daylight came, the Prince Bishop's armies had lost hundreds of men, while in Munster, less than 10 had died. And as you could imagine, immediately, the people of Munster had a huge celebration. Which, to their credit, if you watch the first leader die, and then the second leader says, oh, that was actually supposed to happen, and now God says we're definitely going to defeat the thousands of people lined outside of the city walls. And then that seemingly well-trained army attacks you in the dead of night, and you, a bunch of untrained peasants, slaughter all of them with less than 10 casualties. I can completely understand why this fueled a lot of the hype Van Leiden was pushing, at least for a time. You also have to know, regardless of how crazed he was or not, there was a part of Van Leiden that was like, I can't believe that worked. Rothman, still preaching and printing his messages, began to preach of how this failed siege was a miracle. And to add insult to injury for the Prince Bishop, Knipperdolling began to distribute these printings across Northern Europe. At the same time, outside of the city's wall, Waldeck saw all of this and said, okay, you want to play hardball? We're going to play hardball. Now electing, instead of attacking Munster, he can simply wait them out. I mean, think about it. All of the farms and means of production Munster has is in the countryside outside of the city wall. So eventually, they're going to run out of food. And Waldeck knows this and decides to wait. In the meantime, Van Leiden inside of the city decides to use this miraculous win as a way to double down. Van Leiden declared that not only was Munster going to be the location where God came to build his New Jerusalem, but that they were to prepare the city of Munster to be New Zion or New Jerusalem itself, and that Van Leiden himself was to be the king of earth until Jesus' return, effectively stating that they were no longer just preparing the location God would arrive, but building the kingdom of heaven itself, and that Van Leiden himself is a sort of God king. So in September of 1534, in Munster Central Square, Van Leiden held his own coronation. Dressed in golden embroidered robes, he crowned himself, took a golden scepter, and sat on a makeshift throne within the city circle. No longer a preacher or a prophet, but a monarch. He emblazed his new motto across the banners and shields of the men who now serve for him. The motto being, Gottes Macht ist mein Kraft, which is German for, God's power is my strength. Minecraft. Gottes Macht ist Minecraft. And the people applauded, believing Van Leiden to be a king that led them through one battle who would see them through the end of the war. It was at this point that any semblance of law or order within the city completely dissolved. Now Van Lieden's own private military, believing they were serving God himself, would enact laws that Van Lieden would come up with on a whim, stating them to be directly from God who was speaking into Van Lieden's ear. Even the council that was made up of Anabaptist supporters was now replaced with people who simply followed Van Lieden's will. Effectively, Munster had become a cult compound. Van Lieden began to reprise the Ten Commandments, but they were followed with capital punishment. Things like theft, dissent, and adultery were punishable by death. Anyone found to be the slightest out of order of God's new will was publicly beaten and executed. In Essays in History, Volume 35, Tall Howard, while speaking on Munster, says the following. Finally, though Van Lieden maintained his grip on power through prophetic outbursts and appeals to Scripture, his primary means of controlling the populace was terror and brute force. 2 instances suffice to demonstrate this. The first one came in the wake of Van Lieden's decree of polygamy when a group of citizens, led by Henry Molenheek, attempted to stage a coup and depose him. Their efforts failed, however, and Molenheek, with 48 of his followers, was brutally tortured and ultimately beheaded in a macabre process that took 4 days. Afterwards, 2 mass graves were dug in the marketplace where all the dead bodies were placed, a solemn reminder of Van Lieden's authority. Indeed, the king would tolerate no transgressions. It was thus announced that all sinners in the future would be immediately brought before the king and sentenced to death. They would be extirpated from the chosen people, their very memory would be blotted out, and they would find no mercy beyond the grave. As mentioned in that quote, and as is common among cult leaders, polygamy was one of Van Lieden's first steps. And not only polygamy, but mandatory polygamy. He said that the city needed to repopulate the elect, or in other words, make a bunch of people who are followers of the true God, or the true calling. And he modeled himself on the kings of ancient Israel who took dozens and hundreds of wives, especially the women who were widowed or orphaned during the mass executions and purgings of the city. Van Lieden himself took at least 16 wives, with one of them being Mathis's now widowed wife. Other things that women were known to be beheaded for was denying her husband his marital right, or in other words, a husband wanted to sleep with his wife, she said no, and she was executed. Another for bigamy, or in other words, having 2 male partners, because only men were allowed to have multiple female partners and not vice versa. So when a woman tried that, she was executed. And another was executed for insulting one of Van Lieden's preachers. In the midst of this, as Van Lieden's grip around the city tightened, so did the Prince Bishop's strategy. Food began to run out within the city and people got desperate. After they had eaten all of the standard animals to eat, like cows and pigs, they moved on to horses, and then pet animals like dogs and cats. Eventually, they were eating rats and boiling shoe leather in order to make it soft enough to digest. All the while, Van Lieden would wear his silk robes and have banquets in the town square. Banquets which, of course, only his court were allowed to attend. And as he was well fed, he would preach to the people that their suffering was a sign of their faithfulness. That, of course, this is a sin-cursed earth, so their suffering means they must be following the one true God, and that they should view their suffering as a gift. Of course, easy to say coming from the guy who's eating all of the food they can't have. At the same time this was happening, a sort of surveillance state began to be formed within Munster. Van Lieden had several within his ranks that would operate as secret police, listening for signs of dissent or small sins that were being committed in order to have people publicly humiliated and executed. This fueled paranoia, and accusations became common. People would call out another for sins that they supposedly committed. And since the accuser had faith in Van Lieden, then whoever he accused was surely not following the one true God and was executed as well. By the time late autumn came around, Van Lieden had quit even referring to himself as a king and was just referring to himself in godlike terms. He was Christ's steward, he was David reborn, everything short of calling himself the return of Christ himself. He even adopted Mathis's old practice of mid-conversation, stopping, looking up as if he was talking to God, nodding and whispering before saying what God had just told him. As more and more this new Jerusalem never came, and the kingdom they were promised was instead suffering and starvation, Van Lieden would rewrite history and say that he wasn't wrong, instead he had simply misheard what God told him. And the reason for this mishearing was because he was bearing the weight of all of the sin of the people within Munster, and because of that weight he is sometimes burdened with sin and unable to have clear communication with God. and said that the people's salvation would be spiritual. They were already saved, and death, as they held out against the armies of the world, was their deliverance. At this point, it's kind of hard to see if the people believed him or simply believed they didn't have another choice. It is uncanny how many similarities there are between this story and Jonestown, down to an individual calling themselves a prophet of God and using messages of communalism to bring in the weak and the weary outside world and turn away detractors, eventually declaring themselves to be more of a prophet and to be an extension of God himself, using that to enforce polygamy and weird sexual practices and people turning on each other, and ultimately saying that to die in this position is to reach a true salvation. All the while, the Prince Bishop's plan was working. It was now winter, and the people inside were only getting hungrier and colder. One of the reasons that we know so much about what was happening within Munster at this time is thanks to someone named Herman von Kursenbrock. Kursenbrock was a chronicler and one of the people left within Munster during this takeover. He managed to keep his head down enough to stay out of Van Leiden's way and simply wrote down a lot of the things he saw. Among them during this time was the effects of the food shortage. As mentioned, people had already eaten their animals and were resorting to eating their shoes, but he witnessed several cases of people eating mice, slugs, and the grass that grew between pavement stones. They began to eat the bark off of trees, and in one instance, scraped the white lime paint from the churches, dissolved it in water, and then distributed it as milk. And of course, in their desperation for food, a lot of people were dead, and those bodies made a horrific food source. Several of the mass graves were dug up and the rotting corpses consumed. If a child was stillborn, well, that was a source of food as well. And people began accusing each other of killing their own children in order to eat them. In a quote, Kursenbrock says, "The city was full of death everywhere. Large numbers of people collapsed on the street and suddenly died. To prevent a stench, their corpses were quickly heaved into a wagon specially prepared for this purpose at the king's command and carried away. They opened large graves for the burial of these corpses, and these were gradually filled up as bodies were cast into them." In an earlier message, Van Leiden had said that if they had faith, God would make the very paving stones they were walking on into bread. And in their delirium, people began to chew on the stones of the pavement itself. For those who realized the deception, it was all too late. Again from Kursenbrock, every place resounded with groans. Every place was filled with women's lamentations. Every place screeched with commons' complaints, disturbed with the sobbing of the old and sick. Keep in mind that Van Leiden's feast continued through all of this. Several people decided that death was better than the suffering they were enduring. In large groups, they would open the gates of the city and walk towards the bishop's armies. As they approached, they were all gunned down. The Prince Bishop had no need for people who previously followed Van Leiden to become a part of the empire again. And several of them were beheaded and their heads put on stakes as a sign to those within the city what would happen if they tried to leave. But regardless or even hopeful of this outcome, people continued to try to leave time and time again were executed. Between April 22nd and June 15th, reports state that as many as 1,500 people chose to die this way. And those who didn't want to die were stuck starving within the city walls, watching all those who tried to leave lay dead before them. Some people within Munster became more strategic. Rather than simply walking across the field to be executed by the row of soldiers up front who were ordered to kill on sight, if people within Munster who wanted to defect could sneak out of the city another way and make their way to the back lines of the army, perhaps they could surrender. And some were able to do this and were interrogated by the Prince Bishop's forces. The Prince Bishop would isolate these defectors so that none could know the status of the other people they escaped with, and would be asked the same question to confirm their legitimacy. For example, each would be asked a password to a specific gate of the city because, again, in the earlier stages of this, Van Leiden was running the thing like the military, so there were secret codes to get in and out of gates. And if the Prince Bishop's men interrogated a group of people and they all said the same password, their word was trusted. According to several of the defectors, a rumor started to spread within Munster right before they left. The rumor was that within Van Leiden and his courts, they realized that the jig was up, and eventually they were going to run out of food and either die or the prince would come in and kill them all. And that Van Leiden had a plan to burn down the city if that were to occur. In other words, if I can't have it, then the Prince Bishop can't have it either. Now, the Prince Bishop's plan was to kill everyone within the city, but he still wanted the city when that was all said and done. So while he's okay with them starving to death, he is not okay with them burning to death. So the Prince Bishop changes his plan and decides to go onto another assault. Figuring out weak points in the wall, guard schedules, troop locations, he began to put together a strategy. On June 24th of 1535, the Prince Bishop selected 400 of his best soldiers, and at night, under the cover of a thunderstorm, sent them to invade the city covertly. The 400 men also took the defectors who had given them this information with them, not only to show them where the specific secret entrances were, but also in case their information was bad, it ensured that they died too. Under the cover of night and rain, they slipped into the city and began killing people in silence, finding guards asleep and slitting their throats, coordinating to stab entire groups at once before they could give any alarm. Once the 400 men had killed the guards on the edge of the city, rather than opening up the gates and letting the rest of the army in, they kept pushing forward. And the 400 well-trained, well-fed soldiers, going up against the starving masses who had never been in a fight before, except for the one where the drunk guys ran up to the city several months ago, proved to be no match, and it was a slaughter, only this time in the other direction. Knipperdolling, one of Van Lieden's strongest supporters, was said to have rallied together a group of people in the marketplace that held off the 400 men for several hours, but were ultimately defeated. There was no quarter given to any men found within the city. Men who were found hiding under their beds or in their wardrobes were dragged out into the street and executed. The Prince Bishop had given 2 orders: kill every man you find in the city, but leave the leaders alive. In the midst of the final stand in the marketplace, Knipperdolling disappeared, until a few days later when a woman who was hiding Knipperdolling gave up his location in exchange for her life. Bernard Rothman, the preacher whose sermon started this whole thing and continued to preach throughout the occupation, somehow escaped the city and was never seen again. There's different historic accounts of how Van Lieden was captured, but what we do know is that he was captured. Some accounts say he tried to run away and threw off his crown and robe in the process. Some say he fought like a madman and killed several of his own guards in the bloodshed. But regardless, he was captured, as was another one of his close confidants, a man named Bernard Kretsching. That is the 3rd Bernard in this story. So while all of the other men were dead, Van Lieden, Knipperdolling, and Kretsching were captured alive. And 16 months after they first arrived in Münster, Van Lieden and his people were defeated. After the fall of the occupation, the Prince Bishop rode a coach drawn by 6 white horses into Münster. He stepped from the coach and now stood before Han Lieden, no longer in crowns and robes, but instead in chains and rags. The Prince Bishop said, "Bist du ein König?" To which Van Lieden replied, "Und bist du ein Bischof?" which is German for, "Are you a king?" And Van Lieden replied, "And are you a bishop?" It's also worth mentioning that, especially at this time in the German language, du was meant to be an informal way to say the word are. So basically, it is the way you would say it to an inferior or someone who wasn't deserving of respect. So of course, when the Prince Bishop said, "Bist du ein König?" he is saying it mockingly to someone beneath him. But because Van Lieden replied, "Und bist du ein Bischof?" it is showing that he also feels that the bishop is inferior to him. Despite his rags and chains, it's still safe to say he probably assumes himself to be this sort of god king, even if deposed from his throne. Of the thousands of Anabaptists inside of Münster, very few of the men survived. I'm not sure how Kersenbrock survived. Perhaps he was one of the people who defected and told the Prince Bishop of how to attack the city. Perhaps he managed to hide during the slaughter, and afterwards, when the Prince Bishop was making sure all of the Van Lieden supporters were dead, he realized Kersenbrock was not a supporter. But we know at least some of the men lived. It's also not just because the Prince Bishop now has control everything with sunshine of rainbows. They still executed a lot of people. Particularly hundreds of women who were not killed in the initial battle because they weren't fighting, but nevertheless refused to resign their faith. Among them was the widow of Mathis, who Van Lieden later married. To ensure that this would never happen again, the Prince Bishop ordered that the walls of Münster be destroyed, assuring that he would never have to go to war against his own city again. For several months, Van Lieden and his surviving lieutenants were paraded throughout the Holy Roman Empire, through courtrooms and public places, sometimes interrogated, but most of the time humiliated. They were dragged through the empire as a warning to those who go against the church and also, do things like mass murder. that isn't ordained by the church. It seemed that Van Leiden tried to argue for his life, seeing what his final destination on this tour journey would be. It said that he suggested to the Prince Bishop that he should be kept alive as long as possible in order to serve as a testament of what happens to those who go against the Prince Bishop and, the Catholic Church. The Prince Bishop denied this offer because he had a better idea of how to use Van Leiden to dissuade any future rebellion. And that's what takes us to the morning of January the 22nd, 1536. Back in Munster, just outside of Knipperdolin's former home, several wagons were tied together and planks laid across the top of them as a sort of crude stage. On top of the platform was a vertical stake, and lower on the platform was a smaller horizontal bar in order to chain the arms behind the person. Next to the stakes were 3 charcoal pits, and inside of the pits, along with the white-hot charcoal, were iron tongs. And next to the stage were 3 empty iron cages. What I am about to describe is like one of the top 5 worst execution methods I think I've ever heard. I understand there's a lot of bad ones out there. There's like the brazen bull and the boats and keel hauling. I get that, but this one makes me squirm. So again, viewer discretion advised if that wasn't apparent enough at this point in the video, but you're this far in. You're not going to quit watching now. At 8 a.m., the city gates were locked, and the people of the town amassed in the courtyard outside of Knipperdolin's window. On the second-story balcony of Knipperdolin's house, the Prince Bishop sat in order to get a better view. Van Leiden, Knipperdolin, and Kretsching were led to the top of the platform. It is said that upon seeing the glowing togs, Knipperdolin was struck dumb with absolute terror. Kretsching remained silent and resigned, and Van Leiden dropped to his knees and begged for forgiveness. Just as I'm sure many dropped to their knees and begged him for mercy when he controlled the city he was now standing in. But in both cases, mercy never came. A representative of the Holy Roman Empire stepped forward and read the men's charges.
This must have been one of the most brutal things ever to see. God.
Which have been recorded by Hermann von Kurzenbrock. Quote, "He sinned against God and ruler. He revived the heirs of the Anabaptists condemned by councils and law. He polluted sacraments, plundered churches, profaned sacred things. He stirred sedition, cast down the lawful ruler, and made himself king by personal authority. He committed treason, expelled citizens, and stripped them of property." The 3 men were shackled upright to the stakes by iron collars that were surrounded in spikes. The spikes around the collar were to prevent too much movement or an attempt at changing position. The men were placed with their backs facing the person who was to be tortured before them. So in other words, they could hear and smell everything that was about to happen, but couldn't see it. And Van Leiden was the first on the chopping block. So 2 executioners came up to Van Leiden, and they took the tongs that were glowing red, and so he's tied like this, right? They reach up into his armpits, and grab a bunch of the muscle and tissue, and they pinch down, and the tongs are so hot it just burns through the skin and wraps around pieces of flesh, and they rip them out. And they proceeded to do that in every crevice and corner of his entire body. Normally, these injuries would cause someone to bleed out, but the tongs were so hot that it essentially cauterized all the wounds they were creating. Now, you couldn't live for a long time like this, but they didn't need a long time, just an hour. As a matter of fact, precisely an hour. The execution order was that they were to be pulled apart with red-hot tongs for an hour straight, and if at any point they were to pass out or seize up, they were to be revived, and the timer started again. Done in such a methodical way, grabbing ribs or underneath the ribs or the crevice in the knee or all the fleshy parts that hang off your body. Done in such a way to make sure that the executioner got an hour of torment before death was to come. The searing not only caused immense pain, but the burning flesh could be smelled by everyone on the platform, especially the other 2 who were awaiting their execution. According to Kurzenbrock, the tongs were so hot that the moment it would touch skin, the skin would burst into flame. Quite literally, pulled apart piece by piece. Muscles stripped from bone, tendons shredded and pulled. Everywhere that the tongs touched, the skin became a deep black. Despite the agony, according to reports, Van Leiden barely screamed. more than likely because of shock. At the end of the torment, the executioners pulled out his tongue, ripped out his throat, and then finally plunged a knife into his heart. As his corpse sagged on the stake, smoldering and smelling, it was then Nipperdoling's turn. Nipperdoling, and undoubtedly the smartest move he's done in this entire story, tried to kill himself. He leaned all the way forward onto the spiked collar to try to choke himself to death. But of course, the executioner wasn't going to let that happen. They tied a band across his mouth to the back of the pole, ensuring he couldn't try it again, and then he received his hour of execution, and after him, Cretching the same. When it was over, the 3 bodies were cut down and shoved into the 3 iron cages. The cages were then hung up at the top of the St. Lambert's Church in Munster. The same church that Van Leiden and his people took over a year prior now hosted the bodies of him, 2 of his followers. And this may be the craziest part of the story. This blew my mind. Those cages are still hanging on St. Lambert's Church to this day. The bodies have been removed, but they put the cages back up.
Nice.
So if you go to Munster right now and go to the church, St. Lambert's Church, in the town center, you can see the 3 cages that the 3 tormented bodies were shoved into. Still right up there, just as they were in 1535.
That's
or
fucking
1536, whatever. I'm tired, and this is insane. That is one of the coolest things Europe has ever done. I know for a fact if this happened in the United States, they would cut those down because, I don't know, it's offensive or whatever. But no, like, if those guys were hanging up there, I want to see the cages. I get taking the bodies down. That would be a lot, especially for, you know, young children and tourists or whatever. But they left those cages up, and I respect that. After all of this was over, Munster served as a footnote for what zealot religion can do. Figures like Martin Luther condemned what happened at Munster, and even members within the Anabaptist movement denounced it and continued to preach pacifism as one of their core tenets. The word Munster became synonymous with fanaticism, heresy, and coming apocalypse. And today it serves as a prototype for a lot of things we've seen out of cults in the centuries that have followed. It feels tragic that so many people came to Munster because they were poor, because they were hungry, and thought there was a better life awaiting them, and when they saw people who they assumed to be more educated than themselves tell them that this is what God wants for them, they followed along because what else could they do? And it's tragic that so many of them paid the price. But at the same time, the absurdity of this borders on hilarity. You have like a cult leader go to a town and then he gets horrifically killed trying to go out and fight the invading army, so the new guy shows up and he gets killed even worse, which it's like one of the most brutal execution methods ever, and it somehow happened to the one guy that was probably a fitting death for. It is an insane story that the moment I saw it, I had to talk about it, and hopefully you enjoyed hearing about it. And if you did, that's really cool, and I appreciate it. And I want to say you're really cool, and I also want to say thank you for watching. Like I said, Vincent brought this up and put together a document on it, and I was like, yeah, I need that.
Epic.
What would happen if you... What would happen if you took 3 people, each diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, and each believing themselves to be Jesus Christ, and asked them to live together for 2 years? Well, that is exactly what social psychologist Milton Rockledge did in 1959 in an experiment dubbed the 3 Christ of Ypsilanti. A landmark social experiment that is as remembered as it is controversial. An experiment that Dr. Rockledge, 20 years after the study was published, would say he still regrets. Hello, everybody. Today we're going to be talking about the 3 Jesus experiment. This is one of the most wild psychological experiments I've ever read about. I can't think of another one that would have me laughing one moment and near tears in the next. From the men's background that led them to being hospitalized in the first place, to some of the developments in their psyche as the experiment went on, to a lot of the details of the experiment itself that were questionable in 1959 and definitely not okay now. If you're interested in this case, then I highly recommend my main source, and really the only primary source for this study, and that is the book, The Three Christ of Ypsilanti, which is the published study that Milton Rockich released. The experiment lasted 2 years, and through the book, Milton includes not only his own findings, but all of the letters that were exchanged during the time, as well as the testimonies of several people or staff members that were also involved in the study. A lot of the time, published research studies can be hard to read, but Milton speaks in a very conversational English, and the entire book was a pleasure to get through, other than things that were described in it, but the words were nice. I will caution, however, for both the book and this video that there will be some sensitive topics discussed, things like child abuse and self-harm, so if those are things that you're sensitive to, might want to skip this one. But for the rest of you, let's talk about how 4 guys talking around a table led to so much controversy. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. First of all, let's talk about Milton himself and where the idea of this experiment came from. As mentioned, Milton Rockich, or Rockich, I've heard it pronounced both ways, was a social psychologist who taught at Eastern Michigan University, prioritizing his research in the field of mental disorders. And for studies of that type, Eastern Michigan University was certainly the place to be, as Eastern Michigan University was in the town of Ypsilanti, just west of Detroit, as Ypsilanti was home to the Ypsilanti State Hospital, a psychiatric hospital that was huge for the time, as after World War II, to treat the rising need of veterans who had mental issues, the psychiatric hospital expanded and was able to care for 4,000 residents. Rockich began to develop an interest in helping people with paranoid schizophrenia, a complicated illness that a lot of people still aren't educated on today, much less in 1959. Paranoid schizophrenia itself can present itself differently in different patients. Also worth mentioning that paranoid schizophrenia is no longer a diagnosis. Schizophrenia and paranoia are now 2 separate diagnoses, but as you can see from the writing, at the time, paranoid schizophrenia was the diagnosed illness. A wide array of symptoms can occur, like auditory or visual hallucinations. But Rockich, being a social psychologist, was specifically interested in those that had an identity crisis. More specifically, Rockich was interested in people that had a crisis of their primitive beliefs. As Rockich describes it in his study, most people's beliefs can be broken down into 2 groups: primitive beliefs and non-primitive beliefs. Primitive beliefs are core things that we understand and don't have to be taught to us beyond childhood. In other words, things that become so core to us that they're practically unshakable. For example, a child must learn what things like tables or chairs are. But once a child gets to a certain age, they no longer need to readdress that belief. After they get the concept of a table down, for the rest of their life, they're going to know what a table is. Whereas primitive beliefs, once figured out, are pretty rock set in a person, non-primitive beliefs continue to adapt throughout a person's life. Beliefs in politics or religion. People will often change their non-primitive beliefs throughout their life, but their primitive ones tend to stick around. For example, after you were like 3 or 4 years old, you didn't need to keep learning your own name. As a matter of fact, from a young age, you were probably so confident in your own name that if someone else, even an authority figure like a teacher, called you by a different one, you would correct them. Because they're things that don't need to be debated. They're things you just know. To change someone's primitive belief, it normally takes an authority figure that the person trusts, and even then, to change someone's primitive belief can be quite stressful. The example Rockich uses is one day his 2 daughters were getting into a fight with each other. So in a moment of frustration, just to see how they would react, he referred to each of his daughters by the other one's name. And at first, his daughters thought it was funny and played along thinking it was a game, but after about 10 minutes of it, they began crying, asking him to stop. And I'm sure it applies to adults as well. I mean, imagine if you came home one day and there was someone else living in your house and they were very adamant that they lived there, and everyone else in your life tried to convince you that was never your house. That would be alarming. Rockich said that in paranoid schizophrenic patients who had identity issues, they were hard to treat therapeutically because they would have incorrect primitive beliefs. People that believe they're an angel or a demon, or that their parents aren't their real parents, things that should be intrinsic but they're confused on. But because of the paranoid aspect of their illness, they're not willing to listen to outside authority figures who correct them. So in communication, these people are hard to reach because they're effectively locked down with no way of putting correct ideas into their thought process. It was in Rockich's study for this that he came across 2 accounts that made him think there might be a solution. The first of which occurred all the way back in 1663. In Voltaire's commentary of an old essay called On Crimes and Punishment, Voltaire describes the account of someone named Simon Morin, who was burned at the stake in 1663. Voltaire's account when describing Simon reads as, quote, "He was a deranged man who believed that he saw visions, and even carried his folly so far as to imagine that he was sent from God, and gave out that he was incorporated with Jesus Christ. The Parliament very judiciously condemned him to imprisonment in a madhouse. What is exceeding singular, there was, at that time, confined in the same madhouse, another crazy man who called himself the Eternal Father. Simon Morin was so struck with the folly of his companion that his eyes were opened to the truth of his own condition. He appeared for a time to have recovered his right senses, and having made known his penitence to the magistrates of the town, obtained, unfortunately for himself, a release from confinement. Sometime afterwards, he relapsed into his former state of derangement and began to dogmatize, which led to the aforementioned burning at the stake. But this was interesting. All the way back then, Voltaire wrote about a guy who thought he was God, who was thrown into prison with another guy who also thought he was God, and that caused Simon, if for a while, to see that he was just unwell. The other came from psychoanalyst Robert Linder in his well-known case study, The Jet-Propelled Couch. Linder, a psychoanalyst, was working with a man named Kirk who was convinced that he was an astronaut who would fly off to faraway planets and then back to Earth. So Linder starts playing along and says he was also there with Kirk and flew to all of these far-off planets with him, and Linder justifies this decision with, quote, "It is impossible for two objects to occupy the same place at the same time. It is as if a delusion, such as Kirk's, has room in it only for one person at one time, as if a psychotic structure, too, is rigidly circumscribed as to living space. When, as in this case, another person invades the delusion, the original occupant finds himself literally forced to give way." Linder goes on to describe a case he saw in a sanitarium in Maryland, where at the sanitarium, two women who each believed they were the Virgin Mary passed each other in the courtyard. After the two began to talk and both introduced themselves as the Virgin Mary, one of the women became distressed by this and went to an orderly, remarking that she must not be the Virgin Mary. And from there, that woman went on a road to recovery and was eventually released. So putting all these cases together, Rockich has an idea. If the issue is people with paranoid schizophrenia have base beliefs that are wrong, but no outside force can convince them otherwise, then perhaps the most successful means of change would come from the self. And one of the best means of promoting that self-decision came from putting that person with someone else who also thinks they're that person. Now, from the jump, you may be hearing this and see some complications. Mental illnesses are not a one-size-fits-all, and there has got to be a lot of things go right for something like this to work. Because if the patient isn't willing to have a self-reevaluation, then what you may do is just get them really stressed out and angry and retreat further into their beliefs. But at the same time, I think context for this case is important. The year was 1959. Treatments for people with a debilitating mental illness included things like electroshock therapy, or, lobotomies. So little was understood. Rockich's idea of primitive beliefs in mentally ill patients was just theory at this point. At a time when the leading healthcare idea was what's the best way to mentally castrate these people, I think Rockich's idea of what if we make them talk to each other isn't that bad. Or at least it wasn't at the beginning of the experiment. We'll get to the rest of it later. So Rockich proposed a study to find as many people as they could throughout the state of Michigan that claimed to have a singular identity. In other words, find all the candidates you can who claim to be one person. Emphasis on the one person. It can't be someone who just thinks they're a bunch of different people. They have to consistently stick with the same wrong narrative and also be, comprehensive enough to communicate that. There were some that thought they were Napoleon, there were some that thought they were the president, but for one reason or the other, multiple candidates were deemed non-viable. Until eventually, they found 3 patients in the state of Michigan who each believed that they were Jesus Christ. 2 of which were already at the Ypsilanti State Hospital. So the third was moved to Ypsilanti, and the plan was every day the group would have a meeting with either Dr. Rockich or an assistant presiding. And initially the idea was to just see what would happen. So let's talk about these 3 patients and the tragic circumstances that led them here in the first place. Right after we talk about the sponsor, that lets me make weird videos about 1950s social experiments for a living. Thanks, guys. But before we get into the things of nightmares, because AG1 is your one-stop shop for all the new trivia in the description, and we are back to the video. For the purpose of the study, Rock each gave each of the three men a fake name. As far as I know, their real names have never been made public, and these names were made to protect their anonymity. So from here on out, our three Jesuses will be known as Clyde, Joseph, and Leon. Let's start with the oldest of the three, known as Clyde Benson. Clyde Benson was born in the late 1800s to a small farming family. And for the first 24 years of his life, he worked as a farmhand on his father's farm. Also, as mentioned, Rock each wanted to make sure that these guys' identity was secret, so not only...
Whoever I'm playing Helldivers with must be a noob. They keep accidentally team killing me, and they're level 8, but like they must be a genuine noob. They keep calling in stratagems, and it's getting me murdered.
Names change, but as far as I know, there's no photographs of them. So you're just going to have to figure out what they looked like in your head. It was at the age of 24 that he married a woman whose father also owned a farm nearby. So he moved to his wife's property and began to help his now father-in-law run his farm. Clyde and his wife were married for 18 years and had 3 daughters. According to Clyde's daughters, who were interviewed during the study, they said that their father was always a very immature man. And not immature in like a childish sense of humor or he liked to kid around. Immature in that he never grew up. Till he was 24, he was never that educated and just did whatever his parents told him to do. And then once he moved in with his wife, he just did whatever her dad told him to do. On one occasion, when Clyde was in his 30s, some other guys at local farms said they were going to hop on a train and go west because there was money to be made. So with no plan, Clyde just hops onto a train and he's gone for like 3 or 4 weeks, and then he comes back and he doesn't have any money. The daughters remarked that their mother, Clyde's wife, would often have to be a mother to him. But despite this, the two seemed happy. That was until after 18 years of marriage, Clyde's wife died. Now, in the study, it says that Clyde's wife died while having an abortion. Now, this could be the medical procedure abortion or what we would now call a miscarriage, because back in the 1950s, and 60s, the term was spontaneous abortion to refer to what we would now call a miscarriage, and an induced abortion of what we know as the medical procedure abortion now. And again, because the identities are protected, there's not really a way to verify which one, but regardless, during some kind of lost pregnancy, his wife died as well. If that wasn't bad enough, in the span of about a year after this, his dad, mom, and father-in-law all died as well. As you can imagine, this left Clyde destitute. He inherited the farms from both families, but began to use the money to drink heavily. During this time, he reconnected with a woman who was a friend to him in his youth, so Clyde remarried her, and the two of them drank away both family farms together. Clyde would have a couple kids with her as well, but eventually abandoned the family, which led to a divorce in 1941. During this time, Clyde would get drunk and become a public nuisance and be arrested and then released, until one night when he was arrested while drinking and seemingly suffered a massive mental breakdown. He was up all night in his jail cell screaming that he was God. He took all of his clothes off, tore up the bedding, and said that he was Jesus Christ and that he could hear...
We've all been there! No, I'm just
the voice of his first wife, the one that died, in a passing airplane. He declared himself the King of Heaven and his late wife, the Queen of Heaven. He was released to his family, but was constantly belligerent and determined that he was in fact Jesus, which was spurred on much worse by the drinking, and Clyde was eventually hospitalized around 1943 at the age of 53. At the time of the study, he had been in hospitals for 17 years and was nearly 70 years old. Rockage described him as very tall and mostly toothless, but otherwise healthy and spry for his age, though he was hard to understand as he would often mumble to himself. What's interesting about the three Jesuses that Rockage put together for the experiment is they each came to that conclusion in very different ways. Our first one, Clyde, being a man who was functional for most of his life, if juvenile.
I guess this match of Helldivers I'm playing is just a throwaway. These guys are just getting us killed. I just sprayed down a freaking drop ship of my own AI soldiers at this point. The new update's crazy.
His delirium due to a mental breakdown after losing everyone. Let's talk about our second Jesus for this experiment, Joseph Cassell. Joseph was born in Quebec, Canada, and was actually not born under the name Joseph, but Josephine. His father naming him a girl name after a girl that his father was fond of who had died. So he decided to just give his son that name. Granted, both Joseph and Josephine are pseudonyms that Rockich has given this real patient, but Rockich clarifies later in the book that even though he made up Joseph and Josephine, whoever the real person was named a girl name that they substituted for like the adjacent guy name. Joseph was the oldest of 9 children, and his father was a very strict man. Being born in Quebec, his father was French Canadian and forbid English to be spoken in the house. Joseph would not talk a lot about his childhood, but in an out-of-the-blue mention, recalled one occasion where his father got mad and picked him up and threw him to the floor. Despite this, Joseph's mother seemed to be loving, according to all accounts, and was a positive influence early on in Joseph's life. That was until Joseph was 16 years old and his mother died while giving birth to her 9th child. When his mother died, Joseph went to live with his grandmother, a woman who was very religious. That's something we would probably expect to see out of all of the participants, but we didn't see out of Clyde. You know, you would think someone who thinks they're Jesus Christ would have like a strong connection to Jesus Christ in their life beforehand, but religion didn't seem to be a huge part of Clyde's life until, you know, he suddenly figured out that he was God. Meanwhile, this time that Joseph lived with his very religious grandmother probably implanted a lot of the ideas that Joseph would build on later in life. After a few years with his grandmother, Joseph moved to Detroit on his own. The one thing Joseph was very interested in was literature. He read constantly. He read every book he could get his hands on, and he had dreams of being a writer. In the meantime, working as a clerk to finance his living. When he was 24 years...
All right. Well, I mean, this is only the first 18 minutes, so I can always start it again tomorrow night if you're enjoying it. This is the 3 Crises of Ypsilanti experiment. It gets really interesting. So I could just start it again tomorrow night. All right, have a good night. Where is the other thing that I was going to watch then? Yeah, I'll just start it tomorrow. Oh, God, I just got killed again. This is insane. I might as well keep listening. I'll play it again tomorrow.
Named Beatrice, and the two of them married. However, according to Beatrice, Joseph didn't really have an interest in women before he married her and didn't really have an interest afterward. He would not kiss her, he said it was improper, and would not let her touch his face. And anytime they did make love, he was very specific about the sheets have to be clean, she has to be bathed, and they have to be very specific about all of the dynamics that were to take place. He was also very adamant that he did not want children as it would get in the way of his writing. Beatrice really wanted children and eventually talked Joseph into it, to which the two of them had 3 daughters. It's so weird that both Joseph and Clyde had 3 daughters in their first marriages, or Joseph's only marriage. After their second daughter was born, Joseph tried to convince Beatrice that instead of her staying home to take care of the kids, she should go out and get a job so he could stay home and write. She said this was a bad idea because Joseph doesn't know anything about child rearing. People around him would describe that Joseph was far too serious all the time. If they were at a social event, he could never take a joke or didn't understand them. Anytime they went to a party, after a few minutes he would slip away to read by himself off in a corner. It seems he was very untrustful of those around him, and that began to show itself as paranoia when his second daughter was born, as he was convinced that his wife had had an affair. He harped on this point so much that when their third daughter was born and he accused his wife of having an affair, she just went with it and said, sure, whatever. In 1938, the whole family was in a car when they got into a car wreck. Joseph was okay, but the rest of the family was injured and had to go to the hospital. It was after this that Joseph's mental state seemed to take a dramatic downturn. He became much more nervous and anxious over medical bills and probably the fact that he incidentally hurt his family. He complained that he couldn't work anymore, that having a 9-to-5 stressed him out, and one day, he just quit and refused to get another job, insisting that his wife should go get a job because he wants to stay home and write. Because they now had no way to afford living on their own, the whole family moved back in with Beatrice's family in Canada, to which her family constantly berated Joseph that he needs to get a job, and on one occasion, apparently, her brothers just beat him up. This did not help Joseph's paranoia, and he began to say that members of the family, including Beatrice, were trying to poison him. They would sit down to drink, and he would make her switch cups to prove that she didn't put something in his drink. Eventually, Joseph could no longer live around her family, so Joseph, Beatrice, and the girls went to go live with Joseph's father. And Joseph's condition continued to get worse. He began to accuse Beatrice of not really loving him. In contrast to his previous sexual feelings, now he was all over her, but On one occasion, when she stopped him because she was on her period, he accused her of lying just so that she didn't have to sleep with him. Beatrice was doing what she could to save money so that they could move out, but then Joseph would take the money and use it to buy a bunch of books and then hide them from her. During one of his tirades, he stood on top of Beatrice and began twisting her arms, and from this, Joseph was committed. He was committed in 1939 and early on was very violent to other patients. He would remark that he would attack other patients because he knew they were going to attack him first. It was also around this time that Joseph said he began hearing voices. He would also write constantly. Among these were letters that he would write to the staff at the Ypsilanti Hospital. Among these, he said that the reason he's locked up is because he found out about his wife's multiple affairs. He also claimed that the hospital was forcing him to have homosexual thoughts. The first mention of him being God would come 10 years later in 1949. At this time, he wrote to one of his daughters, quote, "My wife is Benny Barnes, movie actress. I am prince and God and keeper of the courts. This is the truth. I have civilized the whole world. I am eons and eons of years old. I'm the richest man in the world and England. I was the strongest and mastered psychiatry. It came out just beautifully, charming and nice." From here, the God thing remained consistent. He would say that he is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. At the time of the study, Joseph was 58 years old and had been in the hospital for 20 years. He was bald, missing several of his front teeth, and would always have his pockets full of stuff. Just papers he was writing, or cigarettes, or pens. So with Clyde, we have someone that had a mental breakdown. With Joseph, we have someone who seemed to have these paranoid delusions throughout his life that got worse as stress was introduced. And then finally, with Leon, we have probably the kind of case you would think of when you think of someone who thinks they're Jesus Christ. Leon was born in 1921 while his father and mother were on a year trip in Europe. Leon was the youngest of two brothers, and right after Leon was born, while his family was still in Europe, his father left for the United States early so that he could abandon his family for a woman he wanted to be with back in the US. So Leon and his brother were left to be raised by their mother alone. His mother rented a house near a Catholic church, and the church became her life.
Oh, hell
To make
no.
money, she worked as a scrub woman, which was a woman that was hired to, scrub floors. And while she was gone at work, she would lock Leon and his brother in their room. And when she wasn't at work, she was most often not home, but instead at church. Every spare moment she had, she would go there and pray incessantly. So much so that on multiple occasions, the priest who was interviewed during the study would tell her that she needs to go home and take care of her kids. She refused, saying that she heard voices that spoke to her from heaven. And she was obsessed not only with religion, but with religion iconography, lining every wall of the house in pictures of Jesus and crucifixes. Leon's older brother, as soon as he could move out, did just that, and eventually moved to New Zealand, never to be seen again. Leon, as you could imagine, grew up in Catholic school until he was old enough to go to pre-seminary school, as you can imagine, his mother was sure he would be a priest. However, he was expelled from this pre-seminary school at the age of 17 for reasons we still don't know. Leon seemed to be pretty smart and managed to get a job as an electrician for a large company. All of the money he made, he would give to his mother, who he still lived with. As soon as Leon started making money, she quit her job and spent every hour she had either in her garden or at the church, eventually renting another property directly across the street from the church. Leon's mother once remarked that Leon was a good boy and did everything she told him to. Around the time Leon was 18, his dad showed back up, who again Leon hadn't seen since he was 0, and Leon's dad asked if Leon wanted to come live with him, but Leon refused. The one thing Leon did to go against his mother is when World War II kicked off, Leon joined the army. He joined the Army Signal Corps, and when the war was over in 1945, he left as a private first class and had 4 ribbons and 4 combat stars. His mother would remark that she was upset with this decision because when he came back, he didn't obey her as much. He tried college for a while, but then dropped out of that and just reassumed his job as an electrician. However, it was around 1950 that Leon started to slack off of work, eventually missing so many days that he was fired. His stated reason for this was that he was getting chronic fatigue whenever he was at work and wanted to take time off. He got another job, but a couple years later in 1953 left that one for the same reasons. One week in 1950, while Leon was still working, him and his mother got into a fight. His mother forbade Leon from doing anything. He could not talk to women, he couldn't buy a radio because she said it would keep her from hearing the voices she needs to listen to. And during this fight in 1950, Leon said that he was going to quit giving her money unless she started cleaning up the house and cooking for him. rather than spending all of her time at the church, to which his mother replied that he was never good enough to be a priest. It was around when he quit his second job in 1953 that Leon said he could hear voices as well, and that these voices were telling him that he was the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. In 1954, one day, Leon locked himself in the bathroom and refused to come out. His mother, not knowing what to do, went to the priest, and the priest went to a doctor, and the doctor had him committed for a couple months. 6 months later, one day, Leon began going through the house and breaking all of the iconography his mother had, smashing pictures of Jesus, breaking crucifixes. His mom tried to stop him, and he threatened to strangle her if she did. After he destroyed all of the artifacts in the house, he then looked to his mother and said that she could now worship him as Jesus. His mother, afraid that he was going to kill her, goes to the police, and from there, Leon was committed. A friend of Leon's, before his breakdown, said, quote, "I don't think Leon liked boys, but he did not know how to act with women. His mother drove him out of his mind. She was the one they should have shut up. She was crazy, praying all day and all night. Came in Leon's room, praying over him in the middle of the night. She nagged him about everything he did." Leon said he wasn't mad at her, that she couldn't help it, but sometimes he was mad, but he just couldn't walk out on her. He was afraid of her, afraid of the priest, afraid of everything. I guess he couldn't take it anymore. At the time the study began, Leon was 38 years old and had only been hospitalized for 5 years, compared to the 17 and 20 of Joseph and Clyde. He was tall, lean, and was always very kind and graceful. He would walk around softly, have a soft expression on his face. He would even walk with his palms up, overlapped over each other everywhere he went, and would always walk around with a very welcoming expression. Out of the three men, he was by far the most Christ-like in appearance. As a matter of fact, later on in the study, when Leon grew his beard out and grew his hair a bit, Rockage remarked that he looked remarkably similar to paintings of Jesus. Of the three men, Leon is certainly the most stereotypical for someone that thinks they're Jesus. Was raised around a very overwhelming Christian presence throughout his life. And his mom certainly had a mental illness, quite possibly schizophrenia herself, that was just undiagnosed and untreated, that it seems she passed down to her son. And growing up around these images, as well as his own untreated mental illness, led him to express the same things his mother had always expressed when he was younger as he got older. So once all the men were now in Ypsilanti, Rockage's experiment could begin. It began on July the 1st of 1959, when all three were gathered together in a common room at the Ypsilanti State Hospital. And how did this first meeting of three Jesuses go? You can imagine. So Rockage starts out by introducing himself along with several of the assistants who will be aiding in the study. They're hospital workers that will be following and documenting the men outside of Rockage's meetings. So after they introduce themselves, Rockage turns his attention to the three men, to which Joseph answers first. "My name is Joseph Castle." Joseph, is there anything else you want to tell us?" "Yes, I'm God." just off the bat. Just straight into the hot zone. "My name is Clyde Benson. That's my name straight." "Do you have any other names?" "Well, I have other names, but that's my vital side. And I made God 5 and Jesus 6. Does that mean you're God?" "I made God, yes. I made it 70 years old a year ago. Hell, I passed 70 years old." And then finally, Leon, who says, "Sir, it so happens that my birth certificate says that I am Dr. Domino Dominorum et Rex Rexarum Simplis Christineus Puris Mentalis Doctor," which is Latin for Lord of Lords, King of Kings, Simple Christian Boy Psychiatrist. It also states on my birth certificate that I am the reincarnation of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, and I want to add this. I do salute the manliness in Jesus Christ also, because the vine is Jesus and the rock is Christ, pertaining to the penis and testicles. And it so happens that I was railroaded into this place because of prejudice and jealousy, and duping that started before I was born, and that is the main issue why I am here. I want to be myself. I do not consent to their misuse of the frequency of my life. That's a way to say hello. Leon begins to refer to something called an electronic imposition that's messing with him, something that he'll keep talking about through his conversation. And as soon as Leon gets done speaking, the fight starts. Joseph says he's the reincarnation of Christ. I can't get it. I know who I am. I'm God, Christ, the Holy Ghost. And if I wasn't, by gosh, I wouldn't lay claim to anything of the sort. I'm Christ. I don't want to say I'm Christ, God, the Holy Ghost, Spirit. I know this is an insane house and you have to be very careful. Leon tries to say something, but Joseph just talks over him and says, I know what I've done. I've engineered the affairs of the stronghold in a new world here, the British province. I've done my work. I was way down, way down. I was way, way up. I've engineered, by God. I've taken psychiatrics, and nobody came to me and kissed my ass or kissed me or shook hands with me and told me about my work. No, sir, I don't tell anybody that I'm God or that I'm Christ, the Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost. I know what I am now. I know what I'm going to be. This is an insane house. You'll also recall in the letter Joseph wrote earlier that he mentioned Britain there as well. That will come up a lot with him. As they get into a fight, Leon says that he doesn't want to tread over whatever it is Joseph believes. Rocky asks what Clyde thinks, and Clyde says, I represent the resurrection. Yeah, I'm the same as Jesus. To represent the resurrection, I'm clear as saint convert you ever see. First standing took me 10 years to make it. 40 cars a month. I made 40 Christ, 40 trucks. But don't worry, when asked if he's God, he does in fact remark that he is God, Christ, and the Holy Spirit. Immediately, the two most volatile personalities, Joseph and Clyde, just start yelling at each other, I'm God, no, I'm God. After they yell for a while, Rocky says that this first meeting should be adjourned. And after it quiets down, Leon says that what Rockich is doing is akin to mental torture. And Leon further remarks he will not be coming to any future meetings. Despite this, Leon comes to every future meeting. Important to note, Rockich had set up with his team before the experiment began that all of this is voluntary. If at any point the men do not want to come to the meeting or don't want to participate, they will not be forced to. The next day, they have a meeting again, and everyone comes in, and something weird happens off the bat. Claude starts to say the same thing about him being God, but Joseph says, he raised me up. He raised me up in England, pointing at Clyde. Rocky asks what he means, and Joseph says, well, I died and I was reproduced by him. Oh, you're a re-rise, Clyde asked in wonderment. Yes. Well, I didn't know that, Clyde said. See, now he is a re-rise from the cemetery, and I didn't know that. Like, they're both speaking within delusion, but it's like they are finding common ground and communicating to each other through it. But as Rocky starts to press, Clyde once again remarks that he is God, but Joseph says that he is also God, so they start to bicker a bit. Rocky then turns to Leon, who, by the way, Leon has asked to not be called Leon, as that is his dupe name, and he would instead like to be called Rex, which is Latin for king, very humble. Leon, referred to as Rex, says that the other two men are in fact gods, but they're like lowercase g gods, hollowed out instrumental gods, as he calls them. There are two types of gods, God Almighty, the Spirit, without a beginning and without an end. Nobody created God, the God Almighty. Then there are creatures who are instrumental gods. There are some who aren't hollowed out, and there are some who are hollowed out. Clyde seems to agree with Leon, seemingly liking that he's being referred to as a god. Leon keeps going and gives a bit of insight into how his mind works. I understand your situation pertaining to dying the death and making the person a hollowed-out instrumental god. You are correct there. As far as my understanding from what I have read and from practical experience, it is that I am a creature and I have a beginning. A human spirit has a beginning, and his body has a beginning, pertaining to its life as such. Therefore, I cannot say that I am God Almighty, because if I do, I'm telling myself a falsehood, and I don't believe in telling myself a falsehood. I'm a creature, just a human spirit created by God before time existed. So you are a creature, but you are also Christ? Yes, sir, I am the reincarnation of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, the first human spirit. As opposed to Clyde and Joseph, who just keep saying, you're not God, I'm God. No, you're not God, I'm God. When Leon tries to clarify that he is Jesus Christ, Clyde just starts screaming, I am him. Leon tries to clarify his divinity. Rocky asks if Leon, if he is God, made Clyde. And after Leon says he did make Clyde, Clyde just laughs at him. After this is going nowhere, Rocky asks, men, why do you think you're here? And Leon gives an interesting answer. He says, sir, I sincerely understand pertaining to reading between the lines and stay behind the scenes. And I realize that those people who bring patients together to have one abuse the other through depressing is not sound psychological reasoning deduction, meaning a person who is set in his way, there is nobody on earth. God cannot change a person either, because God Almighty respects free will. Therefore, this man is so-and-so, and I'm so-and-so, and on those merits, to try to brainwash, what they call it, organic cosmics through the meeting of patients, one against the other, that is not sound psychological deduction also. Therefore, I give credit to those gentlemen where credit is due, and when a person speaks the truth, it makes that person free, meaning the other person cannot go against that person and try to take away a righteous conscience. Leon seems to be remarkably aware of what's going on, knowing that Rockich is doing some kind of psychological study to see how they react, but that Leon doesn't like negativity impressed on one another, so he is simply keeping the peace. Not so far as to lie and say that he isn't God because he believes himself to be God, but to qualify it in a way to keep the mood light. At one instance of Leon referring to Clyde as a hollowed out god, Clyde gets mad at that and says he's not hollowed out. And Leon follows up saying he's trying to compliment Clyde, that the whole hollowed out thing is a good thing. Joseph remarks that he is God, and if anyone says otherwise, he's going to laugh about it. When Joseph is asked why he thinks they've been gathered together, Joseph says so that they could discuss him being God. Not the others being God, just him, because of course, he is God. When Clyde's asked why he thinks he's here, he once again mumbles about all the riches he has and the kingdoms and the stuff he owns, before Clyde remarks that he owns the hospital, which, if he was God, would make sense, I guess. While this is happening, Leon begins to hold his head in what seems to be a headache. When asked if he has a headache, Leon says, "No, I don't, sir. I was shaking it off, sir. Cosmic energy, refreshing my brain. When I grab cosmic energy from the bottom of my feet to my brain, it refreshes my brain. The doctor told me that's the way I'm feeling, and that is the proper attitude. Oh, pertaining to the question that you asked these two gentlemen, each one is a little institution and a house, a little world in which some stand in a clockwise direction and some in counterclockwise, and I believe in a clockwise rotation." Which that last part's like an elaborate way of saying I'm right, they're wrong, I think. Rockich asks if they've been resurrected, and they all say yes. And then he asks if there's only one Christ that was resurrected, and they all say yes. And then they each remark that that is themselves. And then Clyde and Joseph start yelling about it. After Joseph continues to remark that he's going to laugh the other two off, he says, "Well, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to be dismissed from here and go back to England, and I'll be awfully glad because I know I belong to England. I'm from England originally. I want to go back there. I've done enough work here. I came here the 20th of March, 1940, and now it's 1959. I've been here 19 years. I certainly deserve to be dismissed from this here hospital. I want to go back to England. You can deport me to England to a hospital. They have a hospital in London, don't they? I worked for England right along. Darn right." As I mentioned, Joseph was born in Quebec and seems to have never even visited England. He will keep bringing that up throughout the study, though, specifically that the hospital itself is an English stronghold, and that he is being financed to live there by the English government since he is a true Englander and has always fought and stood for England. We can't be sure where this belief came from. The theory that Rockich proposes near the end of the book is perhaps since his father was such a controlling aspect in his life and demanded that he speak French growing up, that an early rebellion in Joseph's life was learning English. Not to mention the historic rivalry between England and France. So perhaps the England idea is a rejection of his father's ideas, but that's just a theory. A game. Okay. This initial couple meetings would set the stage for the next 2 years of experiments. More specifically, in the way the three men would react. Clyde was always the most stubborn of the three, and also the most short-worded. He would yell, "I'm God," or he would get upset, and then as they continue to ask him questions or challenge him, he would just state, "I am God," and that'd be the end of that argument. Joseph would get a little bit more intricate, but was the same tone of Clyde and just getting angry. His beliefs were certainly more elaborate. He would be more detailed about how he's from England, and this is an English stronghold, and he's God who created this thing and that thing. But both of them are in stark contrast to Leon. Leon, and this will get more apparent as the experiment goes on, would have this vast web of relationships and beliefs and characters that he would constantly rearrange to make the room work. He initially stayed firm about his own identity, but if someone said something conflicting, he would just kind of change the narrative to make both of them be correct. And while you may at first see this as a kindness, he doesn't want the others to feel wrong, as we're going to see as the study goes on, it seems that it is more so to defend himself and his own beliefs versus conforming to theirs. Because while Clyde and Joseph have forms of denial, just denying new information, Leon seems more determined to make his delirium work, even if he's not aware that he's doing that. In an early meeting, Clyde is asked what he thinks of Joseph and Leon saying they are God, and Clyde says he doesn't care because they are dead and controlled by machines. When Clyde is asked where the machine is, he points to Joseph's stomach. With Joseph's permission, Clyde lifts his shirt and feels around where he thinks the machine is. When he doesn't feel anything, he says, "That's funny, it isn't there. It must have slipped down where you can't feel it." Clyde will be set in a single direction, and if something comes up that contradicts that direction, that is still his direction. What's also important to remember about these guys is it's not like they're tricksters or they're conniving in any way, they're mentally ill. It's not that Clyde is trying to be malicious, and when he hears something that proves him wrong, he just sticks his nose up at it. Again, go back to what Rockich was talking about with primitive beliefs. He believes this thing to be true. There is a machine inside of Joseph controlling his dead body. And when he can't feel it, that doesn't matter because the machine's in there. He knows that. Some people approach cases like this with a sort of frustration that despite all the evidence they're shown, they don't go along with it. Going back to the name example from earlier, if I approached you and said that your name was not your name, you probably wouldn't believe me, regardless of whatever documents or evidence I had. That's why there has to be a patience and a time given to mental health therapy, because truly, they can't help it. Joseph does say one of the funniest things he ever says in one of these early meetings when he's asked what he thinks of Clyde and Leon's beliefs, and Joseph says, "It can't be God or Jesus Christ or the Holy Spirit by any means. There's only one God. I'm the only God. Clyde and Rex are patients in a mental hospital, and their being patients proves they are insane." Joseph will do that a lot. He will see things happening, and he will correctly call them out or describe what's happening, but he won't apply it to himself. Or more accurately, he is unable to apply it to himself. Leon, meanwhile, continues to build up this lore within his mind. He continues to say that they are lesser gods and says that Joseph is the reincarnation of a fallen angel and at another point Davy Jones, and that Clyde was the reincarnation of King Matthias. And what he's doing here may just seem like crazy ramblings, but there's a consistency. Joseph talks about being an Englishman and that he's in an English stronghold, but he's also God. So what are the two things Leon says he's a reincarnation of? Famous Englishman, Davy Jones, and a fallen angel. Something from divinity in heaven, but of course not God, which Leon is. And Clyde always talks about all of the money and land he owns, so he calls him a king. Leon consistently seems to be the most cognizant of the three, so it's hard to tell how much of this is purposeful or how much it is his mind putting together these connections and him thinking them legitimate. When asked again why they are there, Clyde again says that he owns the hospital, so, why not be? Joseph goes back and forth. Sometimes he says he's there on behalf of England, or he's there just because he wants to be, but other times he'll almost recognize his condition, saying things like, "I'm sick in the head, but not insane." But these little revelations are never consistent enough over time to be considered a breakthrough. Leon's reasons for why he's there are all over the place. Sometimes he'll say he's trapped there because of jealousy. Other times he'll talk about these electronic signals or duping, which is his way of saying like cosmic forces tricking him. Or other times he'll say he is being sent there by his uncle, who is a reincarnation of the Archangel Michael, to effectively be an undercover agent to see what's happening to people inside of the hospital. And a lot of the early meetings were characterized by these petty fights. Upon a fight where Leon isn't referring to Clyde and Joseph as Christ, Leon begins to change the definition of what Christ means, eventually remarking, quote, "Anyone with testicles is a Christ. That's what Sir means." So now he's changing the parameter of the word to say like, well, they are a Christ. Of course, I am the Christ. But they can be called that too, I guess. One day they get into a fight over what it means to worship, and Clyde says that Leon should worship him since, of course, he is God. And Joseph remarks, "No two men are Jesus Christ." And Leon says, "You hear mechanical voices." And Clyde says, "You don't get it right. I don't care what you call it. I hear natural voices." And Joseph adds, "I'm going back to England." Leon remarks, "Sir, if the good Lord wills only." And Joseph says, "Good Lord, I'm the good Lord." Keep in mind, these guys were housed in the same ward at the hospital, so they would see each other outside of the meetings.
It must have been really funny to sit there and listen to this argument. Like, oh, these guys are totally bonkers.
As well, they'd see each other on their work shift, at breakfast and dinner, and sometimes early on, Leon would just pick a fight. One of my favorites is a few weeks after the meeting start, when it says, quote, "Leon pointed to Joseph and said, 'His foster father's a barracuda. Clyde's is a sandpiper.'" My foster father was not a sandpiper, Clyde answered. That's your belief, sir, Leon said. This talk of his dad being a sandpiper made Clyde so mad that he got up and started yelling in Leon's face and threatened to hit him. And as he had his fist reared back, Leon just said, "Can I borrow cigarette paper?" Again, it's hard to tell how much of this is Leon's mind just working this way and how much of it is him kind of prodding until he sees he's taken it too far, and then he quits prodding. During one meeting, Joseph calls Leon insane, and Leon says that his uncle, who if you'll remember is the Archangel Michael, is going to kill Joseph with a ball of lightning. Joseph calls Leon insane again, and then Leon snitches on Joseph, saying that Joseph has been shoving towels down toilets. I don't know why he was doing that, but apparently he has. Rockich makes an interesting point out of this interaction when he says, as this incident demonstrates, Joseph and Leon each paid attention to what the other was doing and expressed their awareness openly. Such behavior, representing as it does an enlargement of the sphere of involvement with others, is uncommon in paranoid schizophrenics, who are generally concerned only with themselves. In the very process of defending their delusional systems against attack, these two men became realistically oriented towards each other in order to obtain information to use as weapons of attack and defense. So sure, it's not for a good thing. They're trying to snitch on each other and keep tabs on each other. But in placing them together, the experiment is doing something. The men are becoming aware of each other. They only got physical with each other on a few occasions. Initially, the three men had laundry duty together. And apparently on one instance, while moving a laundry cart, Leon and Joseph almost got into a fight, but were separated. On another instance, during a meeting while talking about false gods, as they would do, Joseph and Clyde began to call each other false gods and got into a scuffle, where they kind of just clung onto each other and tussled a bit, and then got pulled apart. The wildest one came when, during a meeting, Leon casually mentions that Adam was black. Clyde gets really upset at this and says that Adam was a white man, eventually standing up and walking over to Leon screaming about it. Leon remarks that Clyde is being a fool, so Clyde just punches him in the face. Immediately, the assistants are all over him and pull him back, but according to Rockich, Leon was just sitting there perfectly still with his hands on his lap. Rock punches him in the face, screaming about it. Leon remarks that Clyde is being a fool, so Clyde just punches him in the face. Immediately, the assistants are all over him and pull him back. But according to Rockich, Leon was just sitting there perfectly still with his hands on his lap, got hit in the face, and didn't move at all. And then just dropped the subject, and then when asked about it later said, you know what, maybe Adam was a white man. This is interesting because it seems a part of Leon's belief changed when he was given extreme distress. Getting punched in the face. Either this is his mind's reaction to a situation he's not used to and not comfortable to be in to readdress itself, or if Leon is aware enough to know that he's prodding, maybe he saw this as taking it too far and decided to step back. As the meetings went on, the group kind of got into a melody of how things would go. Clyde, for the most part, was reserved to himself, but Leon would often bait Joseph. For example, if Joseph made a passing mention of getting coffee, Leon would say something like, "Oh, I thought the English drank tea." And anytime Joseph got too worked up in response, Leon would switch to peacemaker. Very often in the middle of arguments, just going, can I change the subject, and bringing up something completely different. If Leon was ever speaking over Joseph for too long, Joseph would just kind of shake his head and allow Leon to keep speaking, but putting a word in edgewise every now and then so he wasn't forfeiting the conversation, he just didn't want to participate. Joseph also made a habit of going on very long bathroom breaks in the middle of the meetings. Joseph began to bring books and magazines that he would read instead of participating in the meetings, but Rockich turned this into a group discussion, as he would ask Joseph to read these things out loud, and it became a regular part of these meetings to have group reading time. And as things got too negative for Leon, he would get rid of the bad energy. Doing things like mentioned before, rubbing his temples. Sometimes he would pour salt in his water because that helped, I guess. He would also talk about how if he didn't like something, he would shove it into his squelch chamber. Squelch chamber was a passage in the back of his brain that any idea he didn't like would go into and would be churned up and thrown away. However, as the men would continue to bicker in meetings, something interesting was happening outside of the meetings. The three men had the habit, when on their free time, to be near each other. Not necessarily friendly or chummy, but just in each other's company. In the massive common areas that could fit 100 people, they would often be seen in the corner together, not talking but being near each other, either sitting in chairs next to each other facing the same way, or Joseph would do things like get a chair right behind Leon's and face the opposite direction, but still close to him. Joseph's wife still visited on occasion, and on one occasion, brought a fruit basket. The research assistants noted that as soon as Joseph got the fruit basket, he went and offered the fruit to Leon and Clyde. One day, to see what would happen, the research assistants moved the chair before Leon got to the room. Upon seeing he didn't have a chair near Joseph and Clyde, he went to another part of the room and carried a heavy chair over to where his normally was. And when the experiment was repeated with Joseph, the same thing happened. Rockich once asked Leon why he sits in that chair, and Leon says it's to get a good view of the TV, when in fact that chair was a really far distance from the TV. And again, while it's hard to know for sure because it's hard to tell how much of their delusions are fictional or incorporate reality, every now and then it seems they would incorporate each other in a meaningful way. When he was asked about the chair situation, Joseph said, "I get the feeling that England will not be invaded. Rex and Clyde sit near me. They help me to protect the stronghold. They're not against England. They are patients in the hospital. That's all." Perhaps just the comfort of being near each other and having routine every day, but that comfort was enough that Joseph wanted to be near them, even if that nearness came just hours after they were screaming of their own godhood. Similarly, specific symptoms of their condition was made known through the meetings. For example, on one instance, Leon said that if he commanded it to, a table would float. Rockich asks Leon to show him, so Leon walks up to a large table and turns around and says that the table is now floating. Rockich says that clearly the table is not floating, and Leon says that's because it's floating cosmically, and Rockich just can't see it. Again, a recurring thing for Leon is if something doesn't happen, well, it's just because you can't see what's actually happening in like another dimension. Also, further evidence of Joseph understanding things but not applying it to reality correctly were also known. On page 77, Rockich says, quote, "Joseph saw himself as a great writer. This was a central theme both in his delusional system and in his everyday behavior. He told us that he liked to read good literary criticism, history and biography, and essays on art and architecture. Once, in a discussion of Madame Bovary, I asked Joseph who wrote it. Flaubert, he said. And when? Around 1874. And in answer to the question, what is it about? He was able to give a quite accurate account of the story. The discussion lasted about 10 minutes and proceeded on an entirely realistic level. Then Joseph said, I really wrote Madame Bovary. You did? I thought you just got through saying that Flaubert wrote it. No, I did. Flaubert stole it from me. He took it to France. Again, he would understand things correctly, like when he said Leon and Clyde were in a mental hospital, they're ill, but it's like his correct framing is wrapped in a package of his own delirium. From all of his reading, I'm sure that Joseph was a very knowledgeable man, but his illness prevented him from the follow-through on the application of that knowledge. Joseph would also sometimes correctly state that he had a father that was still living, and other times would say that he didn't have a father because, he's God. And other times that Dr. Yoder, the superintendent of the hospital, was his father, which that will actually be used in later stages of the experiment. Now, as far as parents go, by far the most interesting subject was Leon. As a matter of fact, he would never even refer to his real mother as his mother, instead calling her the old witch. And even in his delirium, this made sense. I'm sure the emotional trauma that his mother left him with has made an impact that has lasted and worked its way into Leon's ideas. He refers to her as a duper, the same thing he uses to describe people at the hospital that are trying to trick him. He also says that while he was asleep, his mother would perform sexual acts on him. Now, it's very apparent throughout a lot of Leon's talk that he has some weird sexual ideation. Through nearly every conversation, even when it does not apply at all, he will bring up genitalia. If he talks for long enough, he will talk about how spirits and souls are shaped in the way reproductive organs are. He talks at great length about how he distributes his seed cosmically. Initially, he says that his wife is the Virgin Mary, and that she is a virgin and cannot be touched, so instead, they consummate their time together through astral projection. As long as he touches himself in a very specific way, he is not degrading himself, he is just having cosmic relations, which the way he describes, if you're curious, is just doing that. I point this out to say that sexual and phallic thoughts are on Leon's mind pretty constantly. So while it's not impossible that his mother, who was also mentally ill, did physically abuse him when he was younger, he also has several stories of nearly every woman in his life being sexually abusive. Later on, when women in the facilities just approach him and ask for a cigarette, he remarks that they came on to him or they tried to touch him. And this itself may come from a place of trauma with his mother, but it could also just be that because of his overbearing mother who forbid anything related to attraction in women, his ideas of sexuality are so closely tied to an overbearing mother figure that he can't separate them. To tie into this, he will frequently switch between saying the Virgin Mary is his wife and also his mom. Also, if you're wondering where Clyde was in all of this, he was right there, just not saying anything. Clyde was very matter of fact. If one of the other two said they were God a little too much, he would chime in and yell that he's actually God, but otherwise he kept to himself. If asked about his childhood, he may say that's dumb or that's stupid, and then after the other two go, make some quick remark about his father, but usually no more than a couple sentences. As mentioned, Clyde was quite old and stubborn. The funniest defense he had is sometimes, if questioned, he would just fall asleep. Like if they're asking too many questions about his wife or growing up or about his belief in divinity, just mid-conversation, he would slump over and then just fall asleep. Which, I mean, that's a pretty good defense. Like, what do you do against that? Some more interesting findings from the assistants who were monitoring the
Passing
men
out.
day to day. Clyde shows Leon a picture from a magazine of a bunch of girls in swimsuits and says that they're his girls and that he made them. Queen Elizabeth shows up on the TV at one point, and Joseph says that he cannot watch because she is taking his place. Clyde, smoking a pipe, is writing on a scrap of paper, adding up columns of astronomical figures incorrectly. He states he has 400 girls and women to care for, and that he can't hardly understand why I can't buy anything when I have 40 cars of money. It's interesting how all of Clyde's delusions, when he mentions them, are about being a rich landowner who has hundreds of women and millions of dollars. Quite depressing considering that before he was committed, he was a man who lived with a wife and had a modest farm, and lost all of it as his mind began to deteriorate, to a position now where he has all of those things once again. The three men take turns reading from the Bible. Then Clyde takes a copy of Reader's Digest from his pocket, and each of the men in turn reads one item from Increase Your Word Power, a game designed to test the player's knowledge of word meanings. Whenever Leon guesses which of a series of alternative words is correct, he exuberantly shouts, "Yay!" Although he does not know many of the words, he takes the game very seriously. There's also the pleasant note, Leon is polite and helpful to Clyde, who visibly enjoys listening to Leon read. Also, just things that don't even necessarily relate to, like, the guys as a group. Like after dinner one day, it says, when the meal is finished, a woman stands behind Joseph, as she does every day, without saying anything. Joseph, also wordlessly, rolls a cigarette, lights it, and gives it to her, whereupon she goes away. Just these interesting habits that they've developed over the years. Another woman patient, picking up food trays, accidentally brushes against Leon. Madam, I don't like the idea of strange women brushing me suggestively. I'm married, I have a wife, and even if I didn't, I don't advocate hurtful behavior in hospitals. Another interesting note about Leon. Leon is in the recreation room watching TV. Another patient changes the channel in the middle of the program. Leon says nothing and continues watching. A brassiere ad comes on. Leon averts his eyes. Another ad begins. Leon again watches, going back to his aversion to female sexuality, even if it's just a bra commercial. Shortly after that, a girl in a TV movie says, "Do you ever go out with girls?" And Leon goes through a shaking off ritual. So trying to get rid of the energy of hearing a woman talking about going out. Oh, this one's great. A patient seeing Leon in the dining room says, "Hi Rex, do you still think you're Jesus Christ?" "Sir," Leon replies, "I most certainly am Jesus Christ." The patient, turning to Joseph, says, "This guy thinks he's Christ. He's nuts, isn't he?" Joseph, agitated, says, "He's not Jesus Christ. I am." Clyde enters the fray, shouting, "No, he's not. I am." The patient, somewhat bewildered, steps back and says to Leon, "I think you're faking." Like, this guy was just like, "Hey, do you still think you're God?" And then suddenly two other guys appear who also say they're God. Leon explains
It's
later
not just
that
him,
the
it's
patient
us.
is one of his arch enemies. That even though the man is a Jesus Christ too,
What did he
in the
say?
sense other guys appear who also say they're God. Leon explains later that the patient is one of his arch enemies. That even though the man is a Jesus Christ too, in the sense that he has a vine and a rock, which to Leon is like metaphor for genitalia, he has an evil ideal which Leon hates because he misuses his vine by placing it in the wrong hole.
What?
Which I want to clarify, a lot of my laughter and the reason I find humor in this isn't because I find their condition funny. I think it is very tragic that their mind works against them to such a degree that they see some factors of reality, but it all has to incorporate back into the illusion. What I find humorous is almost the hopeful note that despite these delusions, they still have ups and downs. They still have interactions that, although juvenile in instances of like an arch enemy, are still relations, are still history of stuff they've put together. There's something kind of uplifting about a woman silently walking up to Joseph and him knowing to hand her a lit cigarette. Or Leon, someone with intense religious trauma and a generational mental illness, having an arch enemy because the person asked him if he's Jesus. There's a delight in the simplicity of it. Speaking of Leon's arch enemy, at dinner that day, it says Leon's tormentor appears again. Clyde says, "Stop making trouble for him, talking about my name. I'm Jesus Christ. You want to make something of it?" Clyde gets up, tries to hit the patient. The patient melts away, and Clyde is very upset. Leon is calm. This is so interesting. It's like Clyde isn't forfeiting that he's not Jesus, and that instead Leon is. But within his delusion, he's like standing up for Leon. He saw a guy that Leon mentioned he didn't like because he makes Leon upset. So when he just gets near Leon, Clyde stands up and says, "Stop messing with him. I'm Jesus." Like, sure, it doesn't break his illusion, it doesn't break the psychosis he's under, but through that, he stands up for the closest thing he has to a friend. Similar to Joseph saying he feels like England will be safe when he sits near Clyde and Leon, here Clyde is standing up for his friend in likely the greatest capacity he can. Now keep in mind, they're still going to have a meeting the day after where they yell at their God, but then after that, they'll sit in this room and look out for each other. One note says, all three men are leaving the laundry. When Leon approaches a tunnel junction, he calls out, coming through, please," thereby commanding one and all to get out of the way. Joseph, pushing his truck, repeatedly booms out, "There she blows! All the enemies of the world are going to be blown up." As mentioned earlier, it's fun that they have moments of fun like that. In one of the earlier meetings, right after Leon accused Joseph of shoving towels down the toilet, which he apparently did, he also accuses Joseph of throwing magazines out the windows of the hospital. And then there is a note that one of the assistants made that says, on his way back to the dining room, Joseph picks up magazines from the rack and tosses them out the window. Like, why would you do that? There was a dance held for the patients, and Leon said he wouldn't go, but apparently, at Joseph and Clyde's behest, decided to shower and comb his hair. And while he doesn't dance, he just sits at one end of the room reading and watching the dancing couples as Joseph sits next to him. This is... I feel bad laughing at some of these because these are mentally ill people. It's not that I am laughing at them or anything like that. In instances like this, it's just imagining this scenario taking place. So, waiting for an elevator, again, this is another assistant note. Waiting for elevator to return to laundry, Leon asks another patient, "What time do you have?" 2, Rex. "Thank you, sir. It's time to shake off." His voice has the ring of a World War II fighter pilot preparing to peel off from formation to dive bomb a battleship. Like, just imagine being that other... Like, we understand what Leon/Rex means because it's like, oh, he shakes off to get rid of negative energy and stuff like that. But could you imagine how scared that other guy was? You're waiting next to an elevator with someone, and as soon as you tell the time, he just screams that. Things continue like this for the first several months, but then something interesting happens. One day, a messenger comes with a note for Leon, saying that his mother is here to visit. Leon hands the note back, saying that, for one, his name isn't Leon, because, mind you, he goes by Rex now, and that woman is not his mother, and he does not want to see her, and she should not come here again. A research assistant uses this opportunity to go and talk to Leon's mother. Upon being informed that Leon doesn't want to see her, she breaks down in tears. Rockage has this interesting analysis of her, when he says, she gives the impression of a defeated woman approaching the end of life, who realizes that all she has valued most highly has turned out badly, but who has not the faintest idea why. Least of all, does she show any awareness of the part she herself played in her own bitter defeat. It's easy to hate Leon's mother for the position that Leon is in. She was very emotionally abusive and at other times just abandoned him. She is very controlling, and we can trace most of the problems Leon has back to her. But from her accounts of hearing voices, it seems apparent that his mother had the same condition that he did. And I'm sure it wasn't easy for a woman with paranoid schizophrenia or something adjacent to it to be abandoned by her husband and left to pick up the pieces herself. Again, it's not like she's in a conscious denial. It's not that she chooses to disbelieve she had an effect on how Leon turned out. It's like Rocky said, she's incapable of putting that together. Shortly thereafter, a note reads, "The three men, along with several others, have finished their work in the laundry room and are ambling back to their ward in D building. Leon's mother is leaving the hospital grounds and walks wearily towards the moving cluster of men. As they approach, she sees her son. Her anguished expression suddenly changes to one of happy anticipation. He has changed his mind and is now coming to greet her. As Leon comes nearer, the two are, for a moment, face to face. Leon, as if unseen, passes her by. Her smile disappears. She utters a prolonged wail. The research assistant tries to console her, but to no avail. Leon reaches the entrance to D building, looks back fleetingly, and quickly goes in. It really is tragic on every end that she was such an awful mother to him, but that she was also never in the capacity to be a good one. And you can't blame Leon for having the resentment towards her that he does, much less with his mental illness. On a less depressing note, in a group meeting following this, Joseph puts a book out on the windowsill to give it some air. This, he says, will make the book healthier for him to read. Leon reads aloud from an article in the Reader's Digest about voting to select a national flower. Leon votes for dandelions. Joseph and Clyde vote for grass. Leon, in a letter he wrote addressed to, quote, "Respected sirs and madam," he recounts his meeting with his mother, but describes it much differently. In Leon's account, he told her off. He called her an old witch and told her to be gone. He described some dramatic encounter where he almost wards her off like a spirit. And perhaps that's what he thought happened in that altercation, or what he wanted to. Not long after this, a psychiatrist calls Leon into his office to inform him that his mother has passed away. Leon's response to this is, "I have no mother. She disowned me a long time ago, and I have disowned her." He goes on to say that he didn't hate her, just the evil ideal within her, and otherwise shows no reaction to this information. Leon goes on to say that he does not want to attend her funeral, and then when asked if he felt bad about his mother's death, he said, "No, sir, why should I feel bad? She wasn't my mother." And then when asked if he wants to take the rest of the day off from work, he says, "No, why would I?" However, rather bizarrely, that same day when they have their group meeting, Leon insists that Joseph died. Keep in mind, Joseph is 2 chairs away, or 1 chair. I'm not sure what the order was. I think Clyde was in the middle, but maybe they moved. I don't know. It seems that Leon has misimplied this information of his mother's death and instead put it on Joseph. He says that the body attending the meeting is not Joseph, although it is the same shape as Joseph. Joseph's response to this is to say, "There are some people that wished I had passed away, but I have not passed away." Thank you, Joseph. Rocky asked if perhaps he's getting the news of someone's death mixed up, but Leon says he is not, and in stark contrast to his mother, while describing Joseph's death, who again is right there, he is very distressed and sad. It's hard to tell if this is the emotions that he was residing for his mother just coming out projected onto Joseph, or if he is legitimately distressed at the thought that Joseph is dead. Beyond this, there's more interesting interactions. During a meeting, Leon says that he thinks people can be cured of schizophrenia if they are treated with medication and positive therapy. Rockich asks if that's what Leon needs, and Leon says that once all the imposition is shaken off, he'll be good to go. During one meeting, Rocky suggests they could get some artwork to hang on the walls of the otherwise dull meeting room. And Joseph says he likes this meeting room because it reminds him of England, and then says, "You start putting pictures on the wall, and everybody will come over here to look at them. And then there will be somebody in here all the time." At one point, Joseph goes to the social service department of the hospital. When the secretary asks, "Can I help you?" Joseph's response is, "Yes, I am God. I've come to see about a release from the hospital." He doesn't even call himself Joseph anymore, just, "Hello, it's God. Nice to meet you." Earlier in the study, Rocky asked the men to meet on their own over the weekends, and then Joseph would write a report over what they talked about. So over Easter weekend, Joseph writes a report about Jesus dying on the cross and the beauty of the resurrection, and now we have new life. And then at the end adds, "I'm the one who died upon the cross, God, for the resurrection of life." Again, it's like he understands something, but then the fantasy's incorporated. After the study went on for a couple months, Rocky decided to switch it up a bit. To see what would happen when the 3 men were given reign over the meetings, he instituted the idea of a rotating chairman. So every meeting, it would be one of the 3's responsibility to find the other 2, come to the meeting, and then lead the discussion. Joseph was made chairman on the first day and very excited about it, but then was upset the next day when it went to Leon because he thought he got to be chairman forever. And it's almost like Leon was trying to outdo Joseph, because when it was his turn to be chairman, all of the discussion topics were communism, socialism, capitalism, movies, government, things to try to sound smart. What was interesting in this dynamic is, especially from Leon, there was a striking amount of care for each other, which was kind of the idea of this. One person becomes responsible for the other two. Something that is rarely seen in paranoid schizophrenics, as most often they are concerned about themselves and, paranoid of others. Midway through Leon's time as chairman, he apologized to Clyde for leaving him out of the discussion. When it was Joseph's time to be chairman again, he, for some reason, walked into the common area and invited two random people to come to the meeting. And the two random people just followed, and Rock each had to stop and be like, what are you doing? Go find the two correct ones. And when asked about this later, Joseph just kind of ignored it. Perhaps he was confused and embarrassed that he picked the two wrong guys. Quote, the meeting typically opened and closed with a song. The pattern of singing became established one day early in October when Joseph brought a songbook to the meeting. During the session, while Joseph was reading America, he and Leon spontaneously began singing it. As they did, both stood up, and Clyde joined them. From that day on, the men sang various songs from the songbook. So moving on from here, every meeting they would start and end with a song, most often America. And then this next paragraph is one of the most touching parts of the entire study. At first, Clyde had some difficulty reading the small print in the songbook. Leon noticed this, and the next day, as they were about to sing, he extracted from his pocket a piece of paper on which he had copied America in large print. With Leon in the middle and Clyde and Joseph standing close on either side of him, barbershop style, they sang America. From three men who started out fighting each other, that each one of them was Jesus and the others are liars, this is a remarkable amount of progress when it comes to social understanding. Not only are they near each other and choose to be around each other, something very uncharacteristic of paranoid types, but Leon saw Clyde had trouble reading and then thought about it enough to go copy the whole song so that Clyde could sing with them. The experiment gets into some places that are questionable near its end, but through moments like this, it is hard to not understand why Rock each wanted to keep pushing. If you asked anyone at the hospital before the study began if these men were capable of something like this, I'm sure they all would have said no. But even if it's just from the time they're forced to be around each other, these human emotions started to come through. About 6 months in, Joseph had to miss one of the meetings because he was in the hospital. He had felt a pain in his chest, so to treat it, he went to the laundry room and got bleach to rub into his skin, which, as you could imagine, burned a lot. Which, while you could question why people in a psychiatric hospital had access to chemical cleaners, it was 1959. I'm just glad they weren't throwing them in those giant pins or whatever it was they used to. So Leon and Clyde went to visit him, and after it was suggested by a research assistant, brought him flowers. Joseph made a big deal of this, was very appreciative, and for a long time spoke of how much he enjoyed being around Clyde and Leon. And in combination with this, they seemed to be showing improvements in their schizophrenia. For example, around this time, Joseph started to say that he was in fact born in Quebec. There were signs of progress being made, but in other places, not so much. For one, Joseph's whole going to the bathroom thing kept up, and he had now also added the habit that if Leon was in the middle of a story, he would choose that time to return books to the library. But at the same time, he would say that they should have meetings twice a day. It's like he wanted to be there and be around them, but as soon as he was there in a meeting with them, he didn't like some of the confrontation, especially when it came to identity. Sure, now if one of them said, "I'm God," the other two would say, "That's your belief," or mutter that "I'm actually God," and they would drop it. But it still seems that people like Joseph didn't like that confrontation. For example, in one meeting, when Clyde wasn't there because his daughter had taken him out for the weekend, Leon was very adamant that Clyde was not there because he's dead. It was around this time as well that Leon's mythos started to expand. He started to incorporate two figures he had, his light brother and his light sister. And eventually, his light brother took his wife, the Virgin Mary, to be his own wife. And it was also around this time that he got really fascinated with Yetis. Not long before, in their group meeting, they had read an article about Yetis in the Himalayas. And Leon started to incorporate this into his worldview and say that the Yetis are actually an ancient race of people, once untouched by the sin of Adam, and that they're actually the holiest group of people out there. And because his previous wife has now gone to his light brother, who I don't think he ever brought up after he mentioned him, so it's like the light brother was just used as a way to move his wife somewhere else. He is now going to marry his Yeti wife, who he describes as the Queen of Queens. He says there is going to be a huge wedding with a banquet and everyone's invited. He describes that
He wants
some
to
of the
marry a
food that will be
Yeti.
offered at this banquet is genitalia. And also, in a letter he writes, goes into extreme detail about how he is to consummate with his Yeti wife. He also describes this Yeti wife of his is also his Yeti mother, because in his mind, the figure of motherhood and the figure of a sexual partner or wife are one and the same. Sigmund Freud could have wrote a book about this guy. Then one day, Leon, who is going by Rex, mind you, walks into a meeting and says he has a new name. What is that name? Dr. Righteous Idealized Shit. Or, because he said it would be improper to say shit around a woman, Dr. Righteous Idealized Dung, but they can refer to him as Dr. RID or Dr. RIS. Why did he do this? Well, according to him, his Yeti wife mother visited him and told him that that's what his new name should be. Because dung is something that is passed through the body and forgotten about, and since he is Jesus Christ, because keep in mind he's not losing that moniker, he is righteous and idealized and should present himself as such, but should also be humble. And what is more humble and lowly than poop? Rockage tries to talk him out of this for a while. He's like, what kind of name is Dung? The other two don't seem to mind. Joseph's like, if you want to be called Dung, I'll call you Dung. This eventually leads to an altercation with the nurses because if they don't refer to him as Dung or Dr. Dung, he refuses to acknowledge anyone in the hospital. So there were multiple times where they would try to get him to come to dinner or take medicine or whatever, and he would just pretend like he couldn't hear them. So during one of the meetings, the head nurse comes in and says that she and the women of the hospital will not refer to a patient as poop. So they come to a compromise where the nurses can refer to him as RI if they prefer, but everyone else should continue to refer to him as RID. This compromise is deemed acceptable, so now he also goes by RI. It's also around this time Leon starts to get kind of difficult when it comes to things with the group. Like, for example, Joseph had made a calendar, basically, to say who is going to be chairman on what day, but Leon no longer follows it because the calendar says Rex, and his name's no longer Rex, it is Dung. So Leon refuses to go along with the rest of the group until they change his name and all of it. And also, his bathroom breaks are taking a really long time and occur during every meeting. So one day, they ask him about it, and he says, He tells us during the daily meeting that he has made a relic by taking 9 sheets of cigarette paper and blessing them with seed. So he's apparently been doing that every meeting. And Rockage continues to kind of like question Leon about why he's doing this. And then midway through, Joseph stops the conversation by balancing a cigarette on his nose. And everyone else is like, well, that's pretty cool. And they drop it. It's almost like, and Rockage talks about this later, it's like Leon, consciously or not, was getting too comfortable. Like in the 5 years of confinement he had up until this point, he kept to himself, he did his private prayers and rituals. But then now, he had spent several months around a group of people that he was beginning to care about. Sure, he would still say he was God if you asked him, but there was a reclusion from all of his lore about, well, I'm married to the Virgin Mary, and my uncle is the Archangel Michael. But then, probably subconsciously, as he gets more comfortable, his mind begins to come up with these more grandiose scenarios. He has a light brother that took his wife, so now he gets a wife from the Sacred Yeti people, and the Sacred Yeti wife mother told him that he should change his name to Dung, and now he has to go to the bathroom to make his relics. It's tragic, but it's almost like his mind can't let himself get better. And Leon seems to have the most consistent thought process out of the group.
Okay, I guess that worked. I just needed to skip that music in case it ended up being like copyrighted. Because I have the Primus interview still going and it's doing bass parts
Then that means he's Leon,
like Jerry the
and he doesn't
Fisherman.
like that. Or his mind doesn't like
What
what
was it?
Leon is.
John the
There's a
Fisherman.
quote Rockich uses a couple times describing Leon in the book that I think is impactful when he says, Leon became Rex for a good reason, and that reason is still there. His brain perhaps defensively went into this withdrawn state because of the awful livelihood he grew up with, coming to terms with what his childhood and what his mother was. And with all this trauma between that and his mother and his upbringing, Rockich was right when he said he had a good reason for becoming Rex, and that reason was still there. And it continues throughout the book, but it's so heartbreaking that every time he's about to make progress and a substantial connection, like writing down song lyrics for Clyde, his brain sweeps that happiness from him. All three of the men are tragic, all come from tragic backgrounds and have very tragic effects that their mental illness has brought them. But I feel the worst for Leon. I feel like his life was one of a lot of misery and not a lot of reprieve. Possibly because of Leon's newfound mood, the general emotion towards the meetings begins to dwindle. Guys say they lost interest, they'd rather do something else. So to see if they're still dedicated to come to the meetings, Rocky says that the meetings will now be held in a different building at the hospital, meaning the guys have to make the effort of leaving the building if they want to be there, and sure enough, when the next day comes, no one shows up. When Leon's asked about why he didn't come, he seems remarkably depressed, sadder than Rockich has ever seen him. The guys have their first big fight after a while when one day Leon mentions that he has Joseph's squelch eye. If you'll remember, squelch is a word that Leon has used to describe like the squelch chamber in his brain, which is like energy that gets rid of negative energy. And from his description, it sounds like the squelch eye is like a third eye on your forehead that can see into cosmic reality. And Leon one day says that when Joseph died the first time, he took his squelch eye. And then Joseph, who's never thought of a squelch eye before, gets upset because it's like, hey, give me my squelch eye back. And Rockich, trying to make peace, says, maybe you both have a squelch eye. And then they both unanimously agree there's only one squelch eye, and they both have it. During the fight, Joseph yells, Mr. Dung doesn't know what he is talking about. He's just a big pile of shit. Which is funny in itself, but then Leon replies, you are so right, sir. I'm a big pile of righteous, idealed shit. Again, it's like Leon is doing defensive measures to push people away. During one period, he refuses to sign the chairman list because he says Joseph wrote his name with a fancy C. What actually ended this argument was unrelated to the group. One night, Joseph was going to his bed and a different patient was sleeping in his bed, a patient that, unbeknownst to Joseph, had very violent tendencies. So when Joseph told the guy to get out of his bed, he just punched Joseph in the face. When asked about why he thought this happened, Leon said, quote, it was the cosmic evil eye that got him in trouble, and it's the evil eye that I hate. After that happened, for a while, Joseph was afraid of being hit again. So he makes peace with Leon, afraid that Leon's going to punch him. One day, when discussing his Yeti wife, Leon remarks that she has light brown hair, not combed, it's natural as it grows. She's about 7 feet tall and more than 200 pounds in weight. For one, cool, but this is in stark contrast to how he described his previous wife, a woman he described as small and 4'10". It's like the needs in his mind are changing to suit a new purpose. As this dynamic in his mind got more intensive, he started to relinquish some of the blame he had put on his mother. During one meeting, he said, I said before that the old witch died through negativism, but this was through duping. It's possible that she repented, therefore she went to purgatory and later to heaven. Possibly. She died from a broken heart, and there's a possibility she did repent. This is an extreme amount of forgiveness, possibly the most that Leon can afford his mother. Leon also quit shaving and allowed his beard to grow out to prove that he had Yeti blood in him, because according to him, those with Yeti blood would have a beard that would grow to 1.5 inches and then stop. It's during this time with the beard and the long hair that Rockich said Leon had a striking resemblance to images of Christ. So at this point, the study's been going on about 8 months. Once they came up with the chairman idea, Rockich no longer brought up the fact that they all believed they were God and just let them come to that argument on their own. However, this is a study and, there's money and workers involved and they don't want this to take forever. And it's clear after 6 months of the chairman thing that while some progress may be made, it's probably going to stagnate about where it's at. So in February of 1960, Rockich elects to bring up the concept again. So during a meeting, Rockich says, hey, if we're calling Leon Mr. Dung, then how about we call Joseph Mr. Christ, and we call Clyde Mr. God. All three men immediately reject this idea. As a matter of fact, this doesn't start a fight with each other, it starts a fight with Rockage. It's interesting, they began this study so desperate to be referred to as God, and now they're vehemently against it. Perhaps Leon's against it because he doesn't want the two of them to be called God, but for Clyde and Joseph, it seems that they are aware that that would bring about too much scrutiny, or that they don't want to be called by this name that isn't their given one. Rockage brings this up to Joseph and says, well, if you don't want to be called Mr. Christ, does that mean you're not Christ? To which Joseph says, I know what I am, I don't have to be called that. As the fight continues, once again like he did in the first meeting, Leon says that this is indirect agitation. Seemingly to offer an olive branch in the midst of this, Leon says that he can go back to being called Rex if it makes Rockage happy. When Rockage asked why Leon doesn't like this idea, if it's because he cares about the other two men, Leon says indirectly, yes. Shortly after this, the meeting is adjourned, but a week later, Rockage pushes the button even further. See, Rockage was talking about this study at Eastern Michigan University as it was going on. As you can imagine, it was a big deal amongst his colleagues. And recently, the Ypsilanti Daily Press reported on one of the speeches he gave about the Three Christ experiment. So Rockage shows up to the meeting with a news clipping of that report and gives it to Leon, who is immediately upset by it, but reads it aloud for the group. The article goes as follows. 3 mental patients, each claiming to be Jesus Christ, have been brought together at the Ypsilanti State Hospital. The purpose of the experiment is to see what happens when a person's belief in his identity is challenged by someone claiming the same identity, says Dr. Milton Rockage. Rockage, a Michigan State University psychology professor, made a report on the project Wednesday night to the MSU Psychology Club in East Lansing. He said he is interested in finding out why a person believes he is who he is. Useful data on personality beliefs have been gathered from the experiment, he added. To date, Rockage said, one subject has changed his belief about being Christ and has taken on another false identity. But we still are not sure what the long-range results will be. This one taking on a false identity is in reference to Leon changing his name to Dung. The other 2 subjects still believe they are Christ. Both are older and have been hospitalized longer than the one who has changed. One says the other 2 are dead and are operated by machines inside their bodies. The patient who changed his belief claims the other 2 are subject to electronic interference. The third patient thinks the other 2 are crazy. After all, he notes, they are in a mental hospital. So this is completely blowing any semblance of what this experiment's for, why the men are gathered together, out the door. As Leon read this, Clyde fell into a stupor, and they thought he was asleep, but when they asked him a question, he managed to answer before he went back into a slump. It's as if he completely shut down at this information. Leon's response was as follows. Sir, there's indirect warp psychology here because I respect manliness is Jesus Christ, and that's missing out of this. And I also did mention that what's written on my birth certificate is so and is included in my name, Dr. Righteous Ideal Dung, and that's not in here. And I haven't changed my personality as far as that goes. I'm still who I am as my birth certificate says, and pertaining to manliness, Jesus Christ as far as I'm concerned. I wish that could have been in here. It would have changed the entire picture pertaining to the dignity of manliness. When psychology is used to agitate, it's not sound psychology anymore. You're not helping the person. You're agitating. When you agitate, you belittle your intelligence. Leon got up from his chair and said he had to go to the bathroom, but then Joseph says something very interesting. Joseph says, false identity. It's a waste of time. They're making fools out of themselves, those fellows in that paper. What it says in the paper is plain enough. That's a truthful report right there. Doctor is not crazy by any means. The patients who are claiming they are Jesus Christ are wasting their time. I'm sure that a man who has faith in himself doesn't claim to be Jesus Christ. He wants to be himself. If there are such hospital cases as stated in this article, I think he would do better for himself if he would think or claim a different manner for himself in the hospital. I'm pretty sure he would have a better chance of being freed from his insanity. This is so fascinating. Joseph hears a report about himself and says that the guys mentioned certainly just don't want to be themselves, and gives some interesting insight when he says, I'm sure that a man who has faith in himself doesn't claim to be Jesus. He wants to be himself. But yet he can't apply that analysis to himself, who the article's about. So Rockage begins responding to Joseph. Who are they talking about in this article? Oh, they're talking about 3 mental patients claiming to be Jesus Christ who don't know any better. But one recognizes himself, recognizes his identity, as it were, so he's better than the other 2. He says they're crazy. Do you know who they are? No, I don't. Do you have any idea? No, their names aren't in the article. What about the one who's better? He's not wasting his time to try to be Jesus Christ. Why is it a waste of time? Why should a man try to be somebody else when he's not himself? Why can't he be himself? You mean if a person thinks he's Jesus Christ, he might be sick? Why not? What if a patient thinks he's God? Pure insanity, that's all. Should he be changed? Why, certainly, and give up that belief. That's right. He should be sent to a hospital, not to be gotten out, not to be dismissed until he has gotten well. How do you know when he's well? When he claims he's not Jesus Christ anymore. When he claims his name is his real name, which is what? What is his real name? I don't know his name. Will he be well when he claims he's not God? That's right. The doctor recognized the point that he got to such an understanding that he knows that he is. Now, this man is not crazy, I would say. If he claims he's God, does that mean he's still crazy? Sure. Do you know anyone who's done this? I don't know anyone. Is it possible that any person who thinks he's God could be right? No, that's the same thing as Jesus Christ. Clyde, do you want to say anything? Clyde raised himself from his stupor long enough to say, "Not very much," and then retreated back into it. I then sent Joseph after Leon, who was still in the toilet. This is such an insanely fascinating conversation. It's like every part of Joseph's brain is
this on here.
is working except just his. It's like every part of Joseph's brain is working except just his identity. And like it applies correctly to other identities. He has realistic terms and ideas for someone else in the same scenario, but there's no self or mirror to apply these revelations. Leon returns from the bathroom still mad and says that Rakich is not a real doctor. Leon continues to yell, saying that the doctor has made a fool of himself. Joseph defends the doctor, saying the doctor does a good thing coming out here to these meetings, and adds that perhaps if Leon's going to be this way, he shouldn't come to the meetings anymore. This leads to Leon and Joseph getting into a fight, and then the meeting ends by singing America. Clyde wakes up to stand up and sing America, by the way. In the next meeting, Rakich starts yet another fight. He opens the meeting saying, "How is it that Leon has 4 names?" Leon gets upset, saying he only has 3. Dung, Rex, and Christ. To which Joseph, very flatly, with no emotion, says, "How can there be 2 Jesus Christs?" It is so frustrating how close he is. And it seems that a part of Leon's brain is working that way too, because he immediately gets mad at Rakich and says as far as Leon's concerned, he can get out and stay out. Leon leaves to get a drink of water, and when he comes back, he's still mad and says, "You are trying to change him and change me." Rakich says, "Who is the only Jesus Christ?" And Joseph says, "I am." And then Clyde yells, "No, I am. You never was and you never will be." And Joseph suggests that Clyde adjourn the meeting as he's the chairman. And Joseph says, "I need to keep my identity. I can't give up my identity." Again, every time there's a step made, it's like their own mind pulls them back. It's heartbreaking. Rakich asks Joseph's feelings about the article, and Joseph now recognizes that it's about the 3 of them. "Why are you in a mental hospital, Joseph?" "I was crazy, I guess." "I wasn't crazy, but if I say I wasn't crazy, it's not believable." "Have you ever read an article like that before?" "Yes, I believe I read the same article. I laughed at it and disregarded it, forgot about it." Because of the stress this caused, they elected to no longer directly bring up the concept of identity. Because of the stress it caused, and it didn't work after all this time together, then it would just be cruel to bring it up again. I mean, if you just keep asking it to someone that doesn't understand, it's akin to torment. So they try some new strategies off of this. What if they bring the men together instead of pitting them against each other, putting one in charge at a time? The first thing they do is say that the men can have a ground card if they all agree to use the ground card at the same time. Basically, they were allowed to go to different buildings for work or for passes, but with a ground card, you can walk around the grounds of the hospital whenever you want. All of the men say no. If they have to share it, they don't want one at all. Eventually, to not be mean, they relent and just give each of them their own individual ground card. But then as another way to push them together, they decide to put the 3 men into the Ypsilanti Hospital Parade. Every year they have a little parade where different groups within the hospital make these little floats out of beds on wheels, and they have a little parade outside around the courtyard. Very cute idea. So Rockage tasked the three men with going outside and making a parade around the flora and fauna that you can see on the hospital grounds. The three men at first are super excited about this and talk all about how they're going to work together. And then almost immediately, Leon just does everything himself, says he doesn't need the others' help or their documents, designs a float. Float's a strong word. It's like brown construction paper, but he has drawn a very detailed building on the brown construction paper and then taped leaves to it. And then him and Joseph push the float on the day of the parade, and Clyde follows behind, picking up the branches that fall off. So, cute and all, but not really to the end goal of getting the three men to work together. The idea being if they can work in harmony with each other, their identities will become solidified with each other, and, the resulting conflictions might work themselves out. But it looks like that's not happening. One interesting thing to note is after that fight that occurred when Rockage showed the article to the three men, for several weeks afterwards, Joseph began attending chapel. You don't really think about it, but it's weird for three people who say they're Jesus to not go to church. But Joseph started going to chapel and writing about how much he enjoyed it. But other than that, the total net progress, and this is getting into April, so the experiment's been going on for nearly a year now. The total net progress is still 0. Sure, they've come up at some times, but they've dropped just as far. So because not a lot of progress had been made, and, studies can't fund themselves forever, and I truly believe Rockage was really determined to help these men. The team made a decision that is questionable, or I would say outright not cool nowadays. Questionable in 1960. So remember that whole thing I talked about earlier about how the problem with paranoid schizophrenics is they have primitive beliefs, but they won't allow any outside stimuli to change those beliefs. Primitive beliefs are often changed by a trusted authority figure, but that's not entirely true, is it? Because each of the three men, well, not so much Clyde, but Joseph and Leon have mentioned positive authority figures. For Joseph, it was the superintendent, Dr. Yoder, who he referred to as Dad. And for Leon, though the moniker had changed a couple of times, it was figures like his uncle, the Archangel, or his Yeti wife mother. I mean, yeah, Leon had changed his name at the influence of his Yeti wife mother, according to him. But obviously, these figures are fictional, or in Joseph's case, his relationship with the figure is fictional. But what if they weren't? What if the researchers conducting the experiment pretended to be these positive authority figures in order to elicit a change from the men? Now, if you have a base understanding of psychology as it relates to mental illness, you probably know that it is not advised to go along with someone's delusions, because reality must stay consistent if you are going to eventually bring people back to it. If reality and delusion overlap, then the line becomes blurred and there's no shore for them to swim back to. And on top of that, you have absolutely no idea how they'll respond. I mean, for some people, their brain could be in such a tedious chemical balance that if you introduce something that their mind is trying to convince itself is real and the thing turns out to actually be real, they could have a break. All of the things that have happened in the study up until this point, I think, are completely understandable. The idea of getting them to talk to each other isn't harsh, and even the idea of confronting them about identity is kind of like exposure therapy. But feeding into someone's fictional delusions to try to change their perspective and beliefs from the inside is certainly a lot. And while I do not think that what they did is okay, especially from the results we'll see, there are a couple of points of defense for this that I think are valid. The main one being, this is 1960. The kind of things Rockage is talking about is nearly completely untapped ground. I mean, one of the reasons we know now to not feed into someone's psychosis is, spoilers, because of the results of this study. And logically, the idea makes sense. The reason you can't feed these guys new information is because there's not anyone inside they're willing to hear that information from. So hypothetically, if you become someone who they do allow in, even if that person is fictional, then almost like a placebo, they can fix themselves through their own will, even if they don't realize they're the ones doing it. And I think the other thing to consider is every step of the way, Rockage emphasized that he wanted to help these guys by whatever means possible. He was frustrated with the study up until this point, not because they didn't get any crazy results, but because the guys hadn't gotten better. I mean, not that it justifies it, but when compared to other treatments for schizophrenics at the time, it was hardly the worst of the bunch. It is hard for me to blame Rockage too hard, knowing he didn't have the insight into mental illness that we have now. So the plan was a series of letters would be drafted from these pseudo authority figures, or non-existent authority figures, and they would be delivered to the men initially just to establish correspondence, but then to try to get them to change things about their daily routine, with the eventual goal of having them change their beliefs around reality. Before Rockage goes into detail about how the letter phase of the experiment went, he outlines his concerns in this paragraph. Obviously, serious ethical issues were involved. These issues are highly complex, and we can only comment on the considerations which guided us in employing these procedures. It should first be reiterated that it was on ethical grounds that we turned away from the study of identity in normal children to work instead with psychotic subjects. Such people, we hoped there might be, therapeutically, little to lose and hopefully a good deal to gain. Second, we always proceeded cautiously with the men, assessed their emotional reactions at every step, and were ever ready to back off if we thought it was advisable. Third, we always consulted the psychiatric staff at Ypsilanti State Hospital, particularly Yoder, before embarking on a new experimental procedure, thus obtaining independent checks on our ethical judgment. Fourth, the three men continued eagerly to attend our meetings despite the procedures employed. Had they refused to deal with one another or with us, that would have been the end of it. When Joseph, for example, objected to working in the vegetable room with Leon and Clyde, we changed his work assignment. Fifth, as we got to know the three men better, we were impressed by the fact that their defenses were powerful enough to counter any threat they could not cope with on a realistic level. Sixth, we were cognizant of Frieda from Reichmann's observation, quote, "We no longer treat the patients with the utter caution of bygone days. They are sensitive, but not frail." Finally, the messages we were going to send Leon and Joseph from their delusional reference were to be composed in such a way as to be supportive and emotionally gratifying. Above all, they must contain suggestions designed to ameliorate the men's unhappy condition. So, with that established, how to go. So first of all, let's talk about the one that the letters had the least effect on, Clyde. See, Clyde didn't really have an authority referent. Like, all the people Clyde described specifically seemed to be real. Most of his delusions were around his own grandiosity, saying that he owned all this land and women. It's not like he had these fictional characters that he would carry on conversations with. The best they could figure was Clyde had mentioned Dr. Yoder, the superintendent, in a positive light as well. So they sent him a letter that was addressed from the superintendent, Dr. Yoder, with some money to spend at the common store. And it seems that Clyde took the money and never wrote back. So for the duration of this experiment, they just quit trying with Clyde. And he just chilled out at the group meetings while Joseph and Leon went through everything they were about to go through. Also goes without saying, all of the letters were actually being written by Rockage, with the superintendent's permission to address them as being from him. Let's now move on to the second most affected by the study, Joseph. Joseph got his initial letter from Dr. Yoder and was ecstatic. He began to write back to him almost immediately and referred to him as Dad, saying his normal stuff about how he hopes England comes for him and asked Dr. Yoder to deport him back to England. He also remarked several times that the hospital is in fact an English stronghold. Another thing to mention about Joseph that hasn't come up yet is that he was a hypochondriac. He didn't like working in close proximity to other people because he was afraid he'd catch whatever illness they had. And also see the case of him thinking he's having chest pain, so he rubs bleach on himself. So in Dr. Yoder's letters, he says he's happy to hear that Joseph is doing better, that he feels better throughout the day, and that Rockage has told Dr. Yoder that Joseph has a remarkable hand for writing. Joseph responds saying that if Dr. Yoder could help him get a job, that would be great. He could do something like be a janitor, or he could work as an assistant. But if he needs a writer, he's really good at writing, so he'll do that. So Dr. Yoder encourages him to write something. He says, write a short story or a poem or something about yourself, and they'll send it to a local newspaper or magazine to see if it can get published. And immediately on this suggestion, Joseph gets cold feet. Rockage mentioned it earlier in the book, but back when they were putting together the parade float, he realized that Joseph has an intense phobia of failure. He was excited about the parade float at first, but then when realized he was given responsibility on something that he would have to see through to make sure it turned out well, He withdrew from it enough that Leon just did everything, which Leon wanted to do in the first place. So even though he asked Dr. Yoder, someone he refers to as dad, for a job, and now he thinks Dr. Yoder is like, sure, go ahead, he backs out. He responds to Dr. Yoder and says, well, I need more office space, and I need a secretary, and I need a typewriter. And Dr. Yoder writes back and says he can get him a typewriter, but as for the rest of it, anyone can just start writing, so he should just start writing. Joseph suggests instead, what if Dr. Yoder just publishes the letters he's already written to Dr. Yoder? He's sure people will like that. Then Dr. Yoder gets specific. He says, why don't you write about the psychology of identity? That would be interesting. To which Joseph remarks they should get a better writer to do that. There's a bunch of writers who are better at writing about that sort of thing, so he should tell one of them to go do it. Quite a stark contrast from a man who previously claimed to be God and also every famous writer ever. After Yoder continues to push him on it, he does something that no one expected, and instead makes his next letter not to Dr. Yoder, but instead to President John F. Kennedy. My dear President Kennedy, you may wonder for my sending this letter to you, but I am God, and but I am God, and I remember you as an old friend of mine. You, as President of the U.S., have already done much work for the benefit of the country. In my engineering, I knew that you would become President of the U.S. Therefore, I engineered to this effect. And I thank you for your having done so well. I cannot praise you enough for your work. But what I wish to write at this moment is that I am stranded here in the hospital, and I wish I could be released. Could you do something for me? And could you give me a job in Washington? I could be a good advisor. I understand science, politics, sociology, civics, economics, law, etc. I'm sure you could affect my dismal from your institution. How gleeful I would be to be your advisor. Just write to Dr. Yoder, who is the medical superintendent of Ypsilanti State Hospital, Ypsilanti, Michigan, U.S., and by telling him that you need me as your advisor and that you'd like my release, I'm sure that Dr. Yoder would oblige. P.S. Any kind of job would do in Washington, even floor cleaning and mopping for me. I have nothing here. I am without everything. The English are the head of the caw of the world, and how they take care of it. And am I glad I am English? If I could only go back to England. But the doctor who is head of the hospital claims I cannot go back to England. What am I to do now, Mr. President? If you want a good writer with you, I'm the one. I can write. Hire me as a writer for you or for the government, and you will never be sorry. You will be sure of me as a sober, assiduous worker. And all day I hear voices that you are my dad, my father. So please do something for me. And as you are my dad and father, I certainly am well enough to be released by your order and taken to the White House. Can you send some of your men to take me to the White House? Please, Father, do it. And I'll be a devoted worker for you. I will live and conduct myself as God ought to. As your son, I certainly deserve a job in the government. Now you have replaced Eisenhower. As for Eisenhower, it was he also who brought me to the hospital, so I could get my godliness from Nixon. Well, I was then vice president of the U.S., but I was replaced by Nixon. If some of the writings are illogical, it's because some of the happenings took place in the world which I am talking about. I guess I have written enough, so long, Dad. And don't forget your old pal, God. And nobody else is to be picked up in my place. Just me. I mean, there may be a fellow in the hospital who might want to be picked up in my place. Please give order not to pick him up. His name is R.I. Dung, and he is a patient here in D16. So it seems that Joseph had the idea in his head of Dr. Yoder being this father figure, kind of this mythical point, the most powerful person he could reach that he had a personal relationship with. But once he started getting those letters and that point became reachable, as far as he knew, the anxiety of actually being put in that position of writing something for Dr. Yoder was too much. So instead, he picks the next guy up the food chain, which is, I guess, the President of the United States. One positive effect that these letters had is it made Joseph write to people a lot more. He started writing to his wife, he started writing to his dad back in Canada. He even just started writing things like Christmas and Easter cards for family members. He even wrote a letter to his wife saying he thinks the president's going to get him out of there. So with the writing thing not working, Rockage changes his strategy. He now writes letters to Joseph in an order to combat his hypochondria. A bit earlier in the study, the three men were moved to a different ward where they'd be more secluded and near each other. And when that happened, Joseph's job switched from the laundry to working in a vegetable room. He complained about working in the vegetable room, saying that it was causing pains in his stomach. So to combat this, Rockage writes a letter from Dr. Yoder saying that Joseph is going to receive a brand new experimental drug that should take away all his ailments. Joseph takes them for a while and says that he feels remarkably better. Of course, this drug is in reality just a placebo. After he takes them for a couple weeks, Dr. Yoder no longer supplies the placebo, and Joseph became so annoying to the staff asking for it and wrote so many letters to Yoder that they started the placebo again. For several weeks, Joseph reported feeling no pain. However, he eventually started to feel that pain in his stomach again that he felt from the vegetable room. There have been multiple instances in the past of Joseph saying he feels pain, he gets a medical examination, and everything's fine. But this time, since the placebo was working and whatever this pain was seemed to be piercing through it, Rockage had a full x-ray done, and it turns out that Joseph had an ulcer, a pretty severe one. So they put him on treatment for that, and the ulcer went away, and after that, Joseph said that all of his pain was gone, believing most of it to be from the placebo. This is actually one of the most fascinating findings from the whole study. See, it was previously believed that the only reason placebos work is because they come from like trusted healthcare officials, right? You think that the drug is something that someone who wants you to get better would give you. But for a long time, it was believed that people with paranoid schizophrenia would be unaffected by placebos, especially because in cases like that of Joseph, he's constantly paranoid about getting an illness. But it seems here, since it was from an authority figure he trusted, the placebo worked at suppressing real pain. Although not the main purpose of the study, it was an interesting finding. So, since Joseph seemed to trust Dr. Yoder, that it was now time to incorporate their end goal. In addition to the placebo, Dr. Yoder said that he would now be receiving an additional drug to help clear his mind. Joseph takes it with enthusiasm and says he's feeling a lot more clear in his head throughout the day. In the midst of this, there were also smaller asks thrown in, like Dr. Yoder asked if they could change the song they start their meetings with from America. And sure enough, every time that's Joseph's turn to be chairman, they changed the song. Rockage also timed the delivery of these letters so that they coincided with the meetings. Because most of the time, Joseph was so excited, he would tear open the letter and read it aloud to the group, which allowed Rockage to see his reaction as it happened. And most of the time, Joseph is enthused to get word back from Dr. Yoder, who again he refers to in letters as Dad, and Dr. Yoder has begun to refer to him as someone he loves like a son. Is it kind of cruel to take someone who's mentally ill and convince them they have a relationship with someone they don't actually have a relationship with? You should see what they do to Leon. After Joseph takes the second set of placebo pills for a while, Dr. Yoder begins to press. He says in one of the earlier letters, Joseph stated that the hospital was ran and funded by England and was an English stronghold. He tries to confirm with Joseph that it is in fact not an English stronghold, and he wants Joseph to know that. As Joseph reads these letters during meetings, he says it's ridiculous that Dr. Yoder doesn't know this place is an English stronghold. And over the next several letters, Dr. Yoder continues to emphasize that this place is not owned and never has been owned by England. To which in his responsive, Joseph says that he appreciates the doctor, but that this place is in fact an English stronghold. The most he is willing to concede is that it is in America and perhaps funded by the state of Michigan, but it is still an English stronghold. So Dr. Yoder says if the pills aren't working and he still believes this place to be an English stronghold, they're going to have to stop his prescription. At this, Joseph becomes erratic. He starts writing letters that are 20, 30 pages long twice a day. In them, he is pleading for the doctor to not stop the pills because they make him feel better. Eventually, Yoder says the prescription will stop next week unless you can send me a signature stating that this place is not, nor ever has been, an English stronghold or funded by England. Joseph reads this letter in a meeting and says that he just can't do it because it's a lie. An interesting point that Rockage makes is that people with paranoid schizophrenia, at least in cases like Joseph's, are unable to lie about their own delusions. It's as if the fabric of their brain is trying so hard to convince them to believe in a lie, one that goes against the reality around them, that to lie about that lie would be a betrayal of the self. Whereas you or I could lie about something, I could lie and say my name's Alex, and that doesn't cause me a mental decline. That's because our true belief, my knowledge that my name is actually Isaiah, is so rooted in reality that you can't take it from me. I can lie about it and it doesn't hurt. Whereas if the lie goes against
night ready. Let me get the vast. Okay, that seems to work.
if subconsciously
Downloaded.
I have worked so hard to convince myself exists, and there is no outside evidence that it exists, then to lie would be to portray the only evidence it has of existing, calling everything around it and my identity into question. In the meeting, Rockage urges Joseph, just lie. Who cares if you believe it or not? If you want the pill, just sign off and send it back. Because Rockage is hoping maybe even just lying about the lie could lead to a breakthrough. In one of Joseph's final letters to Dr. Yoder, he says, "My dear Dad, I was hopeful that I would partake of the medicine in question for a longer time, but since you have decided otherwise, I simply have to do without the medicine. As you are the head doctor of this hospital, your saying for the discontinuance of the medicine is so valid that I am now helpless to do anything. In other words, I have to do without. Yours very truly, Joseph Cassell." From there, his letters to Dr. Yoder seem to taper off. He was also writing extensively longer reports about the weekend meetings that they would have or just other things happening at the hospital than he was before the letters began. It was not uncommon for these to be 40 pages long, just kind of describing nothing. Or if he passively mentioned a book, he would spend several pages describing a summary of that book. And in them, it seems that he was being confronted too much. The potential job that he let go because he was afraid of failure and no longer getting the placebo that he wanted, feeling that he had failed Yoder, weighed on him. And in these reports, he seems to retreat into his delusions, remarking that several of the books he is talking about were written by him, God. In one of his final entries, he says, "We, the workers for the world, will keep on going. One beautiful day."
Oh, yes. So much fucking cope. It's hilarious. Okay.
There will not be an enemy left. This beautiful day will never come soon enough. See you in the next report. So long. I feel much better. Thank you. He even remarked to Rockage one day that no one's going to read these. I certainly understand what the researchers were going for and trying to give him an authority figure that could legitimately help him. But it seems what it did in reality was stress him out and call him to fall to the occasion. But let's talk about the person that these letters affected far more than anyone else, as you could probably guess, Leon. The first letter that is sent to Leon is addressed from Madam Dr. R.I. Dung, and it tells him to meet her outside Thursday at 1 o'clock. He's asked about this letter at the meeting. Of course, Rockage doesn't imply he knows what's in the letter, just that he heard Leon received a letter. And Leon says it's from someone claiming to be his wife, but that simply can't be. He's never seen her handwriting before, but he knows that's not it. Again, it's like the pieces in his brain are separating the reality from the fiction, but now they're starting to collide on each other. Heartbreakingly, on August 4th, this is the day Leon's wife is supposed to visit him, he goes outdoors shortly before the appointed hour and does not return until it is well past. He doesn't believe it was his fictional wife, or at least he won't say that he believes it is, yet he went outside anyway. Initially, his reaction to this was to be kind of depressed. He seemed more hostile to the female staff, and in meetings, he was just kind of quiet. During an upcoming meeting, Leon gets a phone call. It's a female researcher on the other side of the phone pretending to be Leon's wife. You can already see how this is kind of sketchy. It seems that this wife on the other end of the phone asked him to meet her outside, and sure enough, that evening, he goes outside until the appointment is passed, and then comes back in. I mean, gosh, it's so cruel. I understand that they're doing it to prove that...
Wait, what? Let me hear that one more time.
But that simply can't be. He's never seen her handwriting before, but he knows that's not it. Again, it's like the pieces in his brain are separating the reality from the fiction, but now they're starting to collide on each other. Heartbreakingly, on August 4th, this is the day Leon's wife is supposed to visit him, he goes outdoors shortly before the appointed hour and does not return until it is well past. He doesn't believe it was his fictional wife, or at least he won't say that he believes it is, yet he went outside anyway. Initially, his reaction to this was to be kind of depressed. He seemed more hostile to the female staff, and in meetings, he was just kind of quiet. During an upcoming meeting, Leon gets a phone call. It's a female researcher on the other side of the phone pretending to be Leon's wife. You can already see how this is kind of sketchy. It seems that this wife on the other end of the phone asked him to meet her outside, and sure enough, that evening, he goes outside until the appointment is passed, and then comes back in. I mean, gosh, it's so cruel. I understand that they're doing it to prove that he has a reliability, he will follow the actions that his wife wants him to, but to give him an appointment and she not be there, like, come on. You could have come up with anything else. They do in a minute, but I think about him standing outside waiting on her to show up. It's so sad. It's like the outward part where he speaks to other people. Like when he came back from the phone call, he sat down at the meeting and said, I don't know if that was my wife or not. We'll get it straightened out. It's like part of his brain knows it's not real, but the other part wants it to be so bad. One day, Leon walks up to one of the aides and informs them that his wife's maiden name is Ruth. This comes from an earlier account when he was talking about his Yeti wife mother, and said that her other name is Ruth of Boaz, a character
Yeti
from the
wife
Bible.
mother.
Well, she's Ruth in the Bible who is married to Boaz, not Ruth of Boaz, unless his wife is also Boaz's wife. He also doesn't pronounce it Boaz, he pronounces it Booze, so Ruth of Booze. In the meetings that followed, Leon tries to reconcile this incorrection. He says that he got the Thursday wrong. He showed up on Thursday one week when it was supposed to be the next week, meaning this is really his wife on the other end of the phone and the letters, and he is happy that she is interested in him. Leon gets another letter from his wife, now addressed from Madam Yeti Woman. The letter says she was happy to speak to him over the phone and that she has given him a cigarette holder. Leon says that he is upset with her that she won't just come see him, so he throws the cigarette holder away, although later he fishes it out of the trash can. After the first letter, he said he didn't believe it came from his wife and told the aide that that letter wasn't from his wife and that the aide is trying to dupe him. But then after the cigarette holder, he goes back to that aide and apologizes, saying that that was in fact his wife. It seems that the illusion, the fake Madam Yeti Woman wife, is taking hold in his mind. He says that he saw his wife on hospital grounds but couldn't speak to her because of interference, and then accuses Rakich of causing the interference that doesn't allow them to speak. Ironically, Leon goes on to say that he was killed on the day he received the phone call, but has now been given a merciful gift, a new body. Leon talks a lot about death and rebirth, dying to death and then reincarnating. At one point during this, Joseph remarks, if he says he's got a wife, he's got a wife. He receives yet another letter from Madam Yeti Woman, telling him to come to the general store to meet her. After reading the letter, Leon tears it up, seemingly in excitement, and then at the meeting says that he's going to take a bath so that if he kisses his wife, she won't fall over. That evening, he takes a shower and says he's going to see his wife at the store. He goes to the store, and of course, when she doesn't arrive at the time she said she would, he asks an aide where the employee cafeteria is, picking seemingly another random location.
Oh, we're nearing the end of this video. Also, probably nearing the end of this live. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. I am terrible at Mega Bonk. I'm good at Survivor-like games. I love Vampire Survivors and all the other clones that are really good, but Mega Bonk, I am so bad at that game.
He tells him, he goes, oh,
I think it's the verticality aspect.
I'm in the wrong building. That's what it is. When in fact, he was not in the wrong building, but there needs to be some kind of explanation for the illusion to continue. It's tragic how much his mind works against itself. On September 9th, when asked what's new shortly after the last letter, Leon says, I know who God Almighty is in human shape. God Almighty is a woman in human shape, and she is my wife. Now we see here that the psychosis is evolving. His ideas are changing shape to match with new information, something that throughout the experiment Leon's been good at. I'm sure he would still think of himself as Jesus Christ, but he now sees this wife of his as God, or at least God along with himself. When asked if he could introduce her to everyone, Leon says, I'm sure you've seen her face. I know that those who sincerely call on her see the face of a woman peer out of a cloud. It was during this conversation that something interesting came up. So Leon had been working on this autobiography called Cause and Evolution. It was mostly just an account of Leon's day-to-day life. Well, somehow Rockage came across a few pages of it in which Leon said something interesting. Leon says at one point he believed himself to be, as he described it, a morphodite. Morphodite being his word for what was at the time called a hermaphrodite, or as we would call it now, intersex. From his writing, it seemed that Leon believed he had both male genitalia as well as female genitalia inside of him, or at least he
Intersex is invalid. There's nothing in between. There's just hermaphrodites. And then they have to pick one.
believed that for a time. He later goes on to say that when he says the vine and the rock, which he's used to describe himself multiple times, he means to say the vine, male genitalia, the rock, female genitalia. So this leads Rockage to believe that perhaps a lot of Leon's mental and sexual frustrations and issues could come from a gender crisis. So while describing his wife, Almighty God Yeti Woman, who it seems Leon is attributing some of his own characteristics onto, Rockage asks, is your wife a hermaphrodite or intersex? Leon responds, morphodite, a person with bisexual organs? And Rockage says, yes. Is this possible? Leon continues, I don't care for the word hermaphrodite because of the her, which would split a testicle sac. Since I corrected it, the female part has gone away. However, I never used it as such. Therefore, I am only male. He then stops for a moment and says, it comes to me that God may be a morphodite. Now, you could see this as perhaps a breakthrough of the person or his wife that he's conjured up in his mind that has characteristics of himself, and he's able to talk about that figure in his mind that relates to himself. Or, also possible, he did not have that idea before Rockage introduced it. Not about himself. It seems he had those before from his writings, but about Almighty God Yeti Woman. So now Rockage is manipulating, further than he is with the letters, manipulating the image of his wife in his mind. As they're discussing this, an aide comes in with another letter from his wife. Something else to mention about Leon is that he does not like money and never uses it. Since he has been in the hospital, he has not touched his bank account, which compared to the other patients is really big. Because all of his money from the VA, if you'll remember he was in World War II, gets deposited into his hospital account. But he has stated multiple times he does not like money. He is given free food that he works for with his job at the hospital, and he bums cigarette, paper, and tobacco off other people. He stated multiple times in their conversations that he doesn't want to touch money. Money causes evil. It causes your heart to go after it, and there's better things to put your heart on. When the aide walks in with the letter, Leon says, oh, was she a woman about 5'5", blue eyes, longish nose? The aide says yes, and Leon says, thank you. That's God. He opened the letter and began to read silently. Rockage asked what it said. Of course, Rockage knew as he wrote it. Leon reads aloud. My dear husband, I am happy to be able to say that I can send you at this time the enclosed $1. I expect you to use this to buy yourself refreshments and a ballpoint pen for your use today. Sincerely yours, Madam Yeti Woman. Leon remarks that money is a means to an end, and he pulls out the $1 bill. Leon was now gazing at the dollar bill that had been enclosed in his letter with an intensity of expression which puzzled me. What are you looking at? Suddenly I realized that he was really doing something I had not expected to witness. He was struggling to hold back his tears. With this much effort, he would surely succeed, but he did not. 2 tiny droplets formed in the corner of his eyes, and ever so slowly they grew slightly larger. There they remained for a moment or two until they squeezed themselves out as if of their own accord, despite Leon's struggle. I watched their slow descent down his face. The mood this aroused soon gave way to another. As the 2 tiny droplets approached the halfway mark down his cheeks, Leon neatly scooped them up with his index finger, first one, then the other, and sucked them into his mouth. What are you doing? Tears are the best antiseptic there is, said Leon. There's no use wasting tears. He began to examine the dollar bill, turning it over from one side to the other. I haven't seen one of these for years. To handle. He read the name of the Treasurer of the United States and the serial number. Does the letter make you happy or sad? I feel somewhat glad. Is there something the matter with your eyes? Oh, they're smarting, sir. So, I'm enjoying some disinfectant, sir. Best in the world. Tears. Are you crying? No, my eyes are smarting because of some condition. You say you feel somewhat happy? Yes, sir. It's a pleasant feeling. It's a pleasant feeling to have someone think of you. That poor person, man. Leon's life was full of just misery at every point. He didn't have a father. His mother was awful to him. That awfulness spread, the disease passed on. Every day had to be such a struggle. His brain is constantly trying to convince him that he's someone else, that everything that's happening around him isn't what it is, that there's some grander world, that he gets to be God, that he doesn't have to put up with this. There's a verse in the Bible in Matthew 25 when Jesus, funny enough, is describing what Judgment Day, what it will be like when, you know, all the Christians, those that have done good on earth, are called up to heaven. And it says that God will look on those that were faithful and praise them and say, when I was hungry, you fed me. When I was naked, you clothed me. When I was in prison, you visited me. And says the saints will respond to him and say, Lord, what are you talking about? We never saw you naked. We never saw you hungry or mad or out of your mind. What do you mean? And God replies and says, that which ye have done to the least of these, ye have done unto me. That $1 bill may have been one of the only non-circumstantial acts of kindness Leon might have ever received. It wasn't someone doing their job. It wasn't someone who was paid to take care of him. It was someone that he thought of him, sent him $1. And despite all of his confusion, despite all the tricks his mind played on him, that got through. That meant something. You know, it's funny, I didn't think about that till just now. that verse in the Bible, it talks about how we treat, you know, the least of these, the people who need it the most, is how we treat God, right? And now we have 3 guys at a psychiatric hospital in Michigan who each claim themselves to be God. Why should we treat them with compassion as if they were anything else? In a moment of kindness after this, Clyde had previously remarked that he likes Leon's pin that's broken and taped at the middle. So Leon says he's going to buy a new one with the $1 his wife gave him and hands his busted pin to Clyde, before he immediately takes the pin back, saying he still needs it until he buys the new one. Leon begins to walk around outside more. He seems more active and happy for a while. One day he's spotted kneeling outside of the church or the chapel that he's never been in before. He tries to go in, but the doors are locked. Sure enough, Leon goes to the store that he's never been in before, buys a ginger ale and a ballpoint pen, and then gives his old one to Clyde. Similarly to how they did Joseph, in the next letter from Maddie Yeti Woman, they ask Leon to change the starting song to Onward Christian Soldiers. He says after he went to the store and bought cigarette paper and tobacco, he took the remaining change and left it in front of the Jewish, Catholic, and Protestant chapels. Joseph remarks one day that he doesn't think Leon has a wife, and Leon says that my wife is within me. She's also my father and mother. Similar to Joseph with Dr. Yoder's request, when it is Leon's turn to be chairman, they sing Onward Christian Soldier. A couple letters come from his wife telling him to go to the store, buy specific brands of tobacco to give the remaining change to Clyde and Joseph, to which he does. Again, the end goal in this is to have a positive influence, try to get Leon to fix his mental state from within. And Rocky summarizes a series of things Leon has done that he never did before the letter. He had gone to the store, to the chapel, and to the library, 3 places he had not visited before. He had accepted money, handled it, and carried it around with him, something he had not done before. He had cried. He had spent money on himself. He had given money to Clyde and Joseph. He had changed the song used to open and close the meetings. All these changes were potentially of great therapeutic value. Leon had varied and broadened the range of his behavior. He had allowed himself to feel, to express, for once, a human emotion. His fierce need to punish himself had let up sufficiently to permit him to enjoy a few small pleasures which money could buy. And Leon had been charitable. He had shared his money with 2 other persons in need. Now, amidst all this is his normal babble, now just applied to his Yeti wife. Things like having cosmic intercourse and trying to understand intimacy and, you know, the usual. There was one interesting point that Leon made in the midst of this when he said he has discovered that God has both positive and negative influences, meaning that this figure of God or his wife within his mind is not infallible. So the next thing they try to get Leon to do that potentially would push him in the right direction is to change his name from Dung. So they come up with another name. Perhaps he could call himself Domino or go back to Rex, but Madame Yeti prefers Domino. Leon does nothing with this information. Doesn't make any express purpose to change his name. We don't know how he reacted to that specific part. Another letter comes giving him money, telling him to go to the store, and he does that. However, on September 28th, Leon receives another letter. He takes the letter, feels the coins inside, and hands it back to the aide. The aide tries to deliver it later, and the same thing happens. He writes a letter to one of the doctors in the ward and says, "Please return these 3 dimes to Madame Yeti Woman. I know you know who she is. Tell her I do not want any more donations or letters. Tell her I trust in the sanity of God, the 10 Commandments of God. Respectfully, Dr. R.I. Dung." It seems that one of Leon's core beliefs was money bad. So initially he was so ecstatic over his wife sending him money that he put that to the side, but now he can't let that go by. So any money his wife or God sends him is the insanity of God rather than the sanity of God. Again, positive and negative now. Leon comes to the meeting on September 29th, neatly shaved. An aide brings him a letter, but Leon says he's not reading it. Leon says that that letter is a fake written by Dr. Broadhurst. Rockage takes a look at the letter and says that this isn't Broadhurst's signature, but Leon is sure of it. In talking with Leon alone after the meeting, Leon says that Madame Yeti Woman is using his VA funds in his bank account to send this money and he won't have it. He says, "I don't care for the insanity of God. I can't divorce her. She's with me all the time cosmically." He also adds that God is using Dr. Broadhurst's body and thus tempting him into adultery. It should be noted that Dr. Broadhurst was an attractive young woman, so perhaps the introduction of her into the scenario and the feelings he had towards her made him think in his mind, "Oh, I have attraction to this body. It must be my God wife possessing her, trying to commit me or trying to get me to commit adultery," which of course is a bad thing, so therefore the insanity of God. So it seems that now the positive authority figure of Madame Yeti Woman has been run into the dirt. Leon no longer trusts it and thinks that it is evil. So they figure, well, there's one more positive authority figure, his uncle, who he believes to be the Archangel Michael. So that evening they have a phone call waiting for him that is supposedly from his uncle. The uncle, who's actually a research assistant talking on the other end, goes on to say that he's been in touch with Madame Dung and that they are both working for his redemption and that Leon must not say that Madame Dung, who is also God, is insane or negative. Leon listens, apparently with much interest, then suddenly he interrupts, "Sir, excuse me, sir, your voice doesn't sound like my uncle. Goodbye, sir," and hangs up and returns to the sitting room. So now it seems that Leon is not trusting anyone who claims to be an authority or a positive presence in his life, even if it's someone he came up with. It seems they have effectively locked him down. In a last-ditch effort to help Leon, they move to a new strategy. It seems that a lot of Leon's problems come from the influence his mother had in his life. So perhaps a positive female influence could make a difference. So they swap out one of the research assistants who have been around during the meetings with a new one, Miss Anderson. Immediately, Leon seems to take, as he becomes infatuated with Miss Anderson. Right after meeting her, while in his room, he asks to speak to the head nurse. Nervously, he tells the head nurse that he has had a wife that is God, that is astrally projected to him, and they have intercourse, and he now believes that God is possessing her, and then midway through, the nurse...
Yo! What the fuck? Ice Poseidon's live?
Oh, sorry, dude. Talk about my phone robot. Just thrust, like 100 Newton. Speed. That's 20 pounds of force inside. It's preparing for delivering a baby. If you can take 20 pounds of force sexually, you can deliver a baby, no problem.
You tried this, or?
I tested it with a cinder, like a not cinder, like a wooden, like a plank.
Oh, okay.
Bro, it cracked the plank a little. We put a hole in the plank, and then we did the force to see if there would be any cracks, and it cracked the plank in half.
That's not the force of delivering a baby.
No, the force of the robot fucking.
Oh, thrusting, yeah. These are interesting experiments. Where do you come up with them?
Just sitting in my room. Just sitting in my room, you know. How do I test the force of something? Well, if the plank cracks.
Okay.
I had to do a control though first. You know a control? Like a test. In a test, you have the control and then you have the outcome.
Yeah.
So the control was I fucked the plank first
Okay.
to make sure it didn't crack from normal forces.
Originally, I thought you tested it with the robot just right off the bat, but okay.
No, I fucked it first and then the robot fucked it. I was the control test.
Two kinds of wood.
It was treated. No
He's
splinters.
only been alive for 4 hours. Okay,
Any type of dildo works for this.
that's crazy.
Any type of strap-on works for this.
Yeah.
Fix it?
We'll see.
7:47 p.m.
I
and
have no faith in that.
he's in Japan.
We'll see.
All right, let's get to the end of this.
Figures out where this is going and says is possessing her, and then midway through the nurse figures out where this is going and says, you know, Leon, we can't have relations with each other. And immediately Leon goes, okay, thank you, bye, and asks her to leave. It's almost as if within Leon's mind, similar to how when he was married to the Virgin Mary earlier, he couldn't just abandon her from his thought process. He had to invent a light brother, and then the light brother had to take the Virgin Mary away. Similarly, he's currently married to the God Yeti woman. And as mentioned, she's with him all the time. He can't divorce her. But now, in saying that she is within the nurse and her rejecting him coming on to her, that seems to be grounds enough for him to divorce her from his mind, meaning he can now pursue Miss Anderson, which he does right away. He begins to write her a bunch of letters talking about all of his proclivities that I've mentioned before.
Oh, what the hell?
Now that his wife is a bisexual creature variously called Ruth, God, and Lourdes. Right now he's Lord, potential Lourdes. He then begins to say he's married to Grand Morphe, short for Morphodite, or Grand Morphe Anderson, because he just starts flat out calling Anderson that, or GM Anderson for short, and just projects his feelings onto her. She's, of course, part of the study and his understanding of this. He begins to reverence her as a sort of deity. After every meeting, he would ask to stick around and talk with her. Initially, Rockich would set in on these, but that would annoy Leon, so eventually Rockich got the hint and left. A lot of their conversations, while doused in his, sexual proclivities, are adorably juvenile. A lot of talk of, when a guy likes a girl, and, what's attraction like, what's kissing like. She makes it very clear she cannot have relations with him, but he just likes to talk about it with her. Multiple times he would sit there in silence and then say, I can't think of anything else to say, I guess I have to go. He would do everything he could to make these conversations with her last longer. However, because she's around, Leon begins doing odd things. For example, some days he'll be super lovey-dovey, he'll bring her pins, he'll let her have a cigarette, something he doesn't do with anyone else. Then if she's gone over the weekend or has somewhere else to be, for the next several days that she's back, he will be, pouty. He'll be cold, he'll swear a lot, he'll storm out of the room as soon as the meeting's over. It's like he feels personally betrayed that she wasn't with him. At one point, while talking, he drops to his knees and begins to call her God and worship her, and then says, okay, see you next meeting. He also goes back and forth from wanting to be attracted to her to feeling like he needs to deny these attractions. For a few weeks, he would wear cellophane, like a blindfold, around his eyes everywhere he went. And then when that wasn't enough, he switched over to red cellophane because it's darker, and then put blinders on the side of his head like a horse. It seems his purpose in this was to not observe Miss Anderson so he would not have feelings of lust. It's also because of these conflicting emotions and all the things that were happening in his head at the time, between the letters he got to now denying himself and then throwing himself into Miss Anderson, that all of his internal concepts got really messy. For while he said he discovered the femality, or the female counterpart within himself, and that he had become pregnant with himself, and was pregnant with twins, but then shortly afterwards, because the twins were morphodites, as he called them, they miscarried. The breaking point came when Anderson took a week off for vacation, and when she came back, he wanted nothing to do with her. When she asked why he wouldn't stick around for their private meetings, he said that he would not commit adultery. And from there, he seemed completely done with her, but not only done with her, now he was married to the female counterpart of himself. So now even the fictitious people he had created that were members of his life were all gone, and he had withered that down to just different versions of himself. So not only did this phase of the experiment not cure Leon, but it caused him to become more withdrawn. The previous joy he had from just being near Clyde and Joseph gave way to constantly more complicated delusions. Eventually, he became disagreeable to even them, and it seemed for Leon, all this phase did was push him further from recovery. With the group already shaky about what they had done with the letters and the fake authority figure thing, and the fact that this had now been going on about 2 years, they decided to call the study quits, ending it on August 15th, 1961. It seems from this last stage of the experiment, Leon got worse, Joseph became more depressive, but Clyde was Clyde. In the analysis at the end, Rockridge talks about a lot of the different outcomes from different phases of the experiment. Things about how Clyde operated with denial, how Leon was the most high-functioning when it came to conversation or making sense of his world, at least initially. But as you could see, it's not like any of them were cured. The positive note that the analysis ends on is, we have learned that even when a summit of 3 is composed of paranoid men deadlocked over the ultimate in human contradiction, they prefer to seek ways to live with one another in peace rather than destroy one another, which is nice, I suppose. There was a lot of really valuable things that were discovered in this study. A lot of the ways the men would react to new information, or they would argue with each other, was very crucial in future understandings of schizophrenia. But as far as the 3 men themselves, not much is known beyond Rockich's epilogue at the end of the study. Rockich says, the story of the 3 Christ of Ypsilanti cannot, of course, be finally told as long as they remain living men. Still, a few things can be said that go beyond the account related here. In other words, because each of the 3 men are under a pseudonym until they're dead, Rockich can't go into full detail about where they are, how they're doing. What he does say is, after Clyde and Joseph and Leon were left to themselves again in August of 1961, they continued to be seen together in their sitting room in combinations of 2 or 3, but they no longer held daily meetings, and Leon soon reverted to eating alone. Nevertheless, a strange sort of cohesiveness continued to persist among them. In August of 1961, they continued to be seen together in their sitting room in combinations of 2 or 3, but they no longer held daily meetings, and Leon soon reverted to eating alone. Nevertheless, a strange sort of cohesiveness continued to persist among them, not unlike the cohesiveness of a conflict-ridden family, in which the individual members, while withdrawing into themselves, carefully avoid breaking the final strands of human interdependency. Rockich goes to outline a lot of problems with the setup of the experiment itself. Of course, 3 is an incredibly small sample size, and there were so many variations in the way these men came about their illness, and the different ages and how long they had been institutionalized, that not a lot cohesively can be said about the methods, just simply an observation from the case. They also had a control group. They had taken 3 women from Ypsilanti who believed themselves to be different identities, but they each believed they were like 3 different people, and they would have meetings with them, but they would never confront them on identity, which wouldn't have mattered because they each thought they were someone else. And they only did that for 6 months before they were kind of like, this is a waste of funding, and they dropped it. So yeah, a lot of problems with the experiment setup itself, and even forgetting the whole letter part near the end, putting people who think they're the same person in a room with each other, maybe not super cool and ethical, maybe. So while it will never be repeated, it does exist as its own case study. Clyde and Joseph give every appearance of remaining essentially unchanged, but Leon continues to show evidence of change, or at least further elaborations in his delusional system of belief. I still visit him every few months, and at each visit I find Leon's story a bit different from the one he told before. He is still groping for new answers to the riddle of his identity to replace earlier and less satisfying answers. The prognosis for schizophrenia, paranoid type, is poor, perhaps poorer than for any other diagnostic category of functional psychosis. In the extreme, it is a condition which some textbooks describe as incurable or irreversible. But to say that a particular psychiatric condition is incurable or irreversible is to say more about the state of our ignorance than about the state of the patient. This study closes with the hope that at least a small portion of ignorance has here been dispelled, and with the faith that as knowledge gradually advances, The incurable conditions of yesterday and today become the curable conditions of tomorrow. So, in this printed copy of the book, which was printed 20 years later, Rockich includes an afterword. In it, he says, Leon Gabber, the youngest of the three, is alive and well, but still a patient at Ypsilanti State Hospital. Clyde Benson, the oldest, was discharged into the custody of his family in January of 1970. Joseph Cassell died in August 1976. Clyde would have been pushing 80 years old, but he was out for a while. He got to be back with his daughters. And while we can assume that Leon is dead now, considering that this 20-year afterword was written around 1980, he was alive and well, if still a patient. Rockich says something in this final afterword that is fascinating. He says, while I had failed to cure the three Christ of their delusions, they had succeeded in curing me of mine, of my godlike delusion that I could change them by omnipotently and omnisciently arranging and rearranging their daily lives within the framework of a total institution. I had terminated the project some 2 years after the initial confrontation when I came to realize, dimly at the time, but increasingly more clearly as the years passed, that I really had no right, even in the name of science, to play God and interfere around the clock with their daily lives. I found out from my teachers, the three Christ of Ypsilanti, exactly in what sense they were trying to be godlike. They were striving for goodness and greatness, and such strivings, I came to understand, are really the strivings of all human beings. The main difference between the three of them and the rest of us who are also trying to be godlike is that whereas the rest of us can bring ourselves to admit the impossibility of our ever becoming absolute or infinitely moral and competent, the three Christ found it difficult to admit such an impossibility. Nonetheless, I learned that what all of us have in common with the three Christ is that we all strive to maintain and enhance our self-conceptions and self-presentations as complete and moral. This is one of the major ways in which humans who would be Christ or Christ-like are distinctively different from other living beings. And that is the full story of the three Christ of Ypsilanti. Again, it is hard for me to write off Rockich as like an evil scientist, right? It was such an early stage in mental health, and I truly believed he thought he could do some good. But it is tragic that in finding out this wasn't the way to go about it, that at least Leon seemed to suffer more, perhaps past a point of therapeutic recovery. Now, thankfully, schizophrenia is understood a lot more now than it was then. Not only in our medication and understandings of the illness, but in the ways we approach therapy. I do not think of the events of the three Christ of Ypsilanti as being evil by any means, just tragic. And also find myself thinking of Clyde and Joseph and Leon, three men who maybe never found rest in this life, but hopefully have in the life to come. I should also mention that there was a movie that was made in 2017 called The Three Christ that starred Richard Gere as Rockich, Walton Goggins as Leon, and Peter Dinklage as Joseph. So I'm like, oh, that's cool. I'll watch it before I make this video. And in the first as Goggins as Leon, that there was a movie that was made in 2017 called The Three Christ that starred Richard Gere as Rockich, Walton Goggins as Leon, and Peter Dinklage as Joseph. So I'm like, oh, that's cool. I'll watch it before I make this video. And in the first 5 minutes, Rockich runs in and stops Joseph from killing himself. And then the movie became a debate about the morals of electroshock therapy. So I skipped through it some just to see, like, how bad can this get? And midway through, there's a scene where they're holding down Joseph and they're electrocuting them as, like, Rockich is yelling to stop. And the movie becomes a whole thing about, like, the evil doctor that's running it, who's not named Dr. Yoder, by the way. Oh, yeah, and also, Rockich isn't named Rockich. They changed his name, but kept the name of the three subjects. Movie becomes a whole thing about, like, stopping... I just skimmed this, so it may get worse. It just became a whole thing about, like, stopping the evil person running the hospital from, I don't know, electrocuting people. And then at the end of the movie, which I have no context for this, Joseph goes with the superintendent to the top of the hospital and jumps off and dies. And this leads to like a whole like controversy outing thing that gets the guy fired, I guess. I don't know. Like what? Why would you take like a real, like a tragic experiment like this and just make stuff up? Like, oh, well, the story wasn't dramatic enough. Let's have one of the schizophrenics throw himself off a building. It is absurdly stupid and it made me mad. So if I had to know about it, you did too, as with the rest of this video. If you stuck around this long, I just want to say thank you for watching. I will be moving soon, so this, I believe, will be the last video you all see with this background. Say goodbye, bye-bye. Very excited for what's to come. Have a lot of cool stuff on the way, and hopefully you guys stick around to enjoy it. Thank you for the support you've shown here and over on Wendigang and on Creepcast. You guys are the best. Again, links to the book will be in the description. Feel free to check it out. There's a ton of stuff, especially in like the letters and meetings that I didn't cover in this video. So if this video interests you, I highly encourage you to check it out for yourself. I believe that should do it for now, but before I go, I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye!
Excellent video. I kind of had forgotten the ending. I haven't watched it since it originally came out, which is July 31st, 2025. So it's a year old now. Yeah. Really good story, though. Very fascinating. Let's see. Now, for this final bit, what do we need? What you want? What you want? So what you want? Man. Oh shit, son. I'm putting on Unsolved Mysteries. Is there a playlist? Episode updates 2025? Wow. Season 3 was really... Let's start with Season 1. I mean, of course I've seen them.
This program is about unsolved mysteries. Whenever possible, the actual family members and police officials have participated in recreating the events. What you are about to see is not a news.
And then I also had the Red Green Show on my my setup. Let me see. That's fucking funny. It should be on my playlist, but I'd like to know. This is the recently, so okay. Yeah, recently added like 2 years ago. Oh, you guys remember Crashbox? I forgot about that. Where is it? There's the Plymouth Pages. Oh, there it is. Red Green Show, 307 episodes. We're Unsolved Mysteries.
Tonight on Unsolved Mysteries, the story of newlywed Shannon Davis, who died in a riding accident. Shannon's husband had purchased secret insurance policies totaling $330,000. In Oklahoma, Eileen Conway died in a mysterious car crash. The Highway Patrol ruled it an accident. Her husband believes she was murdered. In 1928, Glenn and Bessie Hyde vanished on a Grand Canyon.
It's like episode 3 of season 2 has got one of the most chilling things of all time. Oh, shit.
This program is about unsolved mysteries. Whenever possible, the actual family members and police officials have participated in recreating the events. What you are about to see is not a news broadcast.
11 a.m., May 11th, 1987. The police were called to a deserted service station near Pontiac, Michigan. They forced the office door open and discovered an empty safe. 2 people were missing. Elmer DeBoer, the service station courier who was carrying $10,000, and Missy Mundy, the assistant manager who was just 16 years old.
Where? This way? Yeah, all right. Up to the car. All right. Right there. Hold it, Elmer. What?
The following day, the police found the body of 38-year-old Elmer DeBoer. He had been handcuffed and shot twice in the back of the head. The police called it a cold-blooded execution and wondered what connection this pretty teenage girl could have had with a brutal slaying.
What happened to Missy Mundy is a bizarre story of love and violence in rural America. No one has heard from Missy since last May, the day of the killing. The police and her parents need to talk to her. Perhaps someone in our audience tonight has seen Missy. Perhaps Missy herself is watching. In the next hour, we'll tell you her story and 3 other unsolved mysteries, all needing one last piece of information before they can be solved. Join me. You may be able to help solve a mystery.
Hold on. Oh, I was like, Jerry's a race car driver.
Elmer DeBoer was killed on May 11th, 1987. and his body left in the woods outside Pontiac, Michigan. The mystery of who killed Elmer and why is a story of the fatal attraction between an innocent 15-year-old schoolgirl and a criminal who'd served time for assault and rape. According to the police, their ill-fated love affair eventually ended in robbery, kidnapping, and murder.
The mystery of Melissa Mundy begins in 1985 in the small Maryland town of Hancock. Melissa was known as Missy to her friends and attended the local high school. She was an honor student and a member of the Future Homemakers of America.
Missy's academic records show that she was in probably the top 10% of her class. She enjoyed what she was doing. She got along well. And if I could have gauged it, I would have gauged it. Everything was satisfactory because that's the way she seemed to be here at school.
Missy was a very shy person. She'd only go to her basketball games or choir practice or maybe a couple ball games. But we always knew where she was at. When she got done, she'd call us. We'd go pick her up and bring her back home.
In 1985, a stranger arrived in the area. His name was Jerry Strickland, and he said he was looking for a property to convert into an orphanage. He called on Missy's family, asking about the ownership of a nearby house.
Hi, how are you today?
When I first met Jerry, I thought, well, you know, he's a smooth talker. I mean, it was his actions, the way he talked. He was so demanding. I didn't care for his attitude.
Missy was intrigued by Jerry. This first glimpse was the beginning of a relationship that was to change her life forever.
She really liked him a lot. Every time he came out, he brought her a gift. And he gave her a lot of attention that she didn't get at home.
She went out with him in the evening after her mom would go home, and she said that she got home late, but her mom didn't know who she was with, and she lied to her, told her she was with a friend.
Missy sneaked out of her house regularly to see Jerry. He told her he had a tragic past and said his first wife and child had died in a terrible car accident. Missy was swept off her feet by Jerry.
She had boy crushes at school, you know, like childhood sweethearts, stuff like that. But as far as going out with boys, she never said anything to me about it. She never paid that much of an interest in them. That's what I don't understand about this and Jerry.
I got something for you.
Oh, it's beautiful.
You like it?
Yeah.
Put it on.
She had bought a ring, she said, for a souvenir. I come find out later, Jerry had gave her the ring. And I took her at her word, because Missy never did lie to me. That's why I never dreamt it was going to happen next.
Bye, Mom. The bus is here.
On the morning of April 17th, 1986, Missy left home to catch the school bus as usual.
I'll never forget that day. It was on a Thursday. She said, I'm going to school now. I'll see you this evening. I said, all right. That was it. That was the last word she spoke to me.
In fact, she got in Jerry's car and left the state.
I didn't believe it. Missy wasn't that kind of a person. Because I knowed Missy. I raised her. It was just a big change in that one day when she just left.
Even as Missy was driving away from her home and her family, she still didn't know the truth about Jerry Strickland. His first wife and child had not been killed in a car wreck. They were still alive. He had been passing bad checks around Hancock, and he had a prison record. He had been convicted of malicious assault. He had raped his sister-in-law, cut her throat, and left her for dead. This unlikely couple settled in Springfield, Michigan, just outside Detroit.
I think the baby's sick.
Even though Missy gave birth to a son, Jamie, she never told her family where she was living.
Can I get some medicine or something? But she told me that she was very unhappy at home and that she didn't care about anybody at home but her older brother and her grandfather, and that's why she was with Jerry, was because he took her away from home.
Look, I'm working, all right?
I never seen him kiss, never held hands. I never seen him touch at all. I thought that was a little strange. I remember asking her about it once, and she said that he wasn't very affectionate.
To help make ends meet, Missy took a job as assistant manager at a gas station. There she met Elmer DeBoer, a courier for the oil company.
There she
He
met
picked
Elmer
up the
Fudd.
cash receipts from the local gas stations. Missy and Elmer became close friends.
How's Sheriff?
Oh, he's kind of distant lately. He understood that she was going through a really rough time, you know, being married to this guy, and they didn't have anything for the baby and stuff like that. He was a very understanding man, very loving.
On the morning of May 11th, 1987, Elmer DeBoer came by, as usual, to pick up the cash from the station where Missy worked. He was near the end of his route. 1 hour later, customers found the station deserted. When the police arrived, they found Elmer's car in the parking lot. The office was locked.
We checked the interior of the station and found that there was nobody inside, but the safe had been opened, and there was an excess of $10,000 stolen.
Is this nothing but change in here, David?
Melissa knew Elmer's routine because of her position as assistant manager to that particular station. She knew when he was going to pick up and where.
The police have developed a theory of what happened that morning. They believe that Jerry planned the crime and was waiting with Melissa for Elmer. When Elmer opened the safe, Jerry made his move.
Elmer, don't move! Stand slow. Put your arms up. Put them up, Missy. Put the cuffs on. Move! Move! Hurry up on yourself, too. Now! On yourself, too, Missy. Let's go. Jerry.
The police think that Jerry handcuffed Missy and Elmer together to convince Elmer that Missy was also a holdup victim and that her life was in danger.
We feel that Elmer was handcuffed to Missy on the pretext that she was going to be hurt. And Elmer went along with it. Reluctantly, but to protect Melissa.
What's gonna happen is I'm taking Missy with me, and you're just gonna wait here.
Cutscene. What the hell?
Thank God we found you. We were worried. You on the land, big guy?
The hell I am. What are you guys doing all the way out here anyway?
Looking for whoever decided to shoot up the Coliseum lobby.
They said the culprit had a gun for an arm.
They did, huh?
Tell me it wasn't you.
Frankly, it might as well have been.
Barrett, talk to us.
I know the man who murdered all those people. Died. My best friend. It was 4 years.
I'm just going to pause this. I'm going to go ahead and end this stream and start up the next one so we can get some music and some copyright shit. But it was a good time. I'll see you folks next time.